She didn't show it that way, but nobody wants you.
Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared, the animals inside came out to play. Went face to face with all our fears, learned our lessons through the tears, made memories we knew would never fade. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. He took me in his arms, I heard him say, when you get older, your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. Light a fire they can't put out, carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores, don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was just a kid I heard him say, when you get older your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. These are the nights that never die. My father told me.
we could ride. It's the way that we could ride. Think I'm meant to win another life, so break me up another time. You wrap around me and you give me life, and that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night I'll be loving you right 7 days a week. You love when I jump right in. All of me, I'm a foreign. Show you what devotion is. Deeper than the ocean is. Wind it back, I'll take it slow. Leave you with that afterglow. Show you what devotion is. Deeper than the ocean is. It's the way that we could ride. It's the way that we could ride. Think I'm meant to win another life, so break me up another time. You're up around me and you give me life, and that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night I'll be loving you right 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night I'll be loving you right 7 days a week.
Tight to take control, tight to take it soul. Take your phone and put it in the camera roll. Leave them clothes at the door. What you ain't for? Better come and hit your goal. He jumping in both feet. Going to the sun up, we ain't getting no sleep. 7 days a week, 7 different sheets, 7 different angles. I could be your fantasy. Open up, say ah. Come here, baby, let me swallow your pride. What you want, I can match your vibe. Hit me up and I'ma cha-cha slide. You make Mondays feel like weekends. I make him never think about cheating. Got you skipping work and meetings. Let's sleep in, yeah.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night I'll be loving you right 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. You know night after night I'll be loving you right 7 days a week.
이로 세리 백가메로 세리 예시베로 We go the melody now Dancing under our bacon We're never gonna quit, no we're never gonna quit now Yeah, we just keep lights from head to toe Dancing under our bacon No, we're never gonna quit, no we're never gonna quit No, no, no Well, I think they gonna quit They gonna quit Say no, it's time to quit Say better Well, I think they gonna quit Say no, it's time to quit Say that gonna go Say better Give me some time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Facing the mirror is all I need. Wait until the Reaper takes my life. Never gonna get me out alive. I will live 1,000,000,000 lives.
My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Got this feeling, and you know where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stuff. 'Cause there's magic in my bones.
Playing with the stick of dynamite. There was never gray and black and white. There was never wrong till there was right. Feeling like a boulder hurtling. Seeing all the vultures circling. Burning in the flames I'm working in. Turning in the bed it's darkening.
Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining?
Got this feeling, and you know where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stuff. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. In the mirror of my mind, turning the pages of my life, walking the path so many paced 1,000,000 times. Drown out the voices in the air, leaving the ones that never cared. Picking the pieces up and building to the sky. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Got this feeling, and you know where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stuff. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. There goes my mind. There goes my mind. Don't mind. There goes my mind. 'Cause there's magic in my bones.
Holding me back, gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say, and everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced, and I'm the one who'll stay. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Answer the phone. Harry, you're no good alone. Why are you sitting at home on the floor? What kind of pills are you on? Ringing the bell, and nobody's coming to help. Your daddy lives by himself. He just wants to know that you're well. Oh,
When I was a young boy living in the city, all I did was run, 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 run. Staring at the lights, they look so pretty. Mama said, son, 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 you're gonna grow up, you're gonna get old. All that glitter don't turn to gold. But until then, just have your fun. Boy, run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. When I was a young kid living in the city, all I did was pay, 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 pay. And every single dime that good Lord give me, I can make it last 3, 4, 5 days. When I was a young boy living in the city, all I did was run, 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 run. Staring at the lights, they look so pretty. Mama said, son, 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 you're gonna grow up, you're gonna get old. All that glitter don't turn to gold. But until then, just have your fun. Boy, run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. When I was a young kid living in the city, all I did was pay, 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 pay. And every single dime that good Lord give me, I can make it last 3, 4, 5 days. Living it up, but living down low, chasing that luck before I get old. And looking back, oh, we had some fun. Boy, run, 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 run. They tell you that the sky might fall. They'll say that you might lose it all. So I run until I hit that wall. Yeah, I learned my lesson, count my blessings up to the rising sun. And run, run, run. Yeah, one day will the sky might fall. Yeah, one day I could lose it all. So I run until I hit that wall. If I learn one lesson, count your blessings up to the rising sun. And run, run, run. Run, run, run. That I wanted, but I got what I need. Yeah, yeah, I see that light in the morning shining down on me. So take me up high, take me down low, bear it all in, somebody knows. But until then, let's have some fun. Yeah, run, 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 run. They tell you that the sky might fall. They'll say that you might lose it all. So I run until I hit that wall. Yeah, I learned my lesson, count my blessings up to the rising sun. And run, run, run. Yeah, one day will the sky might fall. Yeah, one day I could lose it all. So I run until I hit that wall. If I learn one lesson, count your blessings up to the rising sun. And run, run, run. Run, run, run. Yeah, run, run, run. Yeah, I learned my lesson, count my blessings up to the rising sun. Yeah, I learned my lesson, count my blessings up to the rising sun. Yeah, if I learn one lesson, count your blessings up to the rising sun. Yeah, run, run, run. Here in this room, I'm chasing down my demons. I can hear them breathing, but who knew you would be my comfort? You can bring the healing. Well, if my friend's gonna let me slide, how come you never left my side? Where I go, make it last all night, while I slip into the great divide. Stepping out of body, no matter what you call it, I'ma come to cause it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. What a great day yesterday. I hope you all got some rest. Hope you were able to digest some of the amazing information and content that Brad taught yesterday. And I hope you're ready for day 2. This is going to be an awesome, exciting day. Very hands-on. We're going to be analyzing deals and learning how to underwrite, learning the nuances, the art, the science, the math. It's going to be a lot of fun today. So I want to also welcome all of our people that are watching from YouTube and other places that this is being streamed, and then also welcome our VIP members here in the Zoom, where we're able to interact with you and answer your questions and have some shares. And so thank you for coming back. It's great to see everybody. I see some people on here, and Charles, I saw your awesome good morning this morning. So let's blow up the chat. Let's put in the chat, what was an aha moment that you had from yesterday? What was something that you heard, that you learned, maybe a new strategy, a new breakthrough, an old mindset shattered, or just, something new, or even if it was something that you know, but we're reminded of. Sometimes we've got to get back to the basics. So, all right. I hope you guys did your homework. If you don't start putting something in the chat, I'm going to start calling on people. So, Charles, I'm sure you have something to share. What was a moment? Share a moment from yesterday with me here. So while we're waiting for you all to wake up, we got to wake up. We open the doors here in the main ballroom. Brad's about to get on stage, so we need to wake up, get our energy up. So something that was an aha moment for me yesterday was that the business plan, the recipe, it works. That fundamental piece of that never changes. And I know, being in this industry for 10 years, learning from Brad and the coaches for 10 years, there are times where I will get so far into the weeds where I can't see the forest for the trees, and I've already overanalyzed the deal before I've even checked really to see if the numbers actually work. So just getting back to the fundamentals and that recipe, that fundamentals is always going to work. So let's see. Thanks for sharing. Juan, good morning, Juan. Calculating deals. Awesome. So that was a great skill for you. Charles, reaffirming the back of the napkin, quick analysis. Absolutely. Juan, I agree with you. Brad's stories are awesome. He's got some good stories. He's invested a lot in himself over the years, and that has opened doors for him to be connected to all different kinds of people. I love hearing his stories too. All right, Charles, sharing about your skills. Very good, very good. Let me just see if anybody over here on our free chat, has said anything. All right, so far, nope, nobody's on our free one. And good morning, Shania. I saw you hop on camera. I just didn't have a chance to say hi yet. Thanks for being on here, you guys. Let's see. Oh, Shania, using the back of the napkin before deep diving to see if it's worth it. Yep, that's such a valuable, super valuable strategy. Saves a lot of time. Can save a lot of time. So, again, well, thank you all for joining us again, day 2 on a Sunday. I know we're all making this our priority today, and I know you all could be doing other things, and you chose to be with us, so we're glad that you're here. We're going to get started here in a moment. We are here for you. Any questions you have, Shania is on our team as well. I'm here for you. We've got an amazing Sumrok team as well, so if you guys need anything, if there's any questions, type it in the chat, and we'll do our best to get them answered. We're super excited for day 2, so let's go, get your energy up, and we're going to kick it to the main stage here in just a moment. All right, we'll see you guys at the next break.
Strike the band of 1, 2, 3.
I promise that you'll never find another like me.
Girl, there ain't no I-N-T.
But you know there is a me.
You can't spell awesome without me.
I promise that you'll never find another like me.
I'm the only one of me. Baby, that's the fun of me. You're the only one of you. Baby, that's the fun of you. like me. Girl, there ain't no I in T. But you know there is on me. I'm the only one of me. Baby, that's the fun of me. Strike the band of 1, 2, 3. You can't stop us without me. You're the only one.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. 'Cause I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Back and forth with the bullshit. I know I said it before, I don't mean it. It's been a while since I had your attention, so it might hurt to hit it. Dreams we had don't ever fall away. We can't leave them if we stay the same. And I can't do this for another day. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business.
To do today, a lot to do. And I'm looking around. You know what I really like? Most of you are sitting in a different seat. I like it. I was like, hey, where's the same people at? Where's the same people at? But some of you are in the exact same seat. What's your name? Landon. Landon is in the exact same seat.
I found the best seat in the room.
I was going to say, you got that view of the stage right there? And some of you are in different. How many of you are in a completely different table? Let me just see, a completely different table. How many of you are sitting next to somebody different? Yeah, good. You know, they say your network is your net worth. I don't know if I really believe that. I think you're. Rita, what a troublemaker. Oh my gosh. Hey, you snooze, you lose, man. Yeah. Yeah. So we have a lot to do today. We're going to finish the framework. We don't need those slides yet. We have a lot to do. We're going to finish the framework. We're going to analyze deals. We're going to talk about management companies. We're going to do a lot. But first, what I wanted to do was check in with you. So at the end of the day, yesterday, I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of people asking me questions about different things. I had people asking my team questions. But I wanted to open it up to you guys first, just to check in to see how day one was for you. So let's do two things. Let's before we do questions, I just want to have a share or two. Like, how was day one? Was there any aha moments? Anything that feel like you moved the needle? You know, anything that we talked about that was impactful for you, that was powerful, that you learned? Maybe you got some new distinctions, some new perspectives. Would love to open it up and hear from some of you. All right, and say your name and where you're from.
I'll stand up. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carla Marie Eulery. I'm from originally Trinidad and Tobago. I live in Maryland, sometimes New Jersey, but that's another story. I have been to, so far I've been to Rat Racer Retirement, and I was also at AIM NatCon. Yesterday for me felt like a combination of both in a digestible manner. I felt that I got so much value out of yesterday that it really brought everything that I've been doing and trying to understand and trying to learn all together in a nice, succinct format. So I was very appreciative of the time that we spent yesterday and the time that you took to give us the information that we got yesterday.
Thank you. I love it. Thank you very much. And look, repetition leads to mastery. You know, so she's been to Rat Race, she's been to AIM NatCon, and I think, I guess what I heard too is that, you know, maybe it's the third time you were here. Maybe it's the intimate. The more deals you look at and the more experience you get, or for those of you that come in and work with me and my team in our mentorship program, like, we look at these numbers and we could see, like, oh, these utilities look high, this insurance looks high, you know, this payroll looks high, this repairs and maintenance looks high. And again, maybe they just got fat and happy. And you know, I told you the story about my personal insurance with Geico, about how it was competitive 6 years ago, and then I realized I was paying 2 or 3 times what I should be paying after 6 years. And that sometimes happens in this business, even with some of the best operators out there. Who else? Yes, sir.
Just to piggyback, I'm Todd from Michigan. couple hours north of Detroit. Just to piggyback off of what you said, how some expenses or payroll or things might be high. Do you have percentages that you should be within? How do you know that that's too high or too low, or it's something that you need to investigate a little more?
Well, it comes with experience, and that's why, I believe OPE, other people's experience, is really, really valuable. Because how do you get experience? I mean, just, whatever you do right now to earn a living, how do you get experience? You get experience by doing it. And like when I first had a job, when I was an engineer in my first job, I had a senior engineer that was assigned to be my mentor. He kind of helped me, and I don't know how many people on the job. Has anyone had like an assigned mentor or coach like in your corporate career? And so how I got experience is by doing, and then being guided by somebody that was, he was like 6 years in. I was 22 and he was 28 and 6 years in, and he helped me a lot. And so that's how you get experience, is by repetition and by being guided through the process by somebody who's been down that road. So like, I wouldn't expect any of you to look at a P&L right now and say, oh, well, this looks right. I mean, how would you know? But if you look at 100 deals and you start seeing trends, or you're working with somebody else that's seen 100 deals and they know the trends, and they could say, hey, this number looks high, this number looks low. Does that answer your question? But eventually you get there. And the only way you don't get there is by quitting or not taking action. Somebody else? Anyone over here?
Good morning. Brad on this side. Okay. So I think I got two things that really struck me. One was how to manage your relationship with a broker on an ongoing basis. And that comes with the fact that once you buy one or two properties, they get to know you. They know this guy can do it, so they keep calling you, but you don't know how to answer some of the question. And if you don't answer it, they may drop you from their list in the future.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, okay. And the second thing is leading to that is, because you don't know which property that makes sense to you, you need to have some idea. So some parameters, the market, the price range, few things that you need to narrow down, so that when they call you, you can say, okay, well, looks good, but this is maybe out of my, matrix. And how to get to that point is what I think I got. Well, I've heard about the napkin analysis many times from you, but yesterday I could now connect it together, that if you can quickly do something with whatever he's proposing, now you can answer him a little more professionally, I would call it, saying that, okay, yeah, sounds good, but maybe this is not the right time for me to get in, because I don't think I can raise that money, or maybe that's the market, I don't want to jump in right now, etc. And so they feel, that, okay, yeah, this guy is serious, but maybe this is not the one for him.
Yeah.
And that to me was the very interesting aspect of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just think of this. How many of you ever bought a car before? Probably everybody. When you go to buy a car, just help me, give me some ideas. What's your process when you go to buy a car? What do you start thinking? Yeah, what price am I going to pay? What else do you think when you go buy a car? What incentives? What else? Maintenance. Come on, give me some obvious stuff. You're gonna go buy a car. You start thinking, well, what kind of car do I want? Right? Do I want a truck? Do I want a four-wheel drive? Do I want a convertible? Right? Do I want a sports car? What color? What kind? What's my price range? Am I going to put cash? Am I going to get a loan? Right? Well, why don't we do the same thing with real estate, with apartments? And I'm just telling you, that's what I do. And I think so many people complicate this because people say, oh man, if it's a good deal, I'll buy it. I'm just looking for a good deal. That would be like me saying, I need a car. Well, if you just say, I need a car, where do you start? Like, where do you really start? Like, how many people in here have cars right now? If I said, I need a car, all of you could come to me and say, well, Brad, I got one. I'll sell you one. No, I don't want that one. Well, how do I know you don't want it? You just said you need a car. But if I said, I want like, the Mercedes, that boxy, what's that Mercedes G-Wagon, that's matte black, with red calipers, or like when I wanted my Ferrari, honestly, when I wanted my Ferrari, even I wanted the Ferrari, but it's like, well, there's a lot of different types of Ferraris. And then how much you want to spend? I had no idea, and I'm like, oh my God, that one I just saw on the road, that's like 1.7 million. Okay, I'm not getting that kind of Ferrari. So I was like, okay, I could spend around no more than 300. And then I'm like, well, for 300, I could get like maybe a brand new Portofino or California or like a 2021 model, or I could go older and get like the 458. And then I started getting educated. Like I did, I found other people that had Ferraris. Kenny McElroy has one. And I'm asking him, well, which one do you like? And he's like, well, the 458 is the last naturally aspirated engine. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Honestly, I had no idea, but I'm getting educated by somebody that has one. Like, think of the process, right? And I'm Googling naturally aspirated engine. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. And then I'm like, yeah, like the enthusiasts, they don't like the turbos as much. And I'm like, oh, well, and then I talked to this other guy, Yuri, and he goes, yeah, that one might actually go up in value. And then he's like coaching me. And he's like, if you got like a 2014 or 2015 with really low miles, because those were the last years of the naturally aspirated engine in the 458, that would be the one to get. And I'm Googling it. And I'm like, well, do I like it? Do I like the way it looks? And I'm Googling it. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's badass. So I'm like, okay, I want a 2014 or 2015 458. But you see how I went from wanting a Ferrari and not having any clue? Because you go to a Ferrari and you can pay, $5 million for like the racing models and stuff. And I had no idea. And I'm like, I can't afford that. So then I narrowed it down. And then I'll tell you also the other thing that will happen with apartments. Like it's the analogies are so similar. So I started looking at Ferrari 2014s and 2015s. And I'm going into Auto Trader and I'm going online. And I put, okay, I'm going to look within 50 miles. Well, there ain't nothing. 100 miles, there's like one. And then I look nationally and I'm looking and I'm like, oh, I don't like these colors. And I'm like, okay, I want red exterior with black interior. And so then I would see a handful in the whole country that are 2014, 2015 red exterior. And I look at the interior and it's that camel color brown. And it's not my color. Like, I'm not saying like if you happen to have one of those, but then I'm learning like, well, most of the red exteriors come with the camel brown interior. And I don't like that. I want black interior. And then I saw one with black interior and it was really rare. Like they don't make a lot of those with red exterior, black interior. And then I see the price and I don't know what it was, say $339 or $289 or whatever it was. And I'm thinking, okay, well, that's what they want. And what should I offer? So of course I'm calling and I'm asking all these questions and, I'm asking if I could get it for, 30,000 less. And they're like, yeah. And they're like, sir, this car will be gone in 24 hours. And I'm like, yeah, right. Like, do I look like I was born yesterday? Like, seriously. And it's in Scottsdale and I'm in Dallas and I call back like 3 days from now and I'm like, hey, I'm calling about that car and everything. I'm like, oh, sir, that car sold within 8 hours. I'm like, shit, really? And so that happened to me 3 times. Like I found cars that I legitimately wanted and they were in other cities and somebody would it would hit the market and literally be gone in 24 hours. And so I'm like, oh, well, maybe they weren't lying. Like, and then I asked the one lady, I'm like, how do people buy these things? Like, is the buyer like their local? And they're like, nope, people buy them sight unseen. Like they don't fly in, they don't test drive them. They know what they're looking for. Like, you know, usually our buyers are not first time Ferrari owners. Like they already know what they're looking for. You know, they know if it's certified, that there's nothing wrong with it. And they buy them, they come online and they put a deposit down and they pay a deposit before they even see the car. And I'm like, you're shitting me. Like people actually do that? Like I would never do that. That is so irresponsible. Like I'm thinking like of the days where I bought my Acura Integra, where you go there and you test drive it and you go home and think about it. And then, you know, you walk away and the car salesman's chasing you out the door. And it's like, well, that ain't the way it goes down. If you ever bought like a higher end luxury car, it's like, oh, you don't want it? Okay, great. Someone else will buy it in the next 2 hours. See you later. Have a good day. And I'm walking away thinking like they're going to call me back. And I'm like, they ain't calling me back. And I don't want to turn around and say, oh, wait, no, really, I want it. And I'm thinking, well, maybe they'll call me when I get home, and they don't call me when I get home. And I'm like, this is weird. Like I never had this experience, right? So I lost 3 cars that I wanted. And then I saw this one that came up in Dallas, and I'm in Dallas. And the only problem was it was black exterior with a red interior. It was the opposite of what I wanted. But then I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh man, that is sweet. That is so sweet. Like black exterior, looking at the red interior. It wasn't burgundy. It was like red, like my wristwatch red, like shiny red interior. And I called, and the guy's like, yep, we still got it. We just got it in today. It'll probably be gone tomorrow. And then I'm thinking, okay, like he ain't shitting me. Like this is actually how it works. But it was cool because it was in Dallas. And I'm like, I'll be there in 30 minutes. So I drive up there and I see it and I'm in love with it. And I'm like, can I drive it? And he's like, well, we normally don't let people drive these things, but okay, since you came up here and you're local, like, yeah, we could let you drive it. And I'm actually driving the car and I'm just like smiling from ear to ear, thinking, oh, this is amazing and everything. And then I asked the price and he's like $285. And I'm thinking, and I'm leaving and I'm thinking, and I'm like, he's like, well, what do you want to do? And I'm like, well, I like it, but $285, man, that's a lot of money. And then he was like, yeah, that's okay. Like it'll be gone tomorrow. Like seriously. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I'm like, all right. I said, I'll do 260 right now, like 260 right now. And he just looks at me and he was like, it's 285. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, well, could I finance it? And then he's like, well, yeah. And so the long story short is I had a checkbook and I put 95,000 down right there. And then I was able to get a loan from like Bank of America, you know, with my bank for like the balance, like $190,000 loan and at the time I thought it was a high interest rate because it was like 4.5%. Now it would be like 8.5%. But I'm just telling you, like, so I went through the ropes. And what does that have to do with apartments? It's like, if any of you are sitting here just thinking, well, how many of you are committed to doing apartment investing right now? Let me see a show of hands. How many of you are committed to being a GP in the next 12 months? Keep your hands up. Now you got to get clear on what you're going to buy and where you're going to buy. Like, and we're going to do an exercise later today. Like, what market is it going to be in? How big? What's the price point? You know, and it may not end up being that one, but you got to start with that, because if it's just like, well, I'm going to be a good deal, well, where are you going to focus on? What market are you going to focus on? What size? What price point? And you really have to get clear with that. Okay. So I want to take on, there was a few questions we got. If I would answer in front of the group, me and my team have a few questions that people specifically asked about the mentoring program. Would it be useful? My thought is, if one person asked the question, that there may be others that have the question. So would you guys, would you find it useful for me to repeat some of these questions that we got yesterday? How many people would find that useful? Okay, because I only want to do it if it's useful. So one of them, and this is not in any particular order, I just wrote these down last night. One of them, and I'm trying to find who it was. I got a lot of questions. Maybe it was Den that asked me this one. How much time does it take? And he was like, hey, I got a full-time job. You know, I got a wife. I got a kid. I want to do this. You know, how much time was that you that asked me that? Yeah, that's what I thought, like how much time? And, you know, I could relate to that because when I started I didn't have kids, but I had a full-time job and I traveled internationally 25% of the time. So I go to that 2-day seminar and I signed up for the mentoring program. And 8 months later, I had my first deal that I had closed. And so what worked for me is I never thought about it in terms of hours a day, because some days just are chaotic. But I thought about it in terms of hours a week and hours a month, because over a period of days, I could always carve out time. So I would try to carve out like a couple hours, a few days a week. And what I found is I was putting in about 10 to 15 hours a month. And this was above and beyond my job. Does that make sense? And what am I doing during that time? I'm taking the information just like you're learning here. And I have an idea of what I want to buy. And at the time, I wanted to buy 30 units. And why? My mentor did not teach syndication. He was like, take as much money as you have and buy as many units as you can, and don't do a syndication. Now, this was back in 2001. My view is different. My view is you'll be better served by being on a GP team and buying 60, 80 units, 100 units. Okay. But his mentorship was, how much money you got? I said 200,000. He goes, you could buy about 30 units with that. So that was my target. And so I wasn't looking at 100-unit deals, and I wasn't looking at 5-unit deals. I was looking at, say 20 to 35 units. And so I spent my time looking at deals, finding brokers in Houston, getting to know them. I found a couple of brokers that specialized in that 20 to 40 unit range, and I would get deals from them. And then when I would get the deals, I would analyze them using the same skills. Now we have better skills and better spreadsheets, because the property analyzer I created out of necessity, because the one I was using 20 years ago wasn't as robust. And so I would take time, I would get the deals, and I would analyze the deals. And then I would go to my mentor. Like those of you in a mentoring program could come to one of our coaches and we would help you with it. And then if the numbers worked, I would make the offer. And just like the Ferrari, I made 3 or 4 offers first and they didn't get accepted. I hesitated. It was the same thing. And my mentor would say, this deal wasn't going to last, Brad. Like, good deals don't last. And I didn't believe him, and I felt pressure, and I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, who else is going to have 200,000 to buy 30 units? Like, nobody has that kind of money. And that was me. That was my ego thinking. And I would kick the tires and then I would drive by it on Saturday, and I'd drive by it on Sunday, and I'd look at the numbers again. And then I'd drive by it Tuesday after work and look at the numbers again. And then I'd call the broker and say, okay, I want to go and tour it. And he's like, oh man, it's already under contract. It's already gone. I'm like, oh, fuck, seriously? So just like with the Ferrari, like what I learned is like people that know what they're looking for and they're trained and they're ready, when they find something that works, they pull the trigger on it. And the same thing with the Ferrari. I went through that process with apartments. I lost the first 3 or 4 deals that I looked at. And finally, my mentor got frustrated with me. And I don't know if he used this as psychology or not, but he's like, the next deal I was looking at, he said, Brad, if you don't buy this deal in 24 hours, I'm going to buy it. And then I'm going to, show you how much money I made on it in 12 months. And I was like, oh shit, now I'm going to really feel like an idiot. And so I made an offer on it and I got it. And so, but the moral of the story is, it's going to take some time, but it's not a full-time job. And so my belief is if you could carve out 10 to 15 hours a month, sometimes it's more. If the offer is accepted, now you're working with attorneys to get the contract signed and you're interviewing management companies, right? But that is a finite process. Like once your offer is accepted, you may have 60 days of due diligence and getting to the closing table. It might be a little more than 10 or 15 hours a month, but it's not going to be like that ongoing. Does that make sense? Is that helpful for everybody that's wondering? Yeah. And then the other question is how much money? And, I used an example yesterday of $50,000, and I showed you a spreadsheet. I showed you the example of a passive investor versus a GP, each putting 50,000 into a deal. So you don't have to put 50,000 into a deal as a GP. I've had students that have put 0 in. The challenge is if I'm going to raise money, and one of the common questions I get is, well, Brad, are you investing in this deal? And let's say I'm not, because I don't have money. You have to have a good answer for that. And you want to be all of a sudden like, let me dance on the eggshells here. Like, hey guys, like I got this amazing deal, man. I'm so excited about it. Like, and here's the projections, and we're all going to double our money. And man, the taxes, we're going to save money on taxes. And it's closing by the end of this year, and we're going to get depreciation. And man, this is one of the best deals I've seen in a long time. And oh, Brad, well, sounds great. How much money are you putting in? Well, I got to like transfer money from my checking to the savings. And did you ever see the Kevin Hart video? If you haven't, Google it. The Kevin Hart video on money. It's like, oh man, well, I don't know, man. Like I got to transfer my checking to the savings, and that takes a little while. And, but so you got to have a really good answer. Like, why aren't you putting money in it? And if it's because you don't have money, like, come up with an explanation for that. But I've had students that we've bought. One of them I bought with them. We did 90 some units in Jacksonville. They had no money, but they hustled. They found a deal. They made the offer on the deal. They did the work, and then they brought me and Mike Hartigan, one of my coaches, and we got the loan, and we helped raise the money, and we helped them like oversee the deal. And then they went off and did a few more deals on their own because they made money on that deal. Okay. So that's the question there. Where to invest? I'll cover that again a little bit today. I didn't talk too much about it, but I talked about landlord and business friendly environments. I talked about environments that have net job growth, net population growth, affordability gap, higher than the average. And if you do that, there's no guarantee that you're going to succeed, but you're stacking the cards in your favor. You have the wind against your back instead of the wind against your face. And there was a few people asked me about like investing in New York, for example. Well, it's like, I don't know. I've never invested in New York. We don't have rent control where I invest. We don't have, it's easier to evict people for non-payment of rent. And so if you think about the United States as a rectangle, just look at that screen and think of the continental United States as a rectangle and draw a smile through that rectangle. What it's commonly referred to as the smile states. And that would be like going from, maybe the Rocky Mountains down into Arizona, across Texas, up into the Carolinas and Nashville. And then think of a tongue sticking out on one side of the smile going down into Central Florida. And so that's what I think. Like that's the simple way to say, hey, what are the markets that the Sumrok community has traction in, and why do we invest in these markets? And so just think of a smile with a tongue going into Florida. So, and you don't have to live in these areas. That's another question. Well, do I have to move? Do I have to live where I invest? And the answer is no. Like Nancy wasn't here yesterday, but she lives in the state of California, but I'll let her answer at some point today. Like she doesn't invest there. She invests in Dallas. She invests in Arkansas. She invests in Atlanta. She invests in Phoenix. She doesn't invest in California, but now she makes enough money to live in California comfortably and to pay those California taxes. Okay. But she doesn't invest there. Okay. So you don't have to move, but she's not the sole GP. She has a GP team where, one of the people are boots on the ground, and it's not her because she doesn't live there. Does that make sense? So you don't have to live where you invest. I had some questions around like, well, who's my coach? And how does the coaching work? So Nick, if you want to stand up, when people come in the program, everybody's initial coach will be Nick. And the reason is we want to make sure everybody in the beginning is getting like the same information and making sure like everybody is at the same common denominator. And so we didn't do that all the time. Like in the beginning, it's like I have 11 coaches, but then we found that we didn't have like standardization in the beginning on bringing people on. And so what we'll do is your first few coaching sessions will be with Nick. And then what we do is we have 10 other coaches, and we try to assess like based on where you're at and how, what your needs are. Some people need more help in one area than others. Like some people are more analytical. Some people are, better at raising money and less analytical. So what we try to do is then pair you up with a coach that we feel like is going to be a better fit for you. And Nick, you have students that you continue to coach too, right?
Correct. You may stay with me, or if you've met another coach and you feel like you have a good connection there, you can request one of the other coaches, or, I may ask, getting to know you. Some say, hey, I think you'll really connect with Coach X or Coach Y, one of the other coaches. And if there's not one, then we just go who's next on the list. But you also have access to all the coaches at any time.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. What we found, and we've been doing this for over a decade, is it's useful for you to have like a coach that like knows you, that it's kind of like, I have a dentist that does my Invisalign, and I fly to see her in Florida because, I have a house there, and, I could go to a dentist here, but it's like, I'd rather go to the dentist that has been working with me. Right. But if something happens to her, or if she's not around, there's another dentist in her office that I could see. And so what will happen usually over time is you'll connect with a coach that you really get to know, and vice versa. But if that coach isn't available, like Nick said, like in the moment, because they have a life and they're all 1099s, none of them work full time for me. And that's by design, because if all they did was coach you, how good is a coach that's not out there doing the thing that they're coaching on? And so all my coaches are doing deals, and they're all in the business, and they're all trying to scale and grow and build companies. And that's what makes them effective coaching you. Okay. Is because they're in the trenches doing it themselves, as I am too. So that's how the coaching works. We got a question about the training days. There's 6 days a year where we'll gather. A lot of times we do it in this hotel, actually. And usually we'll do 3 in-person training days and 3 like full day Zoom training days. And so these happen typically every other month. And we'll cover topics from, what's going on in the debt markets to like during the pandemic, like, are people paying rent, and what do we do in distressed times, to like, how do we, we'll do Q&A. We'll feature deals that are for sale. We'll feature students that refinanced or purchased or sold deals, and show you how they did it. We'll show you befores and afters of like, here's a student that bought a deal, and now here's where they are a year later, and here's the renovations they did. So none of these things that you have to learn here, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. By being in the program and by watching and learning from other people, you'll like, the blueprint will be laid out in front of you. And so we do those 6 times a year. And then also 6 times a year, we do just evening Zoom meetings. Okay. And then the other thing I didn't even mention yesterday is I think it's 3 Thursdays a month. Nick, is Coach's Corner every Thursday or 3 a month? Okay. It's the first and third Thursday of every month, 2 a month. One of my coaches leads a session, and it's like 6 p.m. Central, or is it 7 p.m. Central? It's either 7 p.m. Central, first and third Thursday of every month. And my coaches rotate. And it's just kind of like office hours. It's like, okay, we have a coach here. He's going to be on for an hour. Usually we have a topic that we want to bring up that might be, current, like here's what's happening right now. And the coach will kind of go through it. But then it's open to all the mentoring students to just come on and listen, ask questions, connect, network, and all that type of stuff. So there's the unlimited coaching. There's the twice a month coaching hours. There's, the personal coach that you'll have. There's the 6 training days. And then again, there's lots and lots of training and resources online. Okay. And everybody that comes in the mentoring program, when we start working with Nick, you also, the first 8 weeks, will put you through what we call the AIM Accelerator program. And it's 8 weeks where we take you through like a curriculum. And that's just to get you like the first 8 weeks to really get you going and build momentum. And so that's essentially how it works. I got questions about raising money, and I'm going to cover some of that today. So I'll cover, raising money and getting debt today. And people asked if we had payment plans. So we have a 6-month payment plan where we take the investment and divide it over 6 months. But because we're financing it, I think it's like 10% more like over 6 months if you do it that way than if you just pay in full. And we had somebody ask about like, could I get back to you next week? Because I want to talk to my business partner. And my ask, the answer is of course, because this is not like a rush to the back of the room type of thing. But our ask is that you place a deposit down, which would be like the first month's payment. And if it doesn't work out, we'll refund it to you. And the reason is we're at lunchtime today, the people coming into the program, we're going to go in another room and have you fill out like an intake form so we could better serve you. And then we're actually going to be booking your initial appointments with Nick and getting you into our system. So I think I covered most of those questions that we got. And I don't know if there's anyone else that would want to ask a question in front of the group right now, or you could also ask like on your, like privately. Is there anyone who wants to ask about is there anything I didn't cover? Yes, sir.
I know we'd be working with Nick or some other coach. How often do you interact with the students after they're brought in?
Yeah. So what I do is I lead all the 6 group training days, like how I'm doing today. So those 6 days a year, whether we do them on Zoom or whether we do them in person, I'm leading those. What I do one-on-one is I serve as like your backup coach. So I do coaching, but I have not for a couple of years now been like anybody's primary coach. And that just helps us help more people because, if I were, everybody would say, well, I want Brad as the coach. And then how would I do that? And I want to completely pull back the curtain. About a year and a half ago or 2 years, I created a program where if you want me as your coach, it's 100,000. And I did it for a year and I'm not going to do it again. I'm just saying I did it for a year and I'm just not going to do it again. Why? Because what I found is that, there's a lot of reasons. The scheduling became difficult, not just for me, but for them. Like, the people that are going to invest that much money are also really busy, highly motivated, highly successful people. And they'd say, like, and I still do it for some people that I'm finishing that commitment. And they'll send me and say, Brad, I could meet, in November, I can meet November 15th at 8:00 or November 29th at 3:00. And I'm like, well, neither of those dates work for me. And they're like, well, I'm a doctor. Like, those are the only days I have off. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, well, how are we going to do this? So like that was one challenge. And then the other is what I found truthfully is like, I think that some of the things they were asking me, I'm like, you don't need me for this. Like Nick could answer this question, or truthfully, like Lisa, my customer service rep, could be answering this question. And you're spending this time and money because you want me to tell you how to log into the website and download the property analyzer. And half the time I was spending, I'm thinking like, I almost felt guilty. Like, why are you asking me this question? Like I have a VA in the Philippines that could help you with this kind of thing. And so, I may do it again at some point, but I would approach it a little differently, so that's why I don't do it. So, yeah, and being completely vulnerable. When you come into the mentoring program, there's 11 coaches. And if the one that you have isn't the right fit for you, we'll match you up with somebody else. And some of the people that were paying me, I was like, some of the people that I was coaching, I loved it. And some of the people I was coaching, I would be like, oh, I was dreading it. I'm being honest. I was dreading getting on the phone. And, sometimes it's like, it wasn't like that personal fit and expectation, like the energy wasn't there. Does that make sense? And so I was like, man, you'd just be better served. There was 2 of them. I just said, look, man, you'd be better served with like Tom or Nick or Tawheed. And I, after 2 calls, I was like, look, why don't you, just go to the regular mentoring program And instead of paying 100,000, you could do it for 35 and just work with my team. So, and then, but how I do interact is me and my team of coaches, we have regular meetings several times a month. And so any issues that come up where they'll talk, you know, and they'll share with me like, hey, here's a student that's got an issue or anything that's time sensitive, then I'll reach out or I'll have them reach out and say, you know, I'll be like, hey, Nick, let Dennis know to schedule an appointment with me. So like, I'm kind of like everybody's backup coach too. Does that make sense? So I will work with people on an as needed basis. But right now I'm not taking on like being the primary coach for anybody. Does that make sense? And that way I could, you know, like if Nick's coaching somebody and there's an issue that Nick feels like he needs to bring me in on, then I come in and do it. And that way we found like it's scalable. Was there any other questions that anyone wanted to ask? Yes.
Good morning. The accelerator training, is that a group or an individual thing, and when does it start?
Yeah, so the accelerator is everyone that comes into mentoring the first 8 weeks, it's group, and there's going to be one training a week that we put you through, and then one group coaching call a week. And so it's designed for people to like just rapidly get up to speed. Yeah, I think it's going to start December 7th. Yeah, so we're going to start it after Thanksgiving. And then it's 8 weeks and everything's recorded. So if you can't come on the live ones, it'll be recorded. And so there'll be like a 60-minute video training session that you'll watch on your own. And then there'll be a group coaching call to answer any questions about it. Does that make sense? Yeah. And we found that's like a really good, like to have that schedule the first 8 weeks really gets people like in the groove and gets people momentum. Yes.
So you mentioned you have 11, there are 11 coaches. What does it work out to in terms of number of people assigned to each coach? And I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's a good question. And that was actually one of the other ones I had here that I forgot, because somebody came up to me and said, Brad, wait, I heard you say you have like 1,200 students and you have 11 coaches. So how does that work? Well, let me tell you how it really works. It's true that we have 1,200 students. In fact, I looked in my Facebook group right now and we have like 1,226 students or 1,284 students. And the reality is there's a learning curve. Everyone's familiar with a learning curve. Like Nick is one of my students. He's been here since 16. So I know he coaches with me and for me, but Nick, how many hours of coaching do you need? Yeah, so he's been around since 2016. He needs about 2 to 4 hours a year of coaching, which means like he's doing a deal. We're going to have another coach review his numbers. It takes 5-10 minutes because he's up here on the learning curve. Like Nancy, how long have you been in our program? 5 years. So in the beginning, how much coaching did you need?
A lot. Like I would just be on call with the coaches, but as I progress, less and less coaching.
So how much coaching do you feel like you need now?
Like 3-4 hours a year.
Yeah. So like I needed you guys to hear that, because if you just think about, well, he's got 1,200 students and 11 coaches, how does each coach handle 100 students? But the reality is we've been around for coming up on 11 years. And so people come into the community and that first 6 months, that first year is when the bulk of the need for your coaching happens. And as you learn more skills and get more confidence and competencies, you'll use coaching, but like it might be, hey, coach, I'm going to email you my underwriting and take a look at it and let me know what you think. And they may come back and say it's fine, or change this number or change that number. But in the beginning, it might be like 3 hours trying to figure out how to use the property analyzer and do your analysis. So we did our last event where we brought in a batch of new students. We did one in March and one in August. And now we're in November. And so a lot of those new people that came in March and August, they're already, progressing into that learning phase of like, they're already needing less and less time. And so we structure these events by design, like every, just say every 4 months or whatever, we'll be ready to take on, a new group of people. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Rita.
For those, that's loud. For those 6 training, are they in person somewhere, or they're also Zoom?
Yes. So we do, before the pandemic, all 6 of them were here in Dallas in person. And honestly, that created a whole bunch of questions, because then it's like, well, I don't live here. I can't come to all of them. How am I going to make it? And then people had FOMO. And I'm just, I didn't realize that was how people were experiencing. I'm thinking this is great because we're doing 6 live events a year. And then during the pandemic, we went 100% to 6 Zoom meetings a year because we couldn't meet and we couldn't gather. But then we found that there's a happy middle ground. So what we do now is 3 of the 6 will be Zoom, and we'll all get on a Zoom with a couple hundred of us at one time. And we'll have a curriculum that we go through. And then the other 3 times a year, we'll meet in Dallas. And why in Dallas is that this is where our company is headquartered. It's not because, like, actually only 30% of our students live in Dallas. Like, how many people, if you're from Dallas, Fort Worth, in this room, raise your hand. Okay, well, this is more than, but still raise your hand. Keep your hand up. It's about 40%. And if you look at all of our students in our mentoring program, it's 30% Dallas, 70% outside of Dallas. So if you're not in Dallas, you're actually in the majority. But I would also say, we have critical mass here. If 30% are in Dallas and 70% are in everywhere else, we don't have any other city where 30% are in one location. Does that make sense? But that's how we do it, is 3 and 3.
I'm moving. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But
People have actually done that.
there are direct flights.
It's very
so
humbling.
This is pretty
Like,
easy.
people have actually came into this program and said, I'm moving to Dallas. And I'm like,
I'll
I
be
didn't
here
tell you to
often.
do that. I'm not asking you to do that. You don't have to do that. But
I have family in Houston. I'll just stay with them.
yeah,
The second part of this question is, so let's say on one of these events, the live events, you cannot make it. Is that recorded so then you can catch up?
absolutely.
Okay.
Every single one over the last 10 years is in our student website. And I could assure you that nobody has gone in and watched all of them, but Rita, maybe you'll be the first one that will go in and watch every single recording in our library. But there's like probably thousands of hours of content in there. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll talk about that more. We have a lot to cover, but could I just see, I would just like to see how many people are ready to do the mentoring, and we'll do that later today. But is anyone going to come into the mentoring program? Okay, great. So we'll have a time for that later today. And what we'll do is we'll cover more material. And then at lunchtime, those of you that are going to do mentoring, we'll bring you into another room with Nick, and we'll get an intake form filled out, and we'll get your initial appointments booked. Sound good? Okay. So pull up the slide here. I want to cover something that is a little out of the framework, but it is, but it isn't. And we're exactly where we need to be. So everything I promised we're going to cover, we are going to cover. But this is something that another questions that I get asked a lot is, Brad, what does it take to really succeed in this business? And the things I'm going to talk about are what I believe it really takes to succeed in this business. But if you notice, none of these things are specific to real estate. So how many people heard the phrase, like, how you do one thing is how you do everything? I don't necessarily believe in that all the time, because, like, if I'm committed, I'm going to show up so much differently than if I'm not committed. So like the things I'm committed to, how I do one thing I'm committed to is how I do everything I'm committed to. But if I'm not committed, how I do something that I'm committed to and how I don't do something I'm not committed to isn't the same. So like I hear how I do one thing is how I do everything. And I'm like, well, I'm committed to do an apartment investing and this is how I show up for that. But I'm not committed to doing, you know, I'm not committed to watching the Steeler game every Sunday. So like, I'm not going to, put time and energy into that. I used to, by the way. I came from Pittsburgh, and when I moved to Houston, I was committed every Sunday to find a sports bar that was broadcasting the Steeler game. And then I realized I'm spending all this time rooting for other people's lives, bitching about my own. Seriously. And then I'm like, okay, I got to make a shift here. I'm committed to my life and not the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay. So one of them is focus. Okay. And focus has an acronym that I didn't create this, but I love it. And the acronym for focus is follow one course until success. And the reason this is important is, has anyone ever heard the term 10,000 hours is what makes you an expert? Okay. 10,000 hours, if you think about it, is if you work full time, it's 2,000 hours. Imagine 50 hours, 50 weeks for 40 hours a week is 2,000 hours. So if you have a full-time job or a full-time commitment for 5 years, you're pretty far up the learning curve. Okay. So anybody that you look at that you probably admire that's been successful in anything, an athlete, a business owner, a parent, whatever it is, they probably have that 10,000 hours. Okay. And so apartment investing, and I already shared this with you, it's been an area of focus for me. Like the only difference between me and some of you is that I made a decision 22 years ago to be an apartment investor, and I never changed my mind. And I'm going to continue to be an apartment investor, and probably long after I'm doing events and education, this is what I love to do. But at some point, it takes a lot of time and energy, but I could still be an apartment investor, in my 80s. I might not be doing events in my 80s, but I could still be doing deals in my 80s, and raising money in my 80s and saving taxes in my 80s. Why not? Right. So, and going to the next one is that I have not been easily distracted by shiny objects. In 22 years, I have invested less than $1 million outside of apartments, substantially less than $1 million. I put 25,000 into a cauliflower food company that my friend owns, and that company just went bankrupt. I put 25,000 into a beverage company. I put 250,000 into a venture capital company that invested in 17 startups, and 2 of them went public, but the other 15 are out of business. And the 2 that went public, my stock is probably worth $10,000 right now, but maybe it'll 100x, and that's what you do in venture capital, right? But it's high risk, high reward, meaning you're probably going to lose your money, but it might 100x. And with apartments, you're probably not going to lose your money, although you might, but you're probably not going to 100x. Okay. So it's more stable. And so what I found is becoming that expert in something, staying on the course. And by the way, this is something Tony Robbins teaches that I want to share with you. Tony has interviewed 50 billionaires, and then he wrote a book called Mastering the Money Game. And the theme that he found out is for people that have wealth way above and beyond the average person is, number one, they made their riches in the niches. Okay. They made riches in a niche. Okay. They didn't come out and say, hey, I'm going to invest in 20 different asset classes and put 50,000 into 20 different things that I don't really understand. I'll put a little in apartments, a little in storage, a little bit in motels, a little bit in office. No, they found the niche and got really good at it, and they made their money in their niches. Okay. So that's one thing that he learned from these billionaires. And the other is they take risk. They all take risk, but the risk is asymmetrical to the rewards. I'll say that again, asymmetrical to the rewards. And so within the apartment arena, within the syndication model, the way that I found to take risk that is asymmetrical to the rewards is being on a GP team. And I showed you that. Like I showed you that chart that says, look, if you put 50,000 in as a passive, over 5 years, maybe you'll make 90,000. But if you put 50,000 in as a GP, you could make 910,000. Remember I showed you that chart? And so by being on the GP team and doing some of the work, whether it's finding the deals, analyzing the deals, overseeing the deals, raising the money, securing the debt, by adding value to a GP team, you're getting a reward that's asymmetrical, positively asymmetrical to the risk that you're taking on. Does that make sense? Like, and here's an example. So Nick found this deal in Abilene, and he asked me to come in as a GP. Now, if I came in as an LP and just say I put 100,000 in the deal over 5 years, that's projected to be a 90% total return. So that 100,000 would be worth about 190 over 5 years. But I'm coming in as a GP and I'm going to be active. I'm going to have an active role. And there's other GPs. So we're doing the 80-20 split, but I don't get 100% of the 20%. I'm getting, maybe 20 or 30% of the 20%. Does that make sense? But if I just take that amount, what is that piece worth? What is the piece of the GP worth that I'm getting? Instead of my 100,000 being worth 200,000, my 100,000 is going to be worth 600,000 because I have an active role. Does that make sense? And so the risk is that I lose my 100,000. Okay, there is a risk in any deal. But as a passive, my risk is the downside is I lose my 100,000 if something goes wrong. The upside is I double my money. But as a GP, the risk is I lose my 100,000, but the upside is I 6x my money. Does that make sense? And so by doing this consistently over time, this is my model. This is how over a decade, my net worth has gone to over $50 million, is because I take on risk, and the risk in any deal is that you have, there is a chance that if things don't go well, you could lose your money. And I shared with you that happened to me one time out of 57 deals. Remember when I told you how it's like, you invest with me, I'll invest with you. But the upside for me is never 1-to-1. Every time I do a deal, I try to stack the odds in my favor. And the way you do that is by, Tony Robbins says it best, how do you make more money? Is you add more value. And so by adding value to a GP team and being part of a GP team, and some of you that are new that want to be GPs, and you might think, well, Brad, Nick asked you to come on. That's because you could help with your net worth and your equity raising, but I'm new. Like, why would Nick ever ask me to come into his deal? Well, that's why I'm teaching you how to find the frickin' deals. Because the best way that I could guarantee you that you will be a GP in the deal is if you take the skills you learned today, and then especially for those of you that come into the mentoring program where now you're going faster and taking decades into days and working with my team, you take the skill set, you get the coaching, and you find your own frickin' deals and analyze them. And now you're the captain of the ship. And now you could call Nick and say, hey, I found a deal, but I need help raising the money. I need help securing the debt. I need help with this, this, this. And now you could pull people match into your deal. Does that make sense? So how many people are up for that? Say yes, because that's your opportunity in the room. Okay. So the next one is, I'm just going to get through these here. Commitment. There's a huge difference between being interested in something and being committed. Okay. Commitment is what happens after the feeling goes away. Commitment is when it gets hard. Commitment is when you look at that first Ferrari and then it's gone in 24 hours. Or you look at that first deal and you hesitate and you're stuck and you kick the tires and then you call the broker 2 weeks later and it's gone. Commitment is when you make offers and they don't get accepted and you're 3 months in and maybe you're getting frustrated because you expect instantaneous results. That's the difference between committed and, having a wish or having a desire. And the committed people always win. And the only way you don't win in this business is if you give up. And I've had students, and this is also why, by the way, for the mentoring program, why we're doing that second year free. Because I've had students that after 12 months didn't get into a deal, but they did on month 14, they did on month 16, they did on month 18. And if they would have given up, they wouldn't be where they're at today. And honestly, I realize this. If their membership expired after 12 months, they may have said, hey, it's not working for me, Brad. I'm not going to renew. So that's why we give that second year free, because we want to make sure, and when you get into a deal, we want to make sure we have time to support you in it. Now, a lot of our students have been with us for a decade. They never leave. But commitment is important, very important. The other one is this concept of going all in versus dipping your feet in. And so again, this is about like being decisive. You don't get into a deal as a GP by saying, hey, I'm going to dip my feet in. If you want to dip your feet in, start as a passive investor and put your money in with somebody else. Seriously, like how many of you would want to invest with somebody else if you didn't feel like they were all in? Like, would you invest with Nick if he was like, yeah, I'm kind of dipping my feet into this Abilene deal here a little bit, and I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on it. And like, how many of you would want to invest with a GP like that? No. And so when you go all in, you get all in results. If you want to dip your toe in the water, you're going to get dipping your toe in the water results. It's true. Okay. And the best analogy that I could come up with here is I did an event with Jesse Itzler with my mastermind group. And we all decided that we were going to do cold plunging. Well, let me just say, Jesse decided that we were all going to do cold plunging. So I had never cold plunged before. I didn't grow up with a lot of money. I would shower in the basement. It would take a long time for the water to get warm. And sometimes I was in a hurry. So I had enough cold showers in my lifetime, believe me. So we're in Georgia, sleeping in tents, and Jesse's team brings 100 of us, and they have 8 cold plunges. And so we're going in 8 at a time. And I'm not in the first 8 or the second 8. And they tell us, you're going to have the opportunity to cold plunge for up to 2 minutes. And I hear up to 2 minutes. So I set my target as I'm going to be in that ice bath for 30 seconds. He said up to 2 minutes, not 2 minutes. Okay. So the first 8 people go in. And of course, before we do the cold plunging, they teach us the benefits of cold plunging, and they teach us what's going to happen to our minds, that our minds are going to tell us to get out of this water. Why are we doing this? We're going to die. But if you could regulate your breathing and get yourself under control, the first 15 seconds is going to be the hardest time. And so they teach you this. Okay. So I'm thinking 30 seconds. The first 8 people go in, and here's what they tell you: do not dip your foot in the water. Like, you gotta step into the water and then slide in immediately up to your neck, like without even thinking about it. So I see the first 8 people go in, and they have a coach, and she's like, ready, set, go. And people step in, and within 2 seconds, they're up to their neck in an ice bath. And I'm watching, and I'm waiting for people to jump out. And these are my students, and nobody's jumping out. 30 seconds go by. Nobody's jumping out. A minute goes by, nobody's jumping out. I'm thinking, holy shit, my goal was 30 seconds. I got to level up my goals. How is it going to look if the leader of this group jumps out in 30 seconds? Every person in the first 8 made it 2 minutes. Now, what do you think my goal is? 2 minutes. You see how group accountability had it mattered to me? Seriously, because if I were alone, I would have set my goal at 30 seconds and I would have got in, and after 30 seconds, I would have got out and thought I did a great job. But after watching people just like me that are no different than me, that have never done this before, do it for 2 minutes, I was like, I have to do 2 minutes. The next 8 go in. Same thing, 30 seconds, nobody jumps out. All of a sudden, 47 seconds in, a guy jumps out and goes, I can't handle it anymore. I'm like, I ain't going to be that fucking guy. That was terrible. I'm the leader of this group. Imagine me jumping out saying, oh, I can't do it anymore. Well, Nancy Kitty is just sitting in there going, oh, you know. I'm like, oh my God, now there's even more pressure. So the next 8 come up and it's my turn. And I'm standing by that thing and they give you about a minute and I'm breathing as if I'm in there, visualizing. My heart is racing so fast. I was so scared. And then they say 1, 2, 3, and I step in and I'm up to my neck. And within 2 seconds, I'm telling myself, what the fuck am I doing in here? I don't care what people think. I would rather live than die. I am hyperventilating. Like they train you in class how your body's going to react. But has anyone ever just gotten to a point where your mind is just taken over? My mind is just taken over and my brain is just telling me, get out, get out, get out, get out. And I'm breathing like, like seriously. And then I start getting embarrassed because I know what's happening. And I'm like, oh my God, like I'm literally not going to make it. But then the coach comes over to me individually and she gets on her knees and she's over the ice bath and she starts whispering in my ear, Brad, remember why you're doing this. You know, what is this going to mean to you when you achieve this? Like she's just coaching me through it. And then she's like, remember to put your hands on your legs and you establish a circuit. Slow down your breathing. Breathe in for 4 seconds. Breathe out for 4 seconds. Breathe in for 4 seconds. Breathe out for 4 seconds. Within 18 seconds, I got my breath regulated. By 30 seconds in, I was comfortable. I was at peace. My eyes were closed. And the last 90 seconds were so much easier than the first 30. And then when they said 2 minutes is up, you can get out, I said, no, I think I'll stay in for another 30 seconds. But that all happened because I went in with both feet. I had group accountability. I saw evidence of success. I saw people just like me that had done it. But then when shit hit the fan, I had a coach come over and help me through the process. Even though I learned in class what to do, and what does this have to do with apartments? You're learning in class what to do. But then you're going to get a real deal and the broker's going to be hounding your ass and saying you need 24 hours to make the offer, and you're going to feel pressure. And we're going to have 11 coaches that are going to be able to whisper in your ear and tell you what to do. And honestly, like this was this amazing analogy because I'm going through it myself thinking I'm going to die. But I didn't die. And I did it for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And I just was with Jesse again in Arizona. And now I could just go in without, on my own, without a coach and without hyperventilating. So powerful. We already covered this one. Repetition leads to mastery. The first time you do this, how many people noticed yesterday when we did the quick analysis, the last one was easier than the first one? How many people experienced that it was easier on the last quick analysis than the first one? That's just an example. So the more you do things, the better you get. But just like I talked about with the sunrise and the sunset, You have to do it correctly. You can't just take massive action if you're going the wrong massive action. So you need to take massive action, but it needs to be in the right direction. Okay. The next one is proximity. This is a big thing that Tony Robbins talks about. When you're around the right people, when you're in the right rooms, that one meeting, that one conversation, that one connection in itself, like I shared with you how I invested $100,000 to meet Grant. And in my brain is like, I didn't learn shit. In fact, I taught him things. My ego was saying he should be paying me. But the reality is he's doing bigger things than me. And after that first meeting, it changed my beliefs about myself. And I went out and did a $200 million deal with Charlie Young as a GP. I have 25% of a GP in a $200 million deal. So when you're in the right rooms with the right people, when you're playing with people that are doing things at or above your level, there's no option for you to stay small. The only option is, if you're committed, the only option is you're going to grow and level yourself up. Okay. So this is why I invest. Like, I'm in a mastermind with Tony Robbins, $150,000, 5 years in a row. And I believe this: who you spend time with is who you become. So if you want to be a GP, you need to put yourself in a room with other GPs. You do, like putting yourself, and this is not just about my program, by the way, but it's about anything. Like, if you want to be a GP, you need to be in a community with other GPs. Okay. There's a couple more here. This used to be me. I achieved a certain level of success in my life up until about 2014, 2015. And then I realized I plateaued and I was stuck. And it wasn't until 2018, for 3 years, between 2014 and 2015, I stopped getting results. And I shared with you yesterday, I was trying to do all these deals myself, like be the sole GP, take all the fees for myself, grow this company. And the company wasn't growing and my deal flow wasn't growing. I was doing 1 or 2 deals a year as a GP. That's all I can handle. And I was trying to grow this business, and it was just me and my wife and like Crystal Lee. We had no employees, and I was trying to do everything myself. I would literally come in early and set up the screens myself. I had my own sound mixer, 4-channel mixer. We were like, no, I'm not spending money on AV. I'm just going to bring in, like, literally, I was my own DJ. I set up the screens. My wife got injured one time setting up the screen. She broke her toe and ripped her toe open because the bottom of these screens are sharp metal frames. Like, it was a disaster. And I couldn't grow and I couldn't scale. And then I started investing in myself again. I started getting mentors again, and I started going to masterminds. And I started realizing that when I work together with teams, that I'm going to have more success. And now, we have a dedicated team. I have teams of people that I work with apartments. And I like to spend, like, people ask me, what do I like to do in my free time? Like, I just spent 48 hours with Jesse Itzler, and 15 other crazy people talking about life and experiences, and Jesse's a billionaire, and that program cost me $68,000. And I spent 3 days with Tony Robbins before that in a program that cost me $150,000. And so what do I get from that? I get to be around people that have done and are doing bigger things than I'm doing, so that when I leave, that I now have a vision, and insights on how I could do bigger things. And so I used to, it felt good to be like the biggest fish in the pond. And even like in my community, oftentimes I feel like I'm the biggest fish in the pond because it's my community. But now what I learned is, like, I could learn from Tony Robbins and Jesse Itzler and Grant Cardone, and I could bring those things back to my community. And so by me investing in myself, it not only benefits me, but it benefits the people that are in my community, because now I could bring those things into, what I built. So it's just, it's more of an abundance mentality. And then the last one I want to talk about is getting out of your comfort zone. Okay. How many things have ever heard something? How many of you have ever heard something along the lines of like, nothing great ever happens when you're comfortable? Has anyone ever heard that before? Think of something that you've accomplished. I asked you to do this before. What's something you've accomplished that maybe in the past you would have thought would have been like highly unlikely? Like I know one for me. In 2015, we made an offer on a beach house. And it was a lot of money. It was more than I wanted to spend. And the offer got accepted, and I was scared. And then when we bought it, we thought we were going to put like 300,000 of renovations into it. And then at 2015, this was when our business started growing. I started doing more deals. Things started growing exponentially, not incrementally. And we ended up tearing down most of that house and basically building a brand new house. What we spent on it after we bought the house was double of what we paid for the house in the beginning. And in hindsight, has anyone ever done something before where you didn't think you could afford it, but then 5 years later, you realized you probably could have afforded something more? Has anyone ever done that? Yeah. And so what that shows you is that like, there's thinking too small, and, one of the great things about Jen, about my wife, is that she's always been a bigger thinker than me. And she was like, oh no, like we're not getting that small little house. Like we're getting this bigger house. And I'd be always like, oh, I'll be always the one like, oh, how could we afford it? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm the one that's going to have to do all the work. I'm the one that's going to have to figure this out. But, when you step into it, looking back 5 years later, I'm like, man, I actually said, man, we could have had a house like 4 times as big as this one. Right. And so sometimes you just got to get out of your own way. And so there's ways to do that. Like there are ways to do this every day. And so one of the things I do, I already shared with you, is like, I hate heights. So every time I buy an apartment deal, I follow the inspectors around and I go up the ladder. I hate it. And I actually transition off the ladder onto the roof. And it's scary every time. Every time. It never gets easier. And it's scary. But I tell you what gets easier is it gets easier for me. I'm getting comfortable being uncomfortable. I'll say that again. It's never easy for me to transition or actually coming back down. You're on the roof and the ladder's this way, and you actually have to go like this somehow and start going down. It's never easy, but I'm comfortable doing it because I've done it so many times. And then I started like going on hikes, and I love climbing rocks and stuff. And it's easier going up than it is going down, right? And then I went on this trip to Norway, and it was a 6-hour hike in the fjords. And the climax of the hike is you get to a boulder that's wedged in between the crevice like this. And then the guide asks, how many of you want to go out and stand on that boulder? And now you're about 1,500 meters, so that's 4,500 feet with no net, nothing under it. They probably would never allow this in the US. They would have fences and stuff and disclaimers and waivers. That's all American legal bullshit, right? Any other country, even developed countries like Norway, you could just walk out and stand on that thing. And the thing is, there were 6 of us on the hike with a guide. And all 6 people intended to go out on that rock. And all 6 people were younger than me. And by the time we got there, only 2 of the 6 went out on the rock. It was me and Jen. The other 4 that were younger than me, they didn't go. Their intention was to go. Like they paid to go. And they got there, and you know what they said? And I was listening to what they told themselves. They said, I know my limitations. I asked the girl, she was like 28, in great shape, athletic. I said, are you going? She's like, no, I know my limitations. And I'm thinking, you have no limitations. physically, but your mind is handicapped. Your mind is handicapped. Like think about this. And nobody has ever fallen to their death off of this rock yet. That's what the guides say. Nobody has ever fallen off of it yet and died. And that's me standing on that motherfucking boulder, and my heart was pounding. But I went out there, and the hardest part's actually getting on and getting off. Once you're on it, it's easy. But the transition on and off is a little sketchy. Yeah, how many people would do something like that? Yeah. But I can tell you, is the video on here, Jay? I want to show you the ultimate way for me to get out of my comfort zone.
What's up, guys?
Get ready to
How's it going today?
Well, we're going to go skydive with these fine gentlemen.
In the Grand Canyon,
Fine
of
indeed.
course, the best place ever to skydive.
Hold on, not the first time, right?
Not the first time for me.
Second
First
time?
time for us together.
First time together. That's
Second
awesome.
time.
And I just want everyone to know I'm nervous, but I'm doing it. When you can't, you must. And when you must, you can.
Yeah, Brad.
And why live an ordinary life when you can live an extraordinary life?
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, let's do it,
That's
Joe.
fun, okay? Have some fun, dude. Yeah,
Let's
bud.
do it. I was scared shitless. They put us in an airplane and there's no door. Look at that. That door does not close. You're in this little airplane and you're going up to 12,000 feet and the door is open the whole time. And I just put myself into a frenzy the whole time, because if I thought about it, I would have changed my mind. Now we're ready to go, and the instructor puts me out the window and tells me to look up. I'm praying right now. I'm telling you, I found God. I know. That's what happens when they open the chute. Okay, now the crazy guy starts putting us in a corkscrew. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking we're done now. And now we start spinning. Like, would you stop this?
Yo, welcome back to Earth, dude.
Oh, man, it was awesome.
First jump, man.
First jump.
Boy.
Incredible. So good. Incredible.
Told you it's gonna be awesome, dude. So, what was your favorite part?
Oh, my God. The free fall.
Yeah.
And the spins.
Nothing like that, huh?
Spins and the free fall. Yeah, spins and the free fall.
So, Brad, real question is, man, you gonna do this again?
I would definitely do it again.
That's what's up, man. You gotta jump it down some more. Brad, you're a rock star. Thanks for jumping today. Skydive Grand Canyon. See you next time.
You must, you can.
Woo! Yeah, man.
Aha. Okay, so I've never done it again. But I did it. And, you know, to me, it's about like this mental grit, this mental muscle. You know, and you look at that and say, well, what does that have to do with anything we're talking about today? And I think it just has to do with like, sometimes things get scary. You know, and I could talk to you about doing deals now. I've done 57 deals. And every deal I've had fear. It doesn't go away. I've had fear. Is this the deal that I'm going to lose my investors' money? Is this the deal that something's going to go wrong? Is this the deal that's going to get me, you know, a bad reputation? Every time I do an event, I wonder, how am I going to show up? Yesterday morning, I was thinking we have 53 people. What if only 20 show up? Every time I have fear. But let me just tell you, courage is not having fear. Courage is taking action, even in spite of your fear. And the way you do it, the way I do it, is I surround myself with people. You know, that's why I invest in myself. Like the skydiving, if any of you today just said, hey, Brad, like we're off tomorrow, like let's go skydiving, I'll be like, no fucking way. Like, are you out of your mind? There's no perfectly good reason to jump out of an airplane. But when they arranged it for us and the mastermind that I was in, and all 26 of us went, except for one guy that had literally like his knee was in a cast. So he was the only one that didn't go. I had to go. Like, what am I going to do? Make up an excuse of like, well, you know, I have a bad back. I'm not going to go. Or I'm afraid and everybody else is afraid and they're doing it. Or like the ice bath. What am I going to do? Like literally go for 30 seconds when everybody else was going for 2 minutes. And so there's something happens when you put yourself with a group of people that hold you accountable. And that's where I'm going with this. And so no matter what you guys do, you know, and now we're going to get into the framework and funding deals, but no matter what you guys do after this weekend, whether you do it with us or do it on your own or you do it with somebody else, you got to get out of your comfort zone. And it's going to really behoove you to be part of a community, to be around other people that are doing it so that they lift you up, they challenge you, they hold you accountable, because it's so easy it's so easy to not do it when you're on your own. Like I shared with you yesterday, I'm doing like the 7-day keto intermittent fasting program, and we're all in a WhatsApp group. There's 57 of us, and we're all in a WhatsApp group, and we're all every day posting like what we ate, or during the 36-hour fast, people were sharing, and some people were like, I'm sick, I have a headache, like I have to eat. And other people were like, no, don't do it. Like you could push through. And then the lady was like, okay, it's 8 o'clock and I'm so hungry and I'm going to bed and because I can't stay up. And I'm thinking, okay, really? Like you're going to die because you didn't eat today? But like we got through it. And then people were like, wow, Brad, thank you for putting this group together, because if I were on my own, like I would have caved in, I would have eaten today, or I would have had pasta today instead of, you know, avoiding sugar and carbs. And so something magic happens when you are a part of a community that are moving forward in the same direction. So whatever you do, just remember that. Okay. Y'all promise me that whatever you do, you just remember that, like with a group and with a team, you're going to accomplish a lot more than you will on your own. Okay. So let's go into what we'll do is we'll do funding deals and closing deals, and then we'll break for lunch. And then the rest of the day, we're going to spend analyzing deals with the analyzer. So let's see, where am I? Okay. Let's see, this should be in your book. If you go to page 30. Okay, this will be in your book. Now, I may have updated the slides. Let's talk about the debt piece first. So yesterday we did a base case deal. If everyone remembers the $10 million deal that we did. And I said a $10 million deal, we use the 30% down, that's 3 million down, and then 70% debt. So that would be $7 million. And I also shared with you that changes as the markets change. So there are times where we've done 20% down, and there are times where we do 40% down. And, you know, sometimes the question is, well, Brad, can't we always put 40% down? Well, you can. Like if a lender is offering you 80% loan where you only have to put 20% down, you could always go back to them and say, well, I want to put 40% down. But usually the more debt that you have, the better your returns are, because it's if you have less money out of pocket, then you're going to have a higher cash return on your investment. Does that make sense? That's why we use debt. So normally, and there may be some exceptions, but normally we're going to go with, if the lender is willing to give us 80%, we're going to take it. Okay. Right now, where we are today in November of 2023 is debt is a little bit more expensive. And because of that, we're not seeing 20% or even 30% down. It's usually 35 to 40% down in deals. And so that's why I said debt on the slide, I said it's 65 to 80% of the purchase price, and it might even be 60 to 80. We could change that and say 60 to 80. And right now, debt is more like 60% of the price. Okay. And your debt may or may not include some of the rehab, and it may or may not include closing costs. And again, back when interest rates were lower, we would see like an 80% loan plus 80% of the rehab plus a lot of your closing costs. And now we're seeing debt being 60% of the purchase price, none of your rehab, and none of your closing costs. So what that means now is we need to bring more money to the table, like in terms of our down payment. But that'll change. It always does. That'll change in the future. There will be a time when interest rates go down and lenders become more generous lending money again. Okay. So how do we qualify for the debt? And it's in your book on page 30, it's not on my slide. So let's assume we have this $10 million deal, and let's use 40/60 because that's going to be more like today's climate. So we need $4 million down, and we'll talk about that later. And we need a $6 million loan. Now, most of the loans we get in multifamily are going to be called non-recourse. Does anyone know what non-recourse is? It's no personal liability. Is that a good thing? Yeah, it's a good thing. Now, there's a lot of confusion around this. How many people have heard that lenders will loan money based on the property and not based on the individual? You've heard that, right? In fact, you may have heard it's easier to get it like a commercial real estate loan than it is for your single family residence. In single family residence, they look at something called your personal debt to income ratio, don't they? Like they're going to say, okay, you make $10,000 a month, and that's $120,000 a year. And if your loan payment based on your income, your loan payment can't be more than say 30% of your income. So the maximum payment you could get might be $3,000 a month, right? And that would be your maximum payment. And then they work backwards and say, well, today's interest rates are 7%. And if it's going to be, amortized over 30 years, then a $3,000 a month payment might be an X $100,000 loan. So that's how they do it. In multifamily, they don't do it that way. Okay. They don't look at your personal debt to income ratios. But I'll tell you what they do. So number one is they look at the property. And the property has something called a debt service coverage ratio. Write this down. I'm not sure it's in the book or in my slides, but write down DSCR. Okay. And DSCR stands for debt service coverage ratio. And what it is, it's a lot of lenders want to see like a DSCR of this, say, I'm going to give you a number, say 1.25. And so just write down DSCR 1.25. And so what is that? Okay, what that is remember yesterday we talked about NOI. And so they're going to look at the NOI of the property. And so write NOI, DSC, okay, 1.25 equals NOI, it's annual NOI, divided by the annual debt payment. Okay, so that's how the DSCR is calculated. So here's what I mean. we're going to go and get a $6 million loan. And so the lender will say, okay, that $6 million loan is going to be amortized over 30 years. That means, like, if you go into a loan calculator, does anyone have a loan calculator right now? Okay, go to your loan calculator. Somebody do this and type in loan amount of $6 million at a 7% interest rate, amortized over 30 years. Does it tell you what the monthly payment is? What? It's a $6 million loan. We're buying a $10 million deal, right? So it's a $6 million loan, and it's going to be amortized over 30 years, and it's a 7% interest rate. And what is it? It's $39,686 per month. Now multiply that by 12. So the annual debt service is $476,000. So write that down. So the lender, when they're looking at the property, they're going to say, Brad, if you want a $6 million loan, right now we'll loan you at 7%. And the annual payment is $476,000. And the NOI we need to see from the property needs to be $476,000 times 1.25. Does that make sense? They want to see that the income, the net income, the income minus the expenses, that's NOI. They want to see that that NOI is higher than the debt payment. Otherwise, why would they look? What if the debt payment's $476,000 and your NOI is $300,000? Why would they make the loan? They're going to say, hey, we're going to loan you the money and you can't pay us. So by the way, what would the lender do in that situation? Yeah, they're either going to say we need more down, or you know what? Yeah, we're going to loan you, instead of 6 million, we'll loan you 4 million. And so instead of the debt payment being 476,000, now maybe it's 300,000. And now, you know, if your income is 400,000 and the debt payment's 300,000, now they'll loan you that money. So a lender is going to look at DSCR. Okay. So they're going to look at the property. They're going to look at the current performance. And again, now here's the $64,000 question. What NOI are they looking at? The current NOI, the T12, the T3, the T1. And let me tell you what the lenders look at. On the income side, they look at T3. So they will look at the trailing 3 income and then annualize it. Okay, they're not going to look at the T1 because the T1 is a moment of time. So if my trailing 12-month income is lower than my trailing 3-month, meaning if the property is trending upward in terms of rent and occupancy and collections, that's good. The lender, they want to see 90 days of income, and then they will base their loan based on 90 days. So your last 90 days, you take 90 days and then multiply by 4, because 90 days times 4 gives you an annual number. So the lender is going to look at your trailing 3-month income times 4, and they will use that as the income. But on the expenses, they're going to look at the trailing 12. They always look at trailing 12. Okay. So they're going to look at T3 income, T12 expenses. And just like we talked about yesterday, their starting point with expenses will be the seller's numbers, but then they're going to put in the numbers that they think are going to be present for you now. So for example, if they know insurance is going to go up, they're not going to use the seller's insurance numbers. They're going to use the current numbers. Okay. And this is where we get to influence the lender. If you have a pro forma that you could verify and say, hey, you know, the water is too expensive. We're going to implement water conservation and put in low flow toilets and shower heads, and we could reduce water by 40%. The lender might use your water number instead of the current number. Does that make sense? So we work with the lenders to come up with, just like you're doing a pro forma for your property analyzer that we're going to do this afternoon. We're doing that with the lenders too. So we're getting the deals, and the lender always asks, we want to see the financial statements, and then they're going to ask, we want to see the buyer's pro forma. And so then the lender is going to model the deal just like we are, and they're going to give you a loan based on the NOI they come up with, which is a hodgepodge of current versus projected. But they usually want to see, some lenders might do 1.2, some might do 1.3. And then here's the other thing. Why do people use bridge lenders, like the 3-year loans? If you buy a deal where, remember the deal yesterday where there was a $300 a month rent bump, but you have to do a lot of rehab? Well, how do you go from $1,500 to $1,800 a month in rent? You might have to invest, more CapEx. And so that lender may say, hey, look, we're going to loan you money, but we only need to see a 1.0 debt coverage ratio, which means your current income has to cover the debt, but we're convinced of your business model that you're going to invest money in, and we're going to loan you money for the rehab. And so we see your plan to get from 1,500 to 1,800. And so there are lenders that will loan money based on like a 1.0 debt coverage. But the agency lenders that do like the fixed rate loans like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, they're going to want to see like a 1.2 or a 1.3. 1.25 is pretty typical. Is everybody kind of following me with this? So that's important. Okay. Yeah.
Real quick, you're saying like the bridge loans are typically lower DSCR.
Yeah. Bridge loans, we could get by in the past, at least with like a 1.0.
And then that percentage, is that a function of how the economy is doing as a whole, or is it per lender required, like 25%?
Yes.
30%?
It changes.
It changes all.
Yeah. Like when lenders forget about all the defaults that have happened in the in 2008, they loosen up their requirements. And now that there's a lot like Arbor Financial right now, I just read an article about Arbor Financial. They were a really, really aggressive bridge lender. And I read that their entire portfolio, and this is a big publicly traded company, their entire portfolio of loans that they lent out in 2021 and 2022, the deals are operating at like a 0.6 debt coverage ratio, which means they loan money on deals, and the money being collected on their actual loans that they loaned out are the debt payments are more than the income coming in, which means they're going to have across their entire portfolio, a lot of the loans are going to be foreclosed on. So they were way too aggressive on making loans. They made way too many loans to too many people that didn't know what they were doing. What? Well, and I don't know if they're publicly traded. So maybe that was a inaccurate language, but they're a big company. And I don't know if they're public or private. So yes, it changes, just like when you go to buy a single family home, like back, they used to do no doc loans with no, you didn't have to verify income back in 2008. And now you do, and you need a 660 credit score. So right now we're seeing bridge lenders that are doing like 3-year loans are still in like that 1.0. Well, let me just show you. Let me show you the next slide. This is kind of hot off the press. If you guys want to take a picture of this is not in your book because this is like where a loan's at right now. So let's go through this matrix. Page 28. Okay, now if you look at page 28, you're going to see that these numbers are different. No, it's new. This is updated. Oh, great job, Sumrok team. Because 2 days ago, I looked in the workbook and it was like a debt matrix from last year, and it was showing interest rates at like 4%. And I'm like, oh my God, we can't show that. And so they were able to get it replaced in the last 48 hours. Yeah, so you don't have to take a picture of this. Yeah. So let's go through these five, okay? Because these are the five major sources of multifamily debt. So we have banks. Think of like Wells Fargo, you know, but maybe not Wells Fargo, but maybe there's smaller banks, regional banks. These are typically recourse loans. You see, it says non-recourse. No, that means you have personal liability. So that's a negative. If you have to personally guarantee the loan, that's not as good for you. That's more risk. Okay. You could see their loan terms are 3 to 5 years. They may offer 1 year interest only, and the amortization period is only 20 to 25 years. And so the longer amortization periods are better because you have a lower monthly payment. The maximum loan is 75%. What I don't see in here actually is debt coverage ratios. And it would be good to see debt coverage ratios in here. And I have, let's see here, if I have that. Yeah, I'm going to put this up here, by the way. And this is old in terms of interest rates. So do not look at interest rates in here because it's out to date. But if you look at the first row, you could see debt coverage ratios. Okay. So like a bank loan still wants to see a 1.25 debt coverage ratio. So here's what I want you to do on page 28, create one more row at the bottom that says DSCR. Okay, just write that in. And then for bank loan, I want you to put 1.25. Okay, the next one is going to be the Freddie Mac small balance sheet loan. And these are generally for loans under $10 million. Okay, so the minimum loan is $1 million, and SBL stands for small balance sheet loan. So again, if you have a deal that's like between $5 and $10 million, this is a good program for that. And you can see they have different loan terms, 5-year, 7-year, or 10-year. You could get interest only for 1, 2, or 3 years. The amortization is 30 years. The maximum loan to value is 80%. But here's what I mean by that. So if you're buying a $10 million deal and you see max 80%, you're like, well, Brad, wait, you just said we need to put 40% down, but here it's saying 80%. You know, we only have to put 20% down. But what's going to happen is when they calculate the DSCR, there's a term called DSCR constrained. And so even though they're willing to loan up to 80%, if you look at the Freddie Mac, they want to see a DSCR of 1.25. And so when they calculate the loan and the interest rate, it's not going to give you an 80% loan. I'm just telling you, like, to get an 80% loan with a 7% interest rate right now is almost impossible. Okay. So even though it says up to 80%, the debt service is going to be constraining your loan dollars. Does everyone understand what I mean by that? Because if you remember, we just went through, you know, they're going to look at the NOI and they have a DSCR requirement of 1.25. So they're not going to loan you more. They're only going to loan you the money such that it's covered by the income by 25% margin. Okay. So the next one is going to be the Freddie Mac conventional. And you see here the main difference between Freddie Mac small balance sheet and conventional is the loan amount. You see the minimum loan amount for Freddie Mac conventional is $7.5 million. So again, you could see all the different parameters there. Fannie Mae is another one. And then the last one is the non-recourse bridge. And so I want to point out a few things. So for bridge loans, I want you to write in DSCR is usually 1.0. You can see it on my slide up there. Fannie Mae, 1.25. Freddie could be between 1.25 and 1.35. And banks is going to be 1.25. Now, there's a couple things I want to teach you about these loans that are important. So one of them is, if you look on page 28 where it says prepayment, I want you to circle that row that says typical prepayment. And these are important, okay? The ones that say 1%, all that means is if you pay off the loan early, you pay a 1% early payment fee. That's actually really nice because it's predictable. It's 1% of the loan amount. Yeah, 1% of the remaining balance to pay it off early. It's really nice if you could get a loan that has a predetermined payoff amount, fixed 1%. Okay, step down. If you see the term step down, that means it might be 5% in year 1, 4% in year 2, 3% in year 3, 2% in year 2. So just think of a staircase. That's what step down is. It's higher if you pay it off early, and each year it goes down. So does everyone understand step down? The last one is Fannie Mae, and it says what? Yield maintenance. Yield maintenance is a complex formula. And let me explain to you what it is. Let's say that I loan you money right now. No, not I. Let's say Fannie Mae loans you money right now. What are the terms? The fixed rates are, say, 6.5%. If you look on page 28, you get a Fannie Mae loan at 6.5%, and it's fixed for 10 years. What they're going to do is, let's say they loan you $10 million at 6.5% for 10 years. They're able to calculate exactly how much interest they're going to earn over 10 years, right? Now, let's say you want to pay off the loan early. Let's say it's year 4 and you want to sell the deal and you want to pay it off early. Well, they could say, well, wait, we loaned you 6.5% for 10 years. And now you want to pay it off in 4. So you owe us 6 years at 6.5%. Are you following me? But wait, since you pay it off, we could loan that money to somebody else. And now the rates are 8%. And so we'll give you some credits here, like, because if we actually loan to someone else, we could make more money. So your prepayment will go down. But let's say the opposite happens. Let's say that I borrow money right now for 10 years at 6.5%, and I want to pay it off 4 years from now. And let's say 4 years from now, rates are 4%. And I want to pay it off. And they say, wait, but Brad, if you don't pay it off, we're going to make 6.5% for 6 more years. And you're telling me you want to pay it off? And now I got to loan out this money and I can only make 4%? Well, guess who pays the 2.5% difference over the next 6 years? You do. Okay. So that's the risk of getting fixed rate loans for long periods of time that have a yield maintenance. And so it's much better to try to negotiate a step down, because now you know what it is. Like if I have a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 step down, I know exactly what it is. If I pay it off in year 3, it's 3%. If I pay it off in year 2, it's 4%, right? I know exactly what it is. And I can put it in my financial model. But if I get a loan that has yield maintenance, there's no way I can model it in my calculator. You just can't model it. You can't model because you don't know what the future rates are going to be. Like, you cannot model it. Okay. Now, so those are the pros and cons of like Fannie and Freddie loans and different prepayments. Now, the bridge loan is typically a variable rate loan. And the advantage of that is if the rates go down, like if they loan me money today at 8% on a bridge loan and the rates go down, then I benefit from that. The disadvantage is in 2022, people were getting 3-year bridge loans at 4% and the rates went up to 8 and people were getting crushed. Now, if you do a bridge loan, you want to buy what's called a rate cap. And a rate cap is insurance where you pay for it but now you guarantee that your rate won't go up more than a certain amount. But could you believe that in 2021 and 2022, there were investors that did bridge loans and they did not buy a rate cap? And some of those people made the news. They did not buy rate caps. And so they went into a deal with a 3.5% loan and it went up to 7.5%, and they couldn't make the payments and they got foreclosed on. So I'm in like 6 variable rate loans right now, and every single one of them has rate cap insurance. And that gives you protection. The challenge is these are only 3-year loans. And at the end of the 3 years, every bridge lender has the opportunity after 3 years to extend it for another year. But you have to requalify. They look at the property, they look at the NOI. And so you could extend it for another year if the property is performing well, but if it's not, you won't be able to renew the loan. So do you remember yesterday in the beginning, I showed you in 2024 and 2025, there's going to be a record number of loans coming to maturity. So what that was is in 2021 and 2022, most of the investors, not like Sumrok people, I'm talking about the United States. Most people that got into deals in 2021 and 2022 did a 3-year bridge loan. And nobody saw rates going from 3 to 8%. And so what happened was people got these very attractive loans and they bought buildings. And in 2024 and 2025, these loans are going to come due. And they're going to have a hard time finding new debt at the same amount. Okay, because rates have gone up. You know, if you get a $20 million loan at 4%, and now you owe 19 million left, let's say you paid off $1 million. So 3 years from now, you have a $19 million balance and your loan is up. And now you need to get a $19 million loan. It's not at 4%, it's at 7%. And the debt coverage ratio is not going to support a $19 million loan. So you might go out to get a new loan and maybe a lender today is only going to give you 16 million. So have you ever heard of like a cash out refinance? Well, let me reverse that scenario. There's going to be cash in refinances in 2024 and 2025 where investor groups, their loan terms are coming due and they're going to get new loan quotes. And let's say that example, let's say you have a $19 million balance that's due and a new lender is going to come in and say, well, I'll loan you 16 million. And so that investor group is going to be looking for an extra $3 million. Or they're going to have to sell at a loss, and that loss could be our gain. And that's where there's going to be opportunity. And I'm just telling you, we're already seeing it now, like on a big level. Like this is where I feel like calling Grant Cardone, because I was literally on a call yesterday with a lender that said, Brad, we have a company that has 40,000 units and 30,000 of them have loans coming due. And they have a $600 million loan. And for $60 million, you could come in first position. You could buy the note. You have to put 10% down. So you could take control of a $600 million loan for $60 million. And now you're in control of the loan. And there's like 17 properties over 3,700 units. And if they don't pay the note, you could foreclose on them and take over the property. So like you've heard about people in Blackstone and all these big companies where they're putting together massive amounts of money right now. They're calling them distressed asset funds, and they're raising hundreds of millions of dollars on Wall Street so they could take advantage of these opportunities. Now, what does that mean for us? We're not going to be able to, like, even someone like me, my mindset's like, well, shit. Oh, and they're like, oh, and we need the 60 million by the end of the year. So even someone like me, I'm like, man, I'd love to take advantage of this, but it would be, I've never raised $60 million in 6 weeks. But if I had a deal where it was 6 million instead of 60, let's say I got a call from a lender that said, hey, we got this $60 million loan and you could be in first position with a $6 million down payment and you could come in as the lender. And now if the buyer defaults, you take over the property. I could take over properties at loan value right now. And so where my mind is like, and Nick, I don't know if you're listening to this too, but like there's going to be these opportunities where we're going to be able to come in on these one-off deals, and there's large portfolios that are going to be distressed, and they're going to be able to pair them off. So like this lender Pervesh that is with CBRE, he already told me, he's like, well, we'd like for somebody to take the entire 60 million. But if you have a group of people, and this is where I was going to come to like Nancy and some of my top students that have been doing this for a while, Dan Breezy, Tom, like if we could get a group of people together and get 20, $30 million, we could take on like some amazing assets that are in the path of growth right now and basically take over the notes and then be in a first position to foreclose on assets and buy these assets for like 70 cents on the dollar. And this is the same thing that all of you might have an opportunity to do too, but on a smaller scale. You know, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this weekend training too, because our next scheduled event wasn't until March or April. And I'm like, shit, March and April, like there's going to be like 6 months of opportunities going by, like, and there's opportunity out there like right now. So that's what's going on. And it's all about, you know, the debt and the opportunity and the expiring debt. And there's going to be a lot of ownership groups. And you also are hearing about ownership groups and investors putting together rescue capital funds. And what is rescue capital? Exactly that. It's an ownership group that got a short-term loan that it's coming due, and they need 2 or 3 million of equity infused into their deal. And so there's groups that are putting together equity where instead of they're investing to own the deal, they're basically loaning money to distressed groups at 14%. You know, it's like a short-term loan where they're putting investor groups together to loan money at 12, 13, 14%. And sometimes they want to take over the deal as the GP. So these are all things that we're looking to doing right now. Like imagine we could raise money or raise $10 million and then come in as a GP and take over a distressed deal. Yeah. So these are all the things that are happening right now. Like, you know, and I could say, you know, is it going to be easy to get these opportunities? Not really, but I could say that if you're not in the game and you don't have the skill sets, you won't have the opportunities. Okay. And there's going to be opportunities to just buy deals at 20 or 30% less. Like what most of us will do, like Nick, the deal we're buying in Abilene, wasn't it like 28 million last year? Yeah, so last year the deal was being sold for like 25 million and we're buying it for 19. So that these opportunities we're seeing every day. So that is, you know, a nutshell of the debt. So what the takeaways are, there's different types of loans, there's different types of prepayments, there's different ways, there's different strategies depending on the loan you have. And the debt coverage ratio is really important because that's going to determine what the lender, you know, the ultimate loan dollars the lender is going to give you. Okay. So let's talk about equity. Oh, one other thing on the debt. Now let's talk about equity. So if the debt is 60% of the price, then the equity is going to be 40%. And the reason I have 25 to 40% here is, again, it could be 20%, it could be 30%, it could be 40%. And how do you get the money? Well, my first deal was 32 units. I put 200 down. It was my money. Where did I get to 200? 14 years of corporate America and $198,000 commission check. Remember I shared that with you yesterday? And so I did 2 of those deals. I did a 32 unit and a 30 unit. And the problem for me was after I did the 30 unit and the 32 unit, I had no money left in my bank. So that's the challenge when you use your own money, is because after 14 years of working for somebody else, I was able to buy 62 units and then I was tapped out. And I already shared with you the third deal I did. A broker brought me a 250 unit. And I had no money to put in, no money. But I had skill, I had experience, and I was part of the investor community. I went to the seminar, bought the mentorship program, and just like we do here now, they would do regular, gatherings and meetups, and I got to know a lot of people. And why am I sharing this with you? Because those of you that come into our community will get to know a lot of people. Like, it's the same path. I'm laying out for you the exact same path that I did. Okay. So I got to know a lot of people. And so my third deal, people knew I had the first two, and they knew I already quit my job. And so I had a lot of people saying, "Hey, Brad, if you find another deal, I'll put money in with you." And I had that for months. And then the broker brings me the 250 unit. And then I'm thinking, okay, this is one of those opportunities where, you kind of hope for something, but then when it comes, are you going to step into it or are you going to run away from it? And I almost ran away from it. That's why I'm showing you this thing about being comfortable, being uncomfortable, because I had never done 250 units. I had never had virtually no money to put into a deal, but I had skill, I had experience, I had confidence, and I had a database of investors. And so the broker showed me the deal and I went out and toured it. I ran the numbers. I did exactly what we did yesterday and what we were going to do this afternoon. I analyzed the deal. The numbers look good. I made an offer on it. The offer was counter-offered. Once you get a counter-offer, they're playing ball. They're playing ball with you, right? And I would go back to that community when we would have our local gatherings, and I started telling people I have a 250 unit deal. And because they already knew me, see, if they didn't know me, imagine walking into a group like this and you never met me before, and I start coming up to all of you as total strangers saying, "Hey man, I got 250 units. You want to invest with me?" And you'd be like, "Who the hell are you? Like, what's your name? Where are you from?" But that's what people do. They literally show up. Like at my last event, how many people were at AIM-NatCon? We literally had people that never went into the seminar room, and they were in the hallways handing out their deal deck. And I'm like, are they insane? Like, who would actually invest with somebody doing that? And then they go around to all the cars and they're putting flyers on the fucking windshield wipers about a deal they're doing. Like, did they get any investors? Like, it's crazy. And so someone asked me yesterday, well, Brad, that's another question that we got. Brad, do I find a deal first and then find the money, or do I find the money and then find a deal? And the answer is yes. You're always looking for deals and you're always talking to investors all the time, right? All the time, if you're committed to being in the business. So I was able to put together an equity group with 27 investors and raise $1.9 million. And I bought the 250 unit deal. And that's when my life changed. I realized to buy a deal with other people's money. I did the 80-20 split. I took 20% of the profit. I was able to I scrounged together like 25 grand. I literally had no money, and I raided money out of my 401k and that I still had when I used to have a job, and I moved it into a self-directed IRA, and then I cashed it out and paid the tax. And I literally put in 25 grand just so I could say I put money in, but I raised almost $2 million from other people and bought 250 units. So the bottom line is, if you start small, which is a path that some of you could take, but I don't recommend it at this point. I hope I prove to you why. But funding it yourself, like let's say how many people want to do like a $10 million deal in 12 months as a GP? Yeah, funding it yourself is not going to be an option for most of us. Now, Rita, maybe you have 3 million or 4 million in the bank and you can fund it yourself, but most of us aren't like that. Okay. Seriously. So the next question is, you ask people you know. So now I would ask you, write down on a list, how many people do you know? Friends, family, coworkers, community, church, high school friends, associations. Can you pull together $4 million from those people? And for most of us, it's no. Now, some people are very active in community and networking events and professional organizations or doctors groups or attorneys groups or whatever. But most of us, again, the answer is no. So for me, I couldn't fund the 250 myself. The people that I knew were my family that were broke, my wife's family that were broke, the people that I used to know from work that made $10,000 a month that were going on the lake on the weekends that had all their money in stocks and 401ks and IRAs that were uninformed, and they thought what I was doing was risky. I think what they're doing is risky. Having a job, being independent, putting your money in the stock market, not knowing who's controlling it, basically gambling, hoping it goes up. But I was a part of a community. And so if you look at that third bullet point, just about every deal that I did in the last 20 years where I raised money was under that third category, is I'm part of a community that are SEC compliant. And I'm going to talk about what that is. And then the fourth part, I've done that a few times where I could actually advertise my deals online to complete strangers or to people I don't know and raise money from them too. And you can see there's a difference. There's a 506B rule and there's a 506C rule. So I'd like to explain to you a little bit about 506B and 506C. Is that okay? Because this is the main ways we're going to raise money. And again, I have to give another disclaimer. I am not an attorney. And this is going to be Brad's layman's understanding of this, by the way. And I forgot to mention this, but I've seen some of you. I'll tell you what I love. I love when you all take pictures and tag me and post it on social media. What's not permitted, and you all signed a form before you came here, is it's not permitted for anybody to record this event. And so if you recorded it, I'm going to ask you to not record it or to delete it. And especially you're not permitted to share it anywhere. And in the past, people have recorded me saying things that were well-intended, but a little inaccurate. And then they put it out there and then it's like, no, that's not what I meant to say, or you don't have the context. But then people take it out of context. So we take that seriously, and I hate to say it this way, but you are not permitted to record and republish like anything that I speak. Okay, because I'm not a registered financial advisor. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm simply somebody here speaking from my heart, trying to share with you, business principles that I've learned over 22 years. But from time to time, even though I'm well-intentioned, something may come out that might not be 100% accurate. Is that fair that I'm saying this? Is everyone? I'd like to just see 100% compliance, raising your hand that you're not going to record and share anything that I say. 100% compliance. Hand raised, please. 100%. Okay, thank you. And we have that on camera. But this is important. It's important because it allows me to be me. And even though I don't believe anyone here has bad intentions, I don't know any of you. I know a few of you, but I don't know any of you. So hopefully you're okay with that. Yeah.
All right, Brad, just to get an idea, before any of this happens,
That's a good question. So there was a slide on making offers that I forgot to cover. And so I'll cover that after this piece. Is that good? Because we got to make the offer and get it tied up. Yeah. And so remind me to cover that. I got lost in things, and none of this is scripted. Like I got like 4 presentations on my MacBook, and I'm like, oh, I want to show this. Oh, let me show this. You know, so I'm going to talk about 506B. Is that in here? Is 506B in here? Do we have that? Okay, good. I probably told my team, don't put any SEC stuff in here because I'm not an attorney. Oh, why do I have that? Okay. Okay, so again, disclaimer is I'm not an attorney. And the next disclaimer is you need to have an attorney on your team. And I'm going to use a description, but I want to explain it. One of your team members, not team like employees or GPs, but like a service provider, like you need a lender, you need a management company, you need an insurance broker, but you also need attorneys. And you're going to need a real estate attorney to help you with like the transaction, the purchase and sale agreement, you know, the closing, like all the thing, you know, they review the loan agreements, they review the title. So you're going to need a real estate attorney. And you're going to need a real estate attorney that specializes in syndication law. I'm going to refer to that attorney as an SEC attorney. But just to be clear, they do not work for the SEC. You do not want to work with an SEC attorney. The only reason you would be working with an SEC attorney is if they call you and you don't want to get a call from the SEC. And so the way we prevent that is we engage an attorney that understands the syndication laws, and they help you avoid ever having to speak to an SEC attorney. Does that make sense? And so that person isn't me, and it's none of my coaches. That being said, I'm going to walk you through what I believe to be my understanding of some of the basic principles. Okay. So why is the SEC involved when we're raising money for an apartment? Well, we're raising money because it falls under the definition of a security. And so if we look under what is a security, it's when people invest money. There's common. So common is like a group of us together that are putting money into the same venture, and we expect to make a profit. And the expectation of a profit comes from the results of the sponsor, or what we call the GP. So my understanding would be, let's say all of us at this table find a deal and we all put in money and we all are involved in the management and we all meet every month and vote on how we're going to run the property. My understanding is this might not be a security. Could you see why? We're all involved in the management. We're all involved in the decision making. We're investing money. It's a common enterprise. We expect a profit, but not just from the sponsor. We're all, let's say we're all 20% owners and we're all making decisions. Now, again, I'm not an attorney. An attorney might say, well, Brad, that really is a security, but I'm trying to give you an example of something that might not be. Does that make sense? Same situation, the same 5 of us put money in a deal, but I'm the active GP and all 4 of these folks are passive. They put money in the deal and I'm making all the decisions and I'm taking a 20% split of the deal. Could you see the difference between scenario A and scenario B? Scenario B is definitely a security. Scenario A, my mind would say, well, maybe that's not, but I would still go to my attorney and say, hey, make sure, you know. And so the security isn't depending on how many people are in the deal. And I've heard this myth. It's like, well, I'm only raising money from 7 people, so I don't need to follow these rules. Well, that's not covered here. I've never seen anything from an attorney that says if it's less than so many people, or if you're only raising $1 million, okay, it's these 4 things. And these four things come from Gene Trowbridge, who literally wrote the book on syndication securities laws. So I literally copied his content and put it up there with his permission. And so because if we're a GP, which is what all the people in this room want to do, you're going to be accountable for being on the team of people that makes this deal work. You're going to be the active investors. So when you're raising money from people, it falls under a security. So now that it's a security, we either have to go to the SEC and register it, and that's an expensive, time-consuming process. And people like Grant Cardone that do a lot of these, they'll register their securities. It takes 6 to 8 months, and they could go out now on social media and advertise it to people, and there's a legal way to do that. But if you don't want to go through that time-consuming process, by the way, which I've never personally done myself, I've never registered as security, is you could have an exemption from registering, which means you don't have to go to the SEC. You don't have to register it, but you got to follow certain rules. And the rules that I've done, and I've only done these two, is I'm going to go I'm going to go raise money, i.e. I'm going to offer securities without registering it. And I could do that because I'm going to follow the Reg D 506B rules, or I'm going to follow the Reg D 506C rules. Does this make sense? So this is important, okay? Because all of us want to be GPs, okay? So you may have heard about these companies that are doing crowdfundings. Yeah, there's a lot of registrations, filings, reportings. And so some of us may do that, but none of us are going to do that probably right now, unless, unbeknownst to me, you're super advanced and you're ready to go and do a 6-month filing with the SEC and raise $100 million. Okay, and that would be a case that you might want to register with the SEC. But when you're looking at doing your first $10 million deal, doing a $4 million raise, you're not going to do that. Or at least I'm not going to do that. Okay. So when we do a 506B, there's a few rules. And again, I've done my best to copy these rules. This is right out of an attorney that I work with, right out of his notes. But again, I'm not your attorney. And if you ask me, well, Brad, now that I know these rules, could I just do this? And number one is, you look in the red, no, you need a securities lawyer that specializes in this on your team. They have to do the paperwork. They have to do the documentation, just like the cost segregation. You cannot just go out and do this on your own. You absolutely need to have on your team of service providers, just like you have a lender, you need a real estate attorney that knows these laws, that they could guide you through it. Okay. So if you do a B, let me just look at number 2 real quick. If we do a 506B, you cannot advertise it to the general public. I can't stand up here on stage and say, hey guys, I'm doing a deal and I'd like for you to invest with me. Because the reason is, if you look at number 4, I can talk to people about it if I already know you. Okay. And the term that they use is a pre-existing relationship. So for example, Rita and I met at the Real Estate Guys Conference, and we don't know each other intimately, but we met before, and she knows something about me and I know something about her. Ball, has known me for 12 years. I'm just taking a look around the room. Like, some of you have met me before and we've had some conversations. I see several of you that fit into that category. So if you heard about a deal that I was doing, Nancy and I have known each other for years. So I could tell you guys about a deal that I'm doing. Does that make sense? And you guys could invest with me if you want to. And so I have a database. What I do is I have a database. And I have a database of people that I believe are what I would call 506B compliant. Does that make sense? And in the beginning, it was just an Excel spreadsheet, right? And now it's a CRM, customer relationship management system. So in the beginning, you just build a sheet on Excel. And one of the things that maybe y'all could do before you leave here is, and by the way, it's not just exchanging business cards. People do that shit all the time. They go to a conference of 700 people and they walk away with 300 cards that they never even talked to. And they think, oh, now all these people were 506B investors and I'm not your attorney. But my attorney has told me that these are not, you need to have conversations with them. And there's different rules. And I've heard some attorneys say you need to have 3 points of contact or this or that. My attorney tells me that there's no defined number, like you don't actually have to have 3 points of contact, but it's about the quality of the conversations you have with people. Like if I know a little bit about you and you know a little bit about me, and I know what your goals are and what your income and net worth is, and you know mine, and we have like a real substantive conversation, you know, that could possibly be qualifying to be SEC compliant. Okay, again, I'm not your attorney, but the point is you'll need to have a syndication attorney that understands this stuff. Like me and Nick and Tom are working on a deal right now, and there's some things we want to do, and we go to our attorney and we say, hey, could we do this? Could we do that? Even though I've been doing this for 20 some years, there's things I want to do, and I want to make sure that we're doing it in compliance. Does that make sense? And so that's important. So if we're doing a B, we can't advertise it, meaning I can't go on Instagram, social media, pitch it from the stage. And so if you hear somebody pitching a deal from the stage, the first thing I think of is, well, they must be doing a 506C, or they don't know what they're doing. And honestly, it's usually the second. People pitch deals all the time. They walk into a meetup. And have you ever been to a real estate meetup where they have haves and wants, and somebody stands up and says, I have a 36 unit apartment and I'm looking for investors. And I'll ask them, are you doing a 506C? And they'll say, huh? They haven't even heard of 506C. They don't even know what they don't know, but they're breaking the law. Like they're breaking the law and they don't even know it. Has anyone ever heard of somebody doing something like this? Maybe we've all done it ourselves, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but I don't ever want you doing that again. Grant Cardone, honestly, I'm going to want to say it, but I don't know how whatever. I have no idea what he's doing. I have no idea. But I do know now that he's doing these Reg A registrations and all his things are buttoned up. But in the beginning, I'm not so sure. I'm just saying in the beginning, I am really not sure, but I don't know. Like you can't, don't make the mistake of judging somebody either. Like we don't know. So I don't want anyone saying, oh, well, Brad said Grant wasn't doing it right. I just don't know. Maybe he got a call. Okay. I don't know. So bottom line is, and let me also give you some statistics. 98% of all apartment syndicators are doing 506Bs. And a lot of them don't know. And so they're doing it, they're advertising their deals on podcasts, social media, on stages, and they're doing it wrong. And they may get away with it, but if things hit the fan and investors start complaining, and then somebody gets upset enough and they start investigating and they say, hey, how did you get to know Nash? Well, I met him at this meetup. We never met before. And he pitched me a deal and I invested. And they'll be like, oh, really? And they'll be like, well, Nash, let me see your offering. And you don't even have a 506B or C in place. It's just a regular offering. You don't even have, you don't even know about this. Like you could be accountable for that. And I can't tell you what the penalties are, but there could be penalties for that. Okay, criminal and civil, by the way. Okay, so it's important. And there's some other nuances with 506B. You should have, my attorneys tell me we should have a record keeping system, which could be like a spreadsheet. Like, when did I meet this person? Like, if I met all of you this weekend, and not just you sitting there listening to me, like if we had a conversation and got to know each other, I might be able to invite you to invest with me in a future deal, but maybe not in a deal that I'm doing today. Does that make sense? And so record keeping just means like, well, when did I meet them and stuff like that. So like my database, I have a 506B database, but the thing that I have is because I've been in this business for a long time, and my 506B database is literally over 4,000 people. And so people have sought me out to leverage that database when they want to help raising money. Could you see why people seek me out now? Because I have a database of 506B investors. Okay. And there's some other things here too, that if you do a 506B, you could actually let non-accredited investors invest with you. You could have an unlimited number of accredited investors, but a maximum of 35 non-accredited investors, but they have to be sophisticated. And that's another definition. You know, I'd say ask your syndication law attorney what sophisticated means, but to me, it means they understand the nature of the investment. Remember yesterday I talked about understanding the deal, NOI, cap rate, business model. If somebody wanted to invest with me and I said, well, let me show you the projections, and they're like, hey, Brad, what's a cap rate again? I would be like, does that sound like they're sophisticated? No, I can't take their money. But some of you will do it anyway, and you shouldn't. Okay, so sophisticated, just go back to that framework that I teach. Step one, before you invest, understand the deal. And now let's go full circle. It's required. If I'm raising money, I have no business taking your money if I don't think you're sophisticated. And actually, I would have a questionnaire that I would give you. Like, Nash, if you want to invest with me, I'd say, well, fill out this questionnaire. And one of the questions would be, what qualifications do you have that deem you to be sophisticated in this asset class? And it could be, like, here's an example. Well, it could be, well, I went to one apartment investor meetup group one time. Well, I don't think that makes you sophisticated. But it could be, well, I was in, so-and-so's mentoring program, or I invested as a passive investor several times before, and I have, 37 hours of education. Well, that might make you sophisticated. Okay. So your attorneys are going to be preparing these questionnaires to keep you out of trouble. And so whenever we do a 506B, like here's an example. This is just a real example. Some of you are aware that I'm doing a deal with Nick. Some of you may approach me on it. I'd just say, hey, yeah, I think we met before. I remember seeing you before. We may be 506B compliant, but here's a questionnaire. Fill it out. And then I'm probably going to look in my database to see, well, when did we meet and stuff? And then I might say, oh yeah, like you can invest in this deal. And I might say, you can't. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's B. And then C is a little different. If you look at number 2 here, the big difference between B and C is if I do a C, I could advertise my deal. I could advertise it on stages, walking into a networking event, social media, podcasts. I could talk to strangers about my deal all day long. Okay. But I can only allow accredited investors into the deal. So let's say I was doing a C, I could say, hey, Nick and Tom, let's get up on stage and let's pitch our deal to all these folks here. But you could only invest if you're accredited. Does that make sense? And accredited, current definition is your net worth is over $1 million, not including the value of your home. Or you make $200,000 a year if you're single, or $300,000 a year if you're married. So that is a there might be some other nuances there, but in general, that's an accredited investor. What's that? No, it could be income. Like if you say, hey, I make 220,000 a year, then you're probably accredited. Yeah, but I would have to check with my attorney. Yeah, Rita. Yeah, and I don't have all the ways here. Yeah, like if you're a Series 65 or Series 7 stockbroker or whatever, that probably makes you accredited. I know the SEC is actually looking at some other things where you could actually take an exam and become accredited. And I also hear that they're thinking about raising the thresholds because the $1 million threshold was created in like the 1980s. And now there's a lot more, $1 million today is worth less than $1 million 30 years ago. And so there's speculation they may raise it to 3 million or 5 million, but to my knowledge, they haven't done so yet. Okay. So there's pros and cons. But here's the other cool thing. And people do this is you could switch from a B to a C. So you could start with a B where you bring it to people that you already know, and you can see how much money you raise. And everybody that comes in under a B doesn't have to be qualified under the C. And so what a lot of people do is they start with a B and they see how far they can get. And then in midstream, they switch it to a C. And then when you switch to a C going forward, you can only take accredited investors going forward. But so Nick, I know we've looked at this. So if you switch from a B to a C and somebody comes in like under the B category, where you have a pre-existing relationship and they're non-accredited and you switch to a C, could those people that came in under the B stay in the deal? Yes. And that's why a lot of people start with a B and then move to a C. Does that make sense? Yeah, if you start with a B and they came in with a B, and then like we would have a date by which would say, okay, as of after December 7th, we're switching to a C. And so if you don't qualify under the C, but you qualify under the B, then we need to get your subscription in and completed by this date. And then we're going to roll over to a new set of rules. But again, my attorneys guide me through that. They tell me how to do it, how long it takes, what the costs are, what the rules are, and stuff like that. Okay. So I'm just giving you guys some strategies on this. But my goal here is to let you know why the SEC is involved and the different types of rules and regulations that one might need to follow. And let me see again who's committed to being a GP. Raise your hand. All of you are going to need to have now again, like me, Tom, and Nick are GPing a deal. I'm not talking to the attorneys on this deal. Nick is, but Nick and I use the same attorneys. In fact, I referred my attorney to Nick, and so he's talking to him about this deal. Okay, but within our community, we find that we all use a lot of the same people because when we find somebody good, we share that information. So look, if you're coming in with us, you're not on your own. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like you don't have to say, well, I need to go to the yellow pages or internet search to find a good syndication lawyer. You ask Nick or Tom or me, and there's going to be 2 or 3 in every category, 2 or 3 attorneys, 2 or 3 lenders, 2 or 3 insurance brokers. There's going to be 2 or 3 companies that almost all of us work with. Does that make sense? Because they're proven, they're good, they're cost effective. And if somebody in my group has a bad experience with one of them, that spreads and then nobody uses them anymore. Okay. So it's kind of like it's like a real world vetting system that's happening in real time all the time. Does that make sense? We had one attorney group that we used to work with a lot, and we don't work with him much anymore because like the way he was doing business just didn't, align. And people just got tired of the way, they were being treated and stuff like that. So that happens. So that's SEC Reg 506C and D. And I'm going to do a few slides on raising money. And then I'm going to cover that one slide on making offers. And then we'll go another 30 minutes or so and then break for lunch. Sound good? And then at lunch, we'll do people that are ready to come into mentoring. And you could, pay in full, or you could put a deposit down. But if you're wanting to lean into that program, I would recommend that you come with us on the lunch and fill out the intake forms and at least put the deposit down. And if it doesn't work out for you, or you have buyer's remorse or something like that, we're not going to keep your deposit. But it's going to be useful to get you in our system, get those intake forms filled out, get your initial appointments booked, and change your status in our CRM system so that we know that you're all in with us. Okay, so we'll do that at lunchtime. Okay. Raising money. So we're on the framework still on step 3, which is funding deals. So the moral of this story is you want to build relationships with 2 types of investors. Okay. One type is a 506B and C accredited investor. And I have the definition here: net worth of $1 million, not including primary residence. And Rita, to your point, there's other ways you could qualify with holding different licenses and such. Or you need to find sophisticated investors that are not accredited. Now, here's the question. Where do you find these investors? Do you find them at church? Maybe. Do you find them at your community, your next door neighbors? Maybe, maybe not. Do you find them at work? Probably not. Maybe, maybe not. How many of your cubicle mates or office mates are accredited investors? And if they're, and if you're not accredited, are they sophisticated? Like, does the engineer sitting across from you understand what cap rate and NOI is? Probably not. So the best place to meet these types of investors are, I'm going to say, my community, and there's 1,200 people in my community that are all committed, educated, sophisticated, or accredited. So that's one place. And there's other communities. This is why I go to, I invest $150,000 to be in a mastermind with Tony Robbins, and everybody in there is a multimillionaire. And a lot of them invest in my deals. I don't just go to Tony Robbins because I love Tony Robbins. I do love Tony Robbins, but I've gotten, millions of dollars of investors from going to masterminds, high-end groups. It cost me $20, $30, $50, $70, $80, $150,000. I was in 6 of these groups in the last 5 years, but I've raised millions of dollars. And I've created a community here so that some of you might not want to be in 5 or 6 groups and spend $150,000 to be in a Tony Robbins mastermind around people that are worth $10 million. And so the best place to start, when I started, I joined the mentorship program and they had a community, and that's how I started. And then I grew from there. But those first 27 investors, they all went into that 250 unit deal. You know where each and every one of them came from? The same community that I was a member of. The 27 people, I saw them every month over and over again. And those of you that come into our community, there's a Facebook group. We do the 6 trainings a year, full day. We do Zoom meetings. You will see some of these same people over and over and over and over again. Okay? And so it's the best place to start. And this is what I put here. What are the best places to meet these 2 types of investors? Number 1, the Sumrok community. Number 2, real estate investor groups, events, trade shows. If I had to add more, maybe it's the next slide, but entrepreneur conferences, doctors, dentists, lawyers, physicians, the real estate guys, people that do, if you go to an engineer conference where they're talking about supply chain management stuff, or thermodynamic conference, you ain't going to find that many apartment investors there. They may have money, but they're all conditioned to put their money in their 401k in the stock market. I'm just telling you, right? So you want to be around entrepreneurs, business owners, investors, real estate investors. You got to be in the right rooms. And we created one for you. Okay, we created it for you. So our community is not just mentoring, but it's a whole community. Okay. And yeah, here's some other places. Friends, I would encourage you to write down a list of like friends, family. How many people do you know? Friends, family, work, church, community, social media. You know, you cannot do a 506B on your social media, but you know what you can do? You could say, hey, I just invested a weekend in Dallas learning, elevating my skill set in multifamily. If you'd like to know more about why I've decided to invest in multifamily, DM me. I believe you could do that. I'm not your attorney, but I'm not pitching a deal. Like, you are allowed to share with people your educational experience. Hey, did you know that multifamily pays you in 3 ways? Cash flow, appreciation, and tax savings. If you want to learn more, DM me. That's not pitching a deal. Now, when they DM you, you can't say, Rita, oh, well, thanks for DMing me. Hey, man, I got this deal. Okay. But if you're out there educating people on what you're doing and why you're doing it without pitching them on a specific deal, my attorneys tell me that you could do that on social media, but you can't advertise, like, unless you're doing a 506C, then you can advertise it. But if you're doing a B, you can't do what's called like conditioning. You can't lead people in and then pitch them the deal, because, you know, you're starting with education and then pitching them. Now, what you can do is what a lot of my students have done over the course of a year, by the way, is they've built up a social media presence. They've built up a website. They put a newsletter out. They start with 10 investors. Then it's 20, then it's 50, then it's 100. And they send out a newsletter like every month, every quarter. Hey, this is what I'm up to. I'm looking for deals in Dallas, Phoenix, and Tampa. You know, I just went to a conference and I learned about a new strategy that I'm excited to implement once I, buy a property. And you're just keeping people up to date. And now you find a deal and these people are already in your database. They're already engaged with you. And you might already have a B relationship with them, right? Because you know each other. And now you could say, hey, I got a deal. But if you don't talk to anybody or build relationships with anybody or add value to anybody, and you just find a deal and then you show up and you put, you're like a cockroach at the back of the seminar, passing out your offering package, some of the people didn't even pay to be at AIM-NatCon, and they're hanging out in the lobby. And they're not just breaking my rules, they're breaking the law. They're pitching deals to people that they're not 506B compliant with. And I don't want any of you guys doing that, because it could put yourself and your whole investor group in jeopardy. So these are the things I do to, again, I'm always looking for deals, and I'm always looking to be in rooms where I could get more investors. Does that make sense? So let's see where we're at. Where are we at? Oh, yeah. By the way, over the last decade, the people in this mentoring program have raised over $3 billion. And not all of that came from other Sumrok people, but a lot of it did. And I didn't know Nancy was going to be here, but you guys didn't meet Tom yesterday. Tom, could you wheel yourself up to here? So you met Nick, and Tom, could you? I didn't ask him to do this, but Tom, could you spend? No, just roll up here. So tell us in the next 3 to 5 minutes how we met, what you were doing, why you came into this program, and what results you've had. And by the way, he's not one of my coaches now because he's had outstanding results. And now he helps me coach the people in the mentoring program. So some of you may have the opportunity to work with Tom, but just give us a little overview of like your journey just in 3 to 5 minutes.
Just on? Yes. I feel weird. I'm facing one side of the room
Here,
here.
just come over. You could come over here and yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I met Brad in 2013. Was that your first event?
Yes.
2013 at the big annual event he does. And I was a captain with a local fire department, had 0 real estate experience, and was really, really hesitant to to say the least, to get into all this. But with Brad's help, I started with a 32 unit property locally here. I had 7 investors. I raised, I don't know, like $350,000, which sounds silly now with all the success everyone else has had in the group. That was very small. But sold that in 2 years, bought, I think since then we've done 32 by unit count, 78, 154, 238. There's been several, but we've gone like we're now doing $40-50 million deals, starting with 0 experience, just, purely based on what Brad teaches. So what you had several questions.
Well, how many, do you know how many deals you've done? How many units you've owned?
Overall, now I've also invested in a lot of other student deals as a passive investor. I think so. My partners and I, as far as syndicating our own deals, we've done almost 30. I think 30 deals. We've had 17 of them go full cycle. I don't know if you've talked about what that is.
Yeah, like I
We
was
bought
saying
them,
that yesterday,
operated.
buying, holding, and selling.
Yeah. Okay. So almost 30. The one in Abilene, I think, will be 30. We've sold 17. And that's, I don't know, maybe 4,000 doors, something like that. It's a crazy number to think about, but it's like $400 or $500 million worth of apartments. So yeah, it's been crazy, and that's been 10 years.
Could you talk? He's very humble, by the way, but I'm going to make him uncomfortable. Are you all want to see him get uncomfortable? Who wants to see Tom get uncomfortable? Tom, talk about, I know you don't like to talk about it, but talk to us a little bit about some of the money you've made, and if you could be a little specific. I know he's not comfortable talking about it.
Well, it's funny, like the first deal I did, the small one, I think I made enough to pay for my gas back and forth to the property. I took a very, very small portion of the deal, and I was there all the time. And about a year in, Brad was like, you got to quit doing this and go do another deal. So, not much on that one. I think on the second one, it was a $3.5 million deal. I put in 100 of my own. I probably made 300 on that. It wasn't, dramatic. But the very next deal I owned it for 2 years. And I think personally, when we sold it, I made like $1.3 million on one deal, which was absurd. I mean, I was a firefighter. My wife's an attorney, not a, super high income attorney. We were just, dual professional income. Then I made $1 million on one deal. It was nuts. And since then, I've got partners, and so I get little pieces, or not little pieces, but everything's split like a third, or I get a third of these deals. And I can just tell you, it's increased our net worth from, I don't even know what we were before, but it's probably 5x. I mean, it's, we're probably, I guess, 8 figures maybe at this point.
That's over $10 million net worth. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. So, yeah. And I heard Brad, I was listening virtually on the way here. I don't invest in hardly anything else. I mean, I stressed about that for the longest time because all these financial planners would say, oh, you're way overweighted in this bucket or whatever. And I thought, man, I need to start diversifying, but I don't want to. I don't know all those other classes. And so, yeah, pretty much everything we have is in multifamily real estate. Values are down right now, so I may not be 8 figures anymore. But it's a great time to buy as a result. So, yeah, I'm almost, we do have a little bit in some other things like Brad mentioned, but very little. And whether that's smart or not, I don't know, but I know it more than anything else I want to put any money in. So
Tom, I have another question for you.
Okay.
What do you enjoy about coaching?
That's a good question. It's just fun to see people do what I did, like start from absolutely nothing. And many of them, I mean, gosh, a whole lot of them have shot way past what I've done. I mean, I'm impressed with I'm proud of what I've achieved, but it's nothing compared to some of these people. And that's, I don't know, it's really cool to see that happen.
I love that answer because a lot of people get threatened when they see somebody do bigger things than they do. And that's my dream too, is like my dream is like that. Like I have students that are out there doing bigger deals with bigger companies than I've ever done right now. You know, it may have taken some of them like, 7, 8 years to do it, but they're out there making a name for themselves, building up, companies and, doing things I've never done. And, like Zach Appenstall with Rise 48, I mean, he did his first 36 unit in Phoenix under our mentorship program and then did a 70 unit. And then we just didn't really hear from him much anymore. And now like he's got like $700-800 million or $1 billion of assets, 130 employees. Like it's crazy.
Well, and the other side of it is it especially in the beginning, I thought when Brad asked me to do this, I was like, why am I coaching anybody? I've only been doing this for a few years. And, I'm working under his protocol. I'm just relaying to everybody what his teachings are. But I feel like it kept me sharp, or it helped me improve my skills by, instead of reviewing my own deals, I'm reviewing, God, I don't know how many we've reviewed as coaches now, thousands. And it helps you.
Well, that's the other thing. Stop right there. We review thousands of deals
easily.
So when some of you are like, well, hey, how do I know? I think there was a question over here. Hey, how do I know when I'm looking at the number if it's in line with where it's supposed to be or not? Well, in the beginning, you don't. But now imagine having 11 people that collectively we've reviewed thousands of deals. And that's why I say like OPE, other people's experience, is so much. Like we all think about other people's money. Let's go. And that's important too, but just leveraging OPE is like so valuable. Like I don't know how you put a number on it. So Nick,
we learned multiple areas too. Like as your group started growing nationally, people are buying all over the country. We had to kind of work with the students as they brought us data, and we learned, what factors are important in different markets. And that's been pretty cool too.
Yeah. Nick, what do you like about coaching people? I didn't ask you that. Hopefully you had time to think about it because I just asked Tom. Hopefully your answer is better than Tom's. I'm kidding.
One of the main things for me is one thing Tom touched on is seeing the other people, seeing new people come in and have success, struggle, get through, make offers, not get the deal awarded, but eventually keep honing their skills and getting better at it, and then getting a deal awarded to them is really exciting. Another thing, a little bit selfish, is that it helps keep my skills up because I've got people coming in asking me questions. I'm like, I haven't thought about that. So, that's a bit of a selfish, as it also helps me as an underwriter and a syndicator to sharpen my skills. The biggest thing is, though, is helping. I enjoy seeing new people come in, starting from zero real estate experience or moderate real estate experience, and getting a deal awarded to them, and then seeing their success. And several guys and girls that have started after I have more units than me, and I celebrate that. I'm glad for them.
Well, and we've gotten to meet a whole bunch of really cool people. I mean, I'm willing to bet, I wasn't here yesterday, but Brad has probably mentioned your network and how important that is and the people that you're around. I mean, I think all of us could say we're pretty much like, all the people that are doing this are the only ones we hang out with. Like it's not on purpose. It's just, I don't know, there's just been a lot of really cool people we've met and had some
definitely
incredible experiences with. So
yeah,
kind of a side benefit.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. Is it almost 12:30?
Yes.
So let's do this. We're going to, if you guys just want to stay up here, I want to recap with your permission, the features of the mentoring program, and that those that are ready to come in, we'll bring you over to the lunchroom and have you meet with Tom and Nick and get your paperwork completed. get your deposits set, get your appointments set. And for the rest of you, we'll come back in here. And I just want to recap a few things. So are the slides up? And after lunch, by the way, I'm going to finish making offers. And we're going to go into the property analyzer. And we're going to spend several hours doing that. And then we're going to wrap up with vetting and hiring management companies. So that's what we're going to do at the end of the day. And if you guys could be here for that too. So just to recap from yesterday, I'm not going to go through all the slides that I went through yesterday. What are the features of the mentoring program? We do 6 full days a year of advanced training. These are going to be approximately 3 in person and 3 on Zoom. You have access to our whole complete toolkit, templates, sample documents. Everything we've ever done has been recorded and uploaded into a library. One of the big things that it's hard for me to overemphasize is really just the whole Sumrok community of over 1,200 people, which gives you more access to deals, more accountability. Remember, I was telling you about the cold plunge effect. Like when you're around people that are doing things, like how do you get confidence, by the way? You get confidence by taking action and being around other people that are taking action. How do you get experience? Well, in the beginning, you get experience by working with people that have experience. You know, I do the same thing. I leveraged Charlie Young's coattails and got myself into a $200 million deal. And now his network of brokers and lenders talk to me. Whereas before I was an unknown to them. Okay. And the key thing is we do the unlimited mentoring sessions. And so we have Tom and Nick, you met Tawheed yesterday, and we have 9 other multimillionaire coaches that have achieved an outstanding level of success that also have hearts of teachers. And becoming a GP is like, for those of you that are committed to being a GP, this is the program for you. Like this is the program that we've customized and curated for people that want to be GPs. And the first 8 weeks, you're going to go through with a group of people, the AIM Accelerator program. I showed you this yesterday. And again, it's really hard for me to put numbers on this. But I know in my heart that for GPs that implement and take action, this is easily $1 million ROI. And how do I know? Because we have over 600 students over the last decade that have voluntarily shared with me that they have increased their net worth by over $1 million, over 600 people. So I know that number is real. And how is it real? I went through this yesterday. The difference between what a GP could earn on a deal versus what an LP could earn on a deal was literally 10x. Okay. And I shared that with you yesterday. And I shared down all the different ways the GPs could get paid. Now, like one thing that I do and like the Tom does is a lot of times we're not the only GP here. And so Tom was saying, hey, in a lot of these deals, I might be getting a third. And so if he's getting a third of that number, he's still getting what I call asymmetrical risk reward. Remember, I talked to you about how Tony Robbins interviewed 50 billionaires and shared like, well, how are they stacking the cards against them? Well, for them is they're taking on risk where the upside is much more proportional than the downside. And that's in any type of business, by the way. And so when I heard Tony say that, I'm like, well, what that means for us as apartment syndicators is by being on the GP team, we're having much more upside opportunity and we don't have to do all the work as if we were the sole GPs. Like I'm coming into this deal and I'm going to help get the deal closed. You know, I'm going to leverage my 506C database and I come in and I take a piece of the GP and I'll be part of the decision-making team, which is another substantive duty that I'll take on. But I didn't have to find a deal, analyze the deal, key up the loan. Like they did all that. And so that's what we all do. We all come into different deals where we bring in the things that we're the best at. And so there's some people that love, being the boots on the ground. There's some people that love overseeing the rehab. There's some people that love raising the money. There's some people that love sourcing the deals. And the key is you find a group of people that you could work with where you could bring in your genius, your superpower into that GP team. Does that make sense? And so that's the way to scale and grow in this community. And I mentioned yesterday the investment of $35,000 if you come in as an individual, and if you want to add on a spouse or a business partner, $7,500. The annual renewal is 50% of the first year investment. But what we're doing for people that come in today is that annual renewal will be free your second year. And I explained why. Okay. And it's really about making sure that you have enough time to get into your, how long did it take you, Nick, to get into your first deal?
A little more than a year, but I kind of piddled around first 2 or 3 months and then finally started applying myself. I'd say a year once I applied.
See, he admitted that he piddled around. And I'm going to tell you, some of you might piddle around too, but we're going to kick your ass a little bit. But yeah, a little bit more than a year. Like I hear that a lot. And so we want to make sure that like it's usually, 6 to 12 months, but it could be a little more than a year. And so we want to make sure that you got 2 years to come in and get into a deal. And then we could still support you with our coaching once you get into the deal, because the support doesn't end once you get into the deal. Okay. And there's something else that I didn't tell you guys about yesterday that might be really interesting to you. I don't know if anyone knows who this guy is. Does anyone know this guy? He's my personal coach when it comes to speaking and branding and languaging. And he's helped me take my speaking skills literally like 10x. He also works with Grant Cardone, by the way. He is the secret sauce behind Grant Cardone. He partnered with Grant. They created a company called 10X Stages. They literally take a person that doesn't know how to speak and brand themselves. And what this means for us as apartment investors, if you want to win more deals from brokers and you want to be able to raise more money from investors, it's really about how you position and brand and language yourself. And Pete's the best in the world. He's worked with Tony Robbins. He's worked with Grant Cardone, still works with Grant Cardone, works with Dean Graziosi, works with some of the biggest names in the business, and he works with Sumrok students. And so what we do is for people to come into the mentoring program, anybody that came in the whole year, by the way, the whole year of 2023, including people that come in today, on December 8th in Dallas, Texas, Pete and his partner, Pat Quinn, are going to do a workshop, and it's specifically curated for apartment syndicators. So it's a workshop on how, and Pete's been working with me for 2 years, and he invested in my deals, and now he's an apartment investor, so he knows the business. So he'll be teaching how do we, as apartment syndicators, use our language and use social media, meetup groups, stages, podcasts to effectively communicate your message so that you could win more deals and win more investors. So how many people would like to be in that room on December 8th? Anyone that comes into the mentoring program, you could come to this room on December 8th here in Dallas. By the way, December 9th is our next personal mentoring student full day training. It will be in Dallas. It's a Saturday. Friday the 8th is the Master Communication Workshop. Saturday the 9th is the last personal mentoring full day training of the year. And we conclude by having our annual Christmas/holiday party. And so it's the one event that is the most, out of all 6 events, it's the one that's the most highly attended, because me and my team go all out. And not only do we train and learn and connect during the day, but if you're coming in from out of town, you'll hopefully stay in the hotel, and then you go up and change, and then we wear nice clothes. You don't have to, you could, dress like Nick and show up like that. But people have been known to put on, I like to have fun with my team, by the way. It means I like them. So if I pick on you and if you pick on me, like, I'm good with that, and we like each other, right?
Color boots by Christmas.
What?
I'm gonna get some multicolored boots.
Yeah. So, some people come down in like gowns and tuxedos, and some people come in their cowboy boots and t-shirts. So I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what's coming next. So December 8th is the bonus day. with Pete Vargas. He sells this workshop at 10X Stages, by the way, for $49.97. If anyone ever heard of 10X Stages, it's a 2-day thing that he does with Grant. And what we do here is we condense it in like a 6-hour day. And they take all the stuff in their 10X Stages and they teach it to us, specifically designed for apartment syndicators. Whereas Grant's 10X Stages is not for apartment syndicators, it's just for people in general. So with that, let's do this. We're going to do lunch, but I want to do it in stages. Is that okay? So those that are going to do the mentoring, go with Ivy and Lisa and Nick and Tom. And if you guys could go into the lunchroom now, grab your lunch, and we'll get all of your appointments set up, and we'll do that. And the rest of you stay in here, and then we'll switch. Okay, so who's doing mentoring? I want to welcome you guys, and I'm going to come in and say hi to you as well.
Hello, everybody. What a great morning. Thanks for participating. Y'all have been amazing. I wanted to come on and just let you guys know this is decision time and answer question time. So if you have any questions, please type it in the chat. And for those of you who are ready to join us on this journey in personal mentoring, in the personal mentoring program, please type in personal mentoring in the chat, and we'll connect with you one-on-one, and we'll get your intake form, we'll get you your first session with your coach scheduled, and we'll go through all of that with you. Now, for everybody on here, the VIPs, the free group, the AIM Accelerator program, everybody should be doing the AIM Accelerator program. This program it's a no-brainer. It's 8 weeks. You're going to have hands-on training. You're going to have live coaching calls each week to go through each module, get your answers questions live. And you're actually going to be in with the new personal mentoring students for those first 8 weeks. So you'll also have a chance to network more, build relationships more, leverage each other, have like-minded individuals speaking into your business. And what we'll also do as well is, as you go through the AIM Accelerator course, if by the end of that 8 weeks, you decide that you do want to be in personal mentoring, or if at any time during the course you want to be in personal mentoring, we'll credit the $1,997 that you are spending on the AIM Accelerator. We'll credit that towards your personal mentoring. So we'll credit it to that. So it will be an additional enrollment, but that'll be getting you on the path. I mean, this is how you're going to move the needle. There are going to be some crazy buying opportunities coming up, and you want to be ready. Like Brad mentioned, just with the loans coming up that are going to mature, there's going to be a lot of distressed properties. You want to ensure that you are ready, that you have surrounded yourself with people that can help you move that needle and achieve those goals, achieve those financial freedom numbers that you've all been hopefully thinking about and writing down and calculating. Reinforcing like why you're doing this. For many of us, you want to just elevate your lifestyle. Some people, like the finer things in life. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to travel, you want to have that dream house, the dream car. Some people want to do this for multiple reasons. Some people want the finer things in life and also want to leave a legacy for their children. That's something that my husband and I is very important to us, that we both, one of the big reasons we want to do this is we want to leave a legacy for our children. And we also, we do not want money to ever be a reason that we have to say no to something. So, we have family members that are getting up in age and, starting to have some health problems. We want to be able to help take care of them, or, if they need to live with us or help provide health care for them. And, we also want to live life on our own terms. So, that allows us to be more involved in our children's school and sports. And, we're not missing a lot of those key moments of them growing up. we're able to be present. We're able to make, our own schedule, so to speak. So just get really firm in your why and your financial freedom number. And this, this is, this is the real deal here. I've shared a little bit, just my story. It's very humbling and it's mind blowing, just how much this has impacted our family in a positive way that my husband and I never thought possible. When I was hearing Tom talking about the money that he made from his deals, our first deal that we sold was kind of similar along with lines of him. And then our second deal, it was like $800,000. And I remember my husband and I, we were just looking at our bank account and we're like, is that real? Like this, it felt surreal. And we're regular people. We're busy, have children, so we're regular people. There's nothing, super special about us. We had no experience coming into this. So, if we could do it, you guys certainly can too. So, if there is anybody that has any questions, I did see, let's see, Gary Goberville, you had asked about bridge loans. So, this is where it's really important to have, coaches and to have a group of people that you surround yourself with that are educated and that can help you, because there's a time and a place for bridge loans. There's, deals there that it works. There's deals that it doesn't work. So it's not necessarily if you use it a lot, but it's just understanding the terms, understanding how to underwrite deals using bridge financing. And if the numbers work, then the numbers work. And if they don't, then they don't. So I hope that answers your question there. Let's see here. All right. Let me put this in the chat here really quick. I got a slide over here. There we go. So that is to get the AIM Accelerator course. And remember the bonuses that we have for that. You get the 2 tickets to our AIM NatCon and R2R. You also get the property analyzer. Plus, you will get the 8 training modules, the 8 weeks, and that is weekly coaching calls, live coaching calls, so you get your questions answered on those as well. So we actually go through the module, kind of do like a Cliff Notes version of, just an overview of what you learned. So, this is approaching learning from all areas, right? So you can go through the modules and then you meet with us each week and we kind of recap what was in the modules. We answer your questions and open it up to open discussion, open Q&A. So it's a great way to keep you accountable and help you with momentum. So let's see, is there anybody that has any questions so far? Just curious, looking to see who is going to do the AIM Accelerator. I know there were a couple people, and I think maybe a couple of them had to get off already. I think somebody had to go catch a flight, but who are we gonna see on these on this with us? You can raise your hand or you can type in the chat, yes. And then if there's anybody that wants to have a separate, one-on-one conversation to discuss maybe your personal situation in relation to personal mentoring or the AIM Accelerator course, you can just type in the chat. You can say, you can put in their appointment and we will book an appointment with you. All right, so I guess you guys, maybe you already went to lunch. Let me check the other chat here. All right. Okay, so looks like we got everybody's questions answered. And we're here, so if you do have any other questions, certainly let us know. Oh, I see my children on the screen. Hello, William. Hello, Christian. Hi, boys. Hi. I can't hear you, unfortunately, but I know you can hear me. So this is, was talking earlier about our why. So my husband and I, this is our why, our boys right here, William and Christian. They're twins. They're going to be 7 years old in December, and they are super sweet, super amazing, fantastic children. They're a blessing. And what gets us, what keeps us going in this is those 2 little guys there. So hello, family. Good to see you guys. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and have y'all take a break and go to lunch. We will be back on. Let's see. We should probably be back on here by 1:30, I think. So try to be back on here by 1:30. And if you have any questions, let us know. And with that being said, we'll break for lunch and see y'all after lunch. Bye for now.
in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. Body when it drops, moving so phenomenally. Used to just dance, dance, dance. Things I shouldn't do, to dance. Nobody leaving, so keep dancing. Just dance, dance, just dance, dance, dance. Something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. No reason, don't be control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. My body drops, take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. You're more so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights, it goes. No when we move, it goes. You when you dance, dance, dance. Good on you, so just dance, dance. I shouldn't do, but you dance. So keep dancing. Just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the, I can't stop the feeling. Dance, dance, dance. You so just dance. Shouldn't do, but you dance. So keep dancing. This kind of feeling. Living like a lover with a rope. Dating like a tramp, like a video man. So more can I be? To my future. Listen, red light, yellow light.
cherry red. That's the roses that you lay. No remorse, no regret. I forgive every word you say. I didn't wanna leave, babe. I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers. Deep in the sand. Talk to myself for hours. Yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing. I can hold my hand. Yeah, I can love me better. I didn't wanna leave you. I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers. Deep in the sand. Talk to myself for hours. Say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing. I can love me better. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
You go bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the toys out, oh. I'm a mind that's really talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. And if you go and shadow, and if you go and shadow, and if you go and shadow, 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 and if you go and shadow, and if you go I did Patagot when them kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, want Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for leg, keep on that. Now so much you remake could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. Come on, white dog, if any suit. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Timbani at you. Come on, white dog, if any suit. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. Young cast, last dance. Now everybody go chop breakfast. Have to say bye bye yo, bye bye yo to the love of my life, my ayo. Don't cry yo, and if you go and shadow, 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 and if you go and shadow.
Stuck in a daydream, in paradise. That summer feeling. Oh, don't need no reason, just living life. no time for sleeping. So we broke some laws and we danced on cars all night long. Went to every bar underneath the stars, one by one. They told me to grow, but I just can't help myself. Maybe I'm messed up, and maybe I need some help. Yeah, I woke up with a headache and my memory's all gone. And I spend all of my money on martinis and rum. Now I only got till the end of the month. Should be sorry, but not sorry.
And I realized I forgot before lunch to cover something. So we're going to cover this. There was a question before lunch about how do we get the deal? So we're going to talk about getting the deal and making offers, and then we're going to have our property analyzer session. And that's going to take up mostly the rest of the afternoon. Okay, and then we'll do Q&A on vetting management companies and stuff. And Tom and Nick and I will kind of facilitate that. So if we remember the framework, I talked about understand the deal, NOI, business model, cap rate, right? Increasing expenses. Increasing income, decreasing expenses. I showed you the multifamily ROI, cash flow, tax savings, appreciation. We spent that, we did that yesterday morning. We spent a lot of time yesterday afternoon on finding deals and analyzing deals. What are the 3 best ways to find deals? Brokers, brokers, and brokers. Y'all remember that? All right. And I showed you some other ways to find deals. And then we spent a bunch of time doing what I call the quick back of the napkin analysis. So we went through like 4 or 5 examples of that. And then this morning, we talked a lot about funding deals. We talked about debt. I introduced debt service coverage ratio, which is really, really important. I showed you about 5 of the main sources of debt, including bank loans, Freddie, Fannie, Freddie small balance, Freddie conventional, Fannie Mae. What was the other one? Bank loans, bridge loans. We talked about the upcoming opportunity, tied it back to yesterday, showing you all the debt that's coming due. And yesterday, by the way, we went through a lot of examples about cap rate and how that's derived. And so we covered a lot. And I want to congratulate all of you for still being here. I think everybody that came here yesterday morning is still here. So I just want to give you guys a round of applause for that, for hanging in there. So I want to spend a few minutes on making offers. And so we find the deal, we do the quick analysis. If the numbers are close, we call the broker and say, okay, send us the offering package. And then we do the detailed analysis. I showed you the tool, the property analyzer. I showed you a screenshot yesterday with the property data page, the 5-year cash flow analysis page. There's even a sponsor compensation page, a GP compensation page that shows how the profits are split. So we've done all that analysis, and now we want to make the offer, okay? The other thing you should do before you make the offer, after you've done the analysis, is you want to tour the property. And so does anyone know what page is this in the notebook? This is page 24. That's weird. I thought something else was page 24. Okay. So if you're taking notes here, after you do the analysis and before you submit the offer, one of the steps is going to be touring the property. So somebody on the GP team needs to tour the property. Okay. Doesn't have to be all of the GPs, but somebody on the GP team that has experience, it would be good to tour the property with the broker, meaning like you've gotten the OM, you've ran the numbers look good, you're interested in making the offer, but there's nothing like putting your eyes on it. Okay, so you got to get out there. And And by the way, every time I decide to be a GP in the deal, I go see the property. So the deal in Abilene that Nick and Tom are doing, they started working on that deal a couple months ago. And just a few weeks ago, they asked me to come in. I've never been to Abilene. I've been in Dallas since 2008. That just shows you how much of a desire I've had to go to Abilene. Never. Like, what am I going to go there for? But now that we're doing a deal, I Ubered an hour to go from downtown Dallas to West Fort Worth. And then Nick met me near his home in West Fort Worth. And then he drove me 2 hours to Abilene. And then we looked at, he's got 3 properties there. We looked at all 3 of his current properties. And then my friend Nick Fluellen, who's a broker and an investor, he has a property there. And we looked at his property. And by the way, just as a side note, what's Nick's property called? Country Place? Yeah, so I'm at Country Place, which is my buddy Nick Fluellen. It's his property. He's a broker and an investor. And I call him, and he's working on one of my deals. And he's like, "Hey, Brad, what's up?" And I'm like, "Hey, I'm out here in Abilene." He's like, "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm driving around this property called Country Place. Do you know about it?" Well, it's his property, but I didn't tell him that I knew it was his property. He goes, yeah, I know that property. And I said, "Yeah, I asked Nick to show me the worst property in town, and he just drove me here." And that's kind of the rapport and relationship that I have been able to build with people over the years. So Nick's laughing, but then I start asking him, I'm like, even though Nick owns deals there, I'm like, "Hey, here's another person I know." And I'm like, "When'd you buy it? What'd you pay for it? How are the tenants? How's the delinquency? How's the occupancy? What kind of challenges have you had?" Right? So that's all part of my diligence, is checking with other owners that have properties in that area. And so I saw Nick's 3 that he's got there. He's got 4, but one was far away, but I saw 3 out of the 4 that he's got, another buddy that's got one. And then we went to the subject property and at the edge, and the edge has 4 different floor plans. I saw one of each floor plan. I saw all the clubhouse, the amenities. There's another Sumrok student that lives near there that's going to be boots on the ground, and they met us out there. So I spent like 3 hours in Abilene. And I spent 3 hours to get there, 3 hours there, and 3 hours back. But after seeing it, that's when I decided to join, because not only do I know the people, and I trust Tom, and I trust Nick, and I trust Jake and Robin, who are local boots on the ground. So I trust and know these people. But then I saw the deal, I saw the comps, I saw the product, I understand the business model, right? So all these things are important. So you're going to want to do that if you're going to go out and raise money and advocate and be an ambassador as a GP for this property. It's going to behoove you to go out there and see the deal. Does that make sense? So now we're going to make the offer. And unlike in single family, like when you have a realtor draft up like a contract, okay, there is no TREC approved contract for multifamily or for commercial. So there's no promulgated form, okay? And so before you go to an attorney to submit a contract, you're going to want to send a simple LOI. And, we have a template for that in the mentoring program. But it's a really simple template, and it has the price that you want to pay. And then it has some of the key terms. And the terms may include the amount of earnest money that you're putting up. And a rule of thumb might be like 1 to 2% of the price. So if we're buying a $10 million deal, we might offer 100,000 of earnest money and let them counter and say, "No, we want 200,000, but that would be a typical offer. And earnest money is refundable to to the extent that you negotiate it to be refundable. And it depends on whether it's a buyer's market or a seller's market. So back in the day when it was a buyer's market, a pure buyer's market, we would put up $100,000 of earnest money on a $10 million deal, and we would have the right to do an inspection, say like a 21-day or a 30-day inspection period. And if we found anything wrong during the inspection period, we could terminate the contract and get our $100,000 back. And then we would also put in a contingency to get the debt. We'd say, well, we have 60 days to get the loan. And if we can't get the loan for any reason, we could terminate the contract and get our earnest money back. And then things started to shift as the decade progressed. As we got into 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19. And up until 2022, it became a complete seller's market. If you asked for an inspection, if you asked for a contingency for the loan, meaning like, hey, I want 60 days, and if I don't get the loan, I could walk away and get my earnest money back, your offer wouldn't even be considered because other buyers were willing to waive that contingency, meaning like, I know I'm going to get the loan and I'm willing to take the risk that if I don't get the loan, that I lose my earnest money. And then it became so competitive that buyers were even willing to waive their inspection contingency. So meaning like in the late, part of the decade, toward 2020 and after 2020, we would submit offers on deals and put 100, 200, 300,000 of earnest money. And basically it was non-refundable from day one. Things got that competitive. I mean, you don't have to do it, but if your offer had all these contingencies built in, you would probably not get the deal. Because what do sellers want? Has anyone ever been a seller? Sellers want certainty of close. And let's say this GP team is willing to give me certainty of close by not just telling me they're going to close, but by demonstrating they're willing to put up non-refundable earnest money from the day we sign the contract. And this group needs a 60-day contingency period. I want to work with this team, right? And if this team offered me more money, I'm going to use their offer of more money and come back to this team and say, well, I'll give you the deal, but you need to come up in price, right? I got other offers. And I ain't going to say, well, I have other offers that don't have non-refundable money. I'm just going to say, hey, my broker is going to say, hey, we got other offers and here's where you need to be. So part of it's like playing poker, which I don't really play, but part of it is like, and at the end of the day, you just need to know where you're willing to draw the line. But now things are back, not to a complete buyer's market, but remember I showed you yesterday 8 reasons to be all in now. And one of these reasons is we're starting to see less competitive offers. So like on deals now, we might be able to get a 2 or 3 week inspection period without having non-refundable money. We might. It depends on how competitive the deal is. We might even have offers that say, if the loan doesn't get approved, we get our earnest money back. Maybe. Again, it depends on how competitive the deal is. But we haven't seen those terms for a long time. And we're starting to see them now. And again, the same deal 3 years ago that would have 30 offers, now we're seeing like 3 offers. So there's a lot more friendliness and it's not because sellers just decided to be friendly. It's just because the market shifted. Okay. But as a buyer, you never really know. And sometimes you may need to lose a few Ferraris before you get one. And I'm going back to that story. Like when the first time I was going to buy and they're like, oh, it'll be gone tomorrow. I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's full of shit. You're just using a scarcity tactic on me. It's going to be like, how many people could afford a $300,000 car? I'm sure people are going to fly in and test drive it, but they don't. And I didn't realize that. So the first few I lost. So you may be going through this period of like looking at deals and the broker may tell you, you got to raise your price or you got to tighten your terms and you don't do it. And then you may be like, oh shit, somebody else did it and I lost the deal. And then you just say, okay, back to the drawing board. What could I learn from that? And then at some point you pivot, you adjust, you try again, you try a different strategy, and eventually you get the deal. Okay. So we're going to send a 1 or 2 page letter. It's going to include the price that you want to offer. It's going to include your earnest money amount. It's going to include, your inspection period, and is it refundable or non-refundable? Your earnest money and your financing period, and is the earnest money refundable or non-refundable up until that point? And you're going to want to negotiate, for your earnest money to be refundable as long as possible. And the seller is trying to negotiate for your earnest money to be non-refundable as long as possible. Okay. And a lot of these upfront fees come from the GP groups. Okay. And so you should never put up more that's non-refundable more than you're willing to risk. Okay. And the main risks in doing deals are you don't get the loan and you don't raise the money. And there's ways to ensure that you get the loan. And the way you get the loan is you just make sure that you have enough people with you going to the lender that have the net worth and liquidity requirements. And so unless they're like when Hillary was supposed to win the election in 2016 and Trump won, the capital markets went apeshit. Seriously. And people were in the middle of contracts that had loans that were about to be approved, and a lot of the lenders freaked out and they didn't know what to do, and things stopped in their tracks, and there was like 3 weeks of like hesitation. Like literally that was a sign for me that like this guy wasn't really supposed to win, and somehow he did, and people didn't know what to do. They thought he might like start nuking Russia or something. So like everything freaked out for a while. Okay, but outside of that, unless there's like a major situation, a pandemic, a war, an election that doesn't go the way that Wall Street thinks it's supposed to go, usually loans that are pre-approved with qualified borrowers, they normally go through. And I just say normally. And again, there could always be something where they don't. So the risk of not getting a loan, there's always a risk of not getting a loan. But if you have a strong enough team with net worth and liquidity, that risk is reduced tremendously. And then it also comes down to raising money. And again, another way, if you're in a pinch raising money, you could always give up part of your GP position, and bring in more people to help you raise money that would also have other duties in the company. And so again, as long as you have a big enough network, a big enough community, and you have enough resources, you should be able to get a deal closed. But what I see happening is a lot of people right now that are doing this on their own, they're having trouble getting debt and equity. They are. That's why being part of a community is even more powerful than ever. So not only do you submit price and terms, but it's really powerful to submit attached to your letter like a real estate biography or resume. And so I always do that. It's like, hey, I've been doing this 22 years. I've been in 57 deals. My resume has every deal I've invested in and owned and all the ones that have been full cycle. And why does that matter? So like, if you're brand new and you're going after a $10 million deal and you submit an offer and you don't have any experience, and another group submits an offer and they have people on their GP team that have 500, 600 units, as a seller, what's going to give me more certainty of close? Going with the new group or going with the person that pulled in someone with experience? And this is why it behooves you as a new GP to make sure you get someone with experience on your team so that when you submit that offer, you're leveraging their resume. So there's OPE. Remember? And I said OPE is more valuable than OPM. So OPE isn't just mentoring here. It's like you're going to do a deal, and if you don't have experience and track record, pull in somebody who does. And then when you submit the offer, you could say, hey, combined, the three of us are going to be the GPs on this deal, and combined we have 700 doors, as opposed to saying, oh, I don't have any, but please give me a chance. Like, which one would be more effective, right? And so but I would encourage everybody here, even if you've done not larger multifamily syndications, if you've done single family, other asset classes, start putting together like your real estate resume. Gary, that would be another thing to do, is like an action plan. Build up your real estate resume, your bio, even if you're a passive investor. Okay. And the GP team, somebody on the GP team, by the time you make the offer, you're probably going to want to have a commercial lender review your underwriting and have that lender look at the deal. So they give a thumbs up and say, yeah, we've reviewed the deal. Remember I talked about debt coverage ratios. We've reviewed the deal. We've looked at the numbers. We looked at the guarantors. They have the net worth and liquidity to do this deal. And our intention is to be able to make the $6 million loan. So now I'm getting the offer, and I have not only the offer, but I have a resume from the GPs. I have something from a lender that indicates that it's going to make me feel more comfortable that they're going to get the loan, right? And then he references. So like, if I'm trying to buy your deal and I know that you've hired this listing broker to represent you, I'm going to ask myself, who do I know that knows this listing broker? And then I'm going to send them 2, 3, 4 references, lenders, attorneys, management companies, like anyone I know that would say, hey, like Brad's, for real, he's legit. Like he could close. And so if you send a package, when you send your offer, a 1 or 2 page letter, we have a template for those in our program, price and terms, but also remember to include bio, resume, letters, references. These are the things that are going to help your offer go to the top of the stack, because ultimately people do business with what they know, like, and trust. And sellers want to have certainty of close. Okay. So, we went through, finding and analyzing the deals, and there's a step to making offers. And if you get a counter offer, that's a good sign. Don't be like, oh man, like they didn't accept my offer. It's like, no, they are interested enough in you that they want to do business with you. And I will just say, never in my 22 years has somebody ever accepted the first offer that I've sent. Ever. And when I get an offer, like if a seller says, this is my bottom line, it's never their bottom line. Like it's never their bottom line. Well, maybe it is if they're getting 30 other offers, but like, it's almost like, I don't know any seller that's ever accepted a buyer's first offer. And I don't know any buyer that's ever accepted a seller's initial counter offer. Okay. And the brokers will tell you opposite. They'll be like, oh, this is it, man. This is their bottom line. They can't go any lower than 14 million. And I'm like, yeah, Nick, I hear you, but tell them 13.7 is all we could do. And somehow we agree on 13.9 or 13.85 or whatever. And yesterday he told me their bottom line was 14. So sometimes you just got to push a little bit. Yeah, ball. Well, and we didn't cover every single thing that needs to be happening, but once you do the analysis with the property analyzer and you go tour the property, the other thing you're going to want to start building, and we'll see, I want to make sure we have time to do the analysis too, because like, I know that's something that everybody wants to do, but just take a picture of this. Just take a picture of this. We may not cover all of this today. Let's see, where is it? How do I get all that out? Oh, shit. I'm getting all kind of weird stuff popping up. Okay. So you guys take a picture of that, okay? But these are also all the things we're doing once we run the numbers and we want to make the offer. Now we got thinking about doing all this stuff. And so as you're setting your goals to be a GP, you don't want to wait to the last minute to find the lender, right? You want to start getting a lender, like find 2 or 3 lenders now, once you get into the game, and start telling them, hey, we want to do a $10 million deal in Phoenix. Here's our GP group. Like, what information do you need from us? Let's start getting ready for what's coming, right? Because you don't want to be making the offer and getting a counter offer and then saying, oh shit, like, I don't know, what am I going to do for insurance? What am I going to do for a loan? You know, what attorney am I going to use? Like, I'm telling you, you need to have a team of service providers built around you. Okay. You need to have a team of service providers built around you because you're going to need to do all this stuff. You'll have to do your formal inspections, form your entity, raise the money. I talked about raising money, but like get your syndication attorneys. They're going to do your legal documents, your company agreement, your PPM, apply for the loan, send in a lot of documentation to secure the loan, get bids for property insurance, hire and vet a property management company, and all that stuff. Okay. So now that we made the offer, we're going to go into some analysis. And I know that's something that I promised you and a lot of you want to do. So let's do that now. And let's see how much time it takes us to get through, at least like we're either going to do 2 deals or 3 deals. And I know you all want to do 3 versus 2, but we'll, doing 2 thoroughly might be better than doing 3 unthoroughly. So we're going to start with 1 and then we'll do 2 and then we'll see where we're at. And then we're going to wrap up with this slide, which completes the framework. And we'll talk about property management. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Nick a little bit. Could you guys hear I'm losing my voice? Nick I was going to facilitate this whole thing, but now what I'm going to do is, Nick, I'm going to jump in and interrupt you. I hope you don't mind.
No,
That's
not at
what
all.
I usually do, but I'm going to let him lead this. And then if I feel like jumping in, then I'll jump in and that'll let me, my voice is cracking. It's been cracking all morning. Okay. But I'll be here and I'm going to be interjecting. And what we're going to do is the first deal that we do, we are going to spoon feed you a little bit more, but we still want you to go through some of the exercises. And then the next deal, we're going to spoon feed you less. And I'm going to let you guys go through the struggle. And I'm calling it the struggle because there will be some struggle. I'll let you go through some struggle at your table. And then me and Nick and Tom will be walking and Tom will be scooting around on his scooter and we'll be coming to each table, checking in with you. And so the way we've designed this is to show you how to do it and then have you do it and then have us coach you at your tables. Okay. All right, let's give it up for Nick here.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
Thanks, everyone. So what we're going to do is a couple of deals. The first one's going to be all these Brad has touched on from a high level with like the quick and dirty analysis, but we're going to do what we teach is kind of your high level or first approach. We're going to use everything off the offering memorandum instead of, still this is a second level. We're going to dig in a little bit more, but we're still not going to put in a ton of time. So this is Central Park Townhomes. This is a property that's in West Fort Worth. So you can see that what I like to do is first just kind of scroll through the offer memorandum so we can see what I can see here. So we can see what's going on with the with you, just kind of get an idea about the. Yep.
Does anyone know?
Thank
you. Ivy, Nick, does anyone know? Does everybody have a link to the OM, or are we not able to provide that? I'm wondering if we could provide a link to this offering package.
Yeah, we actually have a QR code in the workbook. Let me find what page it's on. It's a Dropbox link.
Yeah, so that way, if you want to, you could open up the what we're showing you. But this is a real offering memorandum from a broker that once you analyze the deal, you'd say, hey, send me the OM. And this is And this deal still might be in play. I don't know if it's already been
Call
awarded
for
yet.
offers, I think we're Thursday.
Okay, so
Jake?
this deal is like, yeah, so if you go to page 44, there's a QR code. And if you scan that, I didn't test it to see if it works, but if you scan it, you should be able to go to the folder that says Central Park Townhomes and follow through with it. Now, here's the danger. If all you're doing is scrolling through the OM, then you're not paying attention to Nick. So I want to make sure you have access to this, but I also want to encourage you at this point to try to follow along with Nick.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
would
gonna-
follow on these slides because we're going to go through just about every page and then you can go back and dig deeper later.
Yeah.
So this is the first page. You can see it's a map. These are townhomes. Just by looking at this on the upper right, we can see it's probably a fractured condo because it doesn't capture all the units there on the upper right. Just something, and here's some high level details, 97% occupancy, built in 1984, 72 units, and kind of the average size, average market rent. That if you're wanting to do, if you had this and you wanted to do the quick and dirty that Brad taught yesterday, you have the average rent there, the 1476, and just some more information about the area.
And we did this yesterday. This was the deal that was 72 units. There was 1476, and then I think we modeled a $65 rent bump, if you remember on the quick analysis yesterday.
Correct. And so here's just some more stuff about I'll show you in a little bit on Brad's analyzer. There's an area that you can free type some stuff. As I'm going through, I usually have them split. I'm putting like the year of construction. If I find on the age of the roof, just some important data points that way it's all consolidated. So as I'm going through the offering memorandum, I'm usually typing that in this box, and I'll show you where that is on the analyzer. But some important things to catch on here is it's individually metered for electric, individual HVAC. I'm looking on the lower left corner, individual hot water heater. And those are just some of the more desirable. I mean, it's just something that newer properties have instead of having a central boiler chiller. Doesn't mean a central boiler chiller is something you want to stay away from. It's just you're probably going to have a little bit higher cap rate if you have those things. But having everything individual and then washer and dryer connections on every unit. And then in the bottom right, there's a non-rev unit that it looks like they're using for a leasing office. You could consider maybe converting that back into a rentable space so you're getting some income from it. Some common amenities. A lot of this was on the last page. Just some pictures of the unit. See that over on the right? That looks like some of them have tile carports. I think all the properties that were on the right side of the picture have carports, so that makes it a little more desirable for those. Here's the unit breakdown. This is what that upper left corner is what Brad showed yesterday for the unit mix, where that's where they got the 1476. So when you're doing the quick and dirty is where that came from, or back of the napkin. Here's some value add potential. When I underwrote this as a practice, Brad and I did it separate. He used, see the $65, kind of the lower center. I use, if right above that's $250. A broker, this is a very optimistic underwriting. They're saying if you do all these upgrades, you can get $250 per unit more. That's what I use. Now, this is, just know this is a marketing packet and the broker is giving the best case scenario. So we're going to verify. I think $250 is probably a big stretch. I know this area. This is actually, my house is probably 5 miles from here. And I think I don't know that putting granite and some of the stuff they're talking about would bring much in that area. But I mean, if you're interested in it, I would go visit some of the comps and drive through the area. It could be possible. And so here's the pro forma. We'll use this here in a little bit, but this has a T12, T6, T3, and T1. And Brad had talked about the T1 it gives us a little snapshot, but it's really not a good data point. It's just because it's 1 month. Maybe they had a great month. Maybe they had a bad month. But the T3 and the T12 are what we're focusing on more. And I think, on expenses, they use T12 all the way across on that. So then taxes, you can see these are split condos, because usually on an apartment, you're going to have one tax bill for the whole thing. This has about 7 or 8 there. So you definitely want to check all those. These are some rent comparables. A lot of times I'll look at this, but I'm not going to dig in until I know I want to look at the property more. Just looking at this, like number 1 is way far away. 4 and 5, distance wise, seem pretty far away to be comps. And then you want to look at year of construction. This was a 84, they have an 89, a 68, that might be old, but 70, that, sometimes you'll see some comps that are 2020 or 2006, something like that, compared to an 84 property. Probably a pretty big stretch, because your 2000 plus construction is going to have nicer amenities. It's going to be, cleaner, newer, and could be a comp, but it's probably a stretch. I usually think of something within about 10 years, either direction is more accurate. This is just a little bit about the area. Again, until I know I want to dig in, I'm not, especially because I know DFW, most of it, unless you're in the hood, most areas are decent. So we'll come dig into that later. Again, more local market overview, another map just kind of showing the area, more area information, and then then the end of it. So that's kind of how I go through the OM, and then from there, get on here, Brad, if I can.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. So then I'll go to the analyzer. So this is Brad's analyzer, and I think he has shared it with you guys, and we'll try to.
Everybody should have that downloaded, hopefully, at this point.
I'm gonna try to split screens here for everybody, but there's not much screen on the. So this box right here is where I talked about that. I just put information, because one, you're going to want to know it now, but if you're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5 deals, you can come back and gather that information up quickly right there, plus the address. And so where I usually start is in this area here, where we're looking at the actual information. So I'm going to hop back to that slide that had the unit breakdown on it. There it was. This one right here. Try to get this where y'all can see them both. But so I just took these numbers, and is that big enough for y'all to see?
Yeah. So just remember what I said yesterday. Everything in blue you could type in. Everything in pink is locked. And so usually what we do is we'll type in the blue on the left side. We'll just freeform, type in the name of the property and the description. And if we know the whisper price, we'll put it in, and then we go straight to the unit mix. And we usually get the unit mix from the offering package. And we'll start typing in, a description of each type of floor plan, like a 1-1, a 2-1, a 3-1, a 2-2, a 2, 1.5. And then we'll put in, the description of the unit, the number of those units, the market rent. And if we have the pro forma rent, then we put that in there.
And so how I came up with the market rent, Brad used the $65. That's what I was saying earlier. And I put a note in the note section, just so one, I remember it when I'm looking at it later, or if I'm sending it to a coach to review, they'll know how I came up with that number. Now, I would not base an offer off just that the broker said we can get $250. I do a lot more research, but on our first pass, I added the $250 that the OM said we could get. So is everybody following so far there? Then I'm going to come to the loan. Like Brad said, we start with a whisper price. We want to at least start with the purchase price at the same number. We may move that some over time. Current financing, we're not really seeing much finance CapEx. So what I did is, this is 72 units. Just knowing the age of the property, I put in started out with 10,000 a unit for CapEx, and that's going to roughly divide half for the interiors, half for the exteriors until we tour the property. We may be able to dial that number down. We may have to go up once we tour the property and see that it needs more CapEx than but on a mid to early 80s, 8 to 10,000 units, a good starting point. And that's come up. We've learned that through when I started, it was 3,000 to 5,000 a unit, but just with inflation, we're now looking at about 8 to 10,000 a unit on this age property. So I'm going to hop on back up here. Let me hang on a second. I do have a term sheet loan. Yes. There is. Well, initially at this first high level, we're still just coming up with a number off age and kind of condition of the property. If it had a boiler chiller and we knew it was older, we'd probably go a little higher. We still haven't visited the property, so this is just our first pass. Brad's analyzer calculates that. I could go in there and double that, put 20,000 a unit. It's going to draw down the returns just because our capital is going to go up on the front end. So this is the loan options that were sent over. Oops.
And my comment on that is, and when you start looking at enough of these deals, like remember yesterday, we saw one that they were bumping up rents $300 a month. Well, that's an indication that you might need to put in more renovations. And then remember I said you want to go and tour the property and see it. As you get more experience and you look through these OMs, if it's a good broker, like brokers aren't like bad people, they're good people and they're trying to help you and they're trying to guide you. And most of them are good, solid people that want repeat business. And so these brokers that have been in the game for a long time, they're going to be trying to guide you to say like, hey, here's where we see is some of the opportunity, and here's what we think it may take, to get to the property, to get the property to the next level. So I always ask them, hey, what would you do to this property, or where do you see the value? And a lot of them will even put their business cases inside the OM. Now, obviously, we need to go and verify that on our own and see if it makes sense. But it's always a good starting point to ask where do they see the value and where do they see the upside and all that type of stuff.
Can you guys see that? That looks really.
And even like I'll also ask like, hey, so they upgraded 20% of the units and 80%, for example, still need to be upgraded. What upgrades have they done? How much did it cost? What rent bumps are they getting? So now like you don't have to figure it out. It's like if they've already upgraded 20 of the units and they're getting $200 a month and they put in, new flooring, appliances, countertops, cabinets, and fixtures, and that cost $6,000 to go and do that, then you have a blueprint for what it might take to do the rest of the units. Does that make sense?
Kind of repeat. So I'm trying to get this where you can see both. So this is a typical term sheet that we may get from a lender, and sometimes from the selling broker may have a term sheet from a lender. So this is from late October. So not even a month ago, but I underwrote. So we got agency, and then there is a bridge over here on the far right. So I use this column, this one right here. It's a 7-year term, max loan dollars 7,337, interest rate 644 to 654. So I came in, we put the max loan dollars here. We want to try to get this C36 to match, but we want to leave some cushion because we're making an offer, say today, we won't lock our loan in for maybe 30 to 45 days. So we want to leave some cushion in case that those loan terms move some before you get locked in. So we recommend you leave at least 100, 200K in your loan dollars, be a little lower than they're currently. And then we also recommend that you add 25 or so basis points to the interest rate that they're quoting you, just to give some cushion in case things move. So I'm at 7.26. So a little below that. I use 6.75 for the interest rate. And if you can see here, they were saying up to 6.54. It was a high side. So I built in some cushion for that. So that's how I came up with the loan terms. It says 2 to 7 years interest only. I use 2. If we come back and we end up getting 5, it's going to make the returns look better. But I want to be more conservative as I'm making the offer, just in case they move in the wrong direction. If they end up being better, then we get to go tell investors, hey, look, we were extremely conservative. We underwrote this conservative. We got better loan terms. Our returns are better than they were the first time we sent out our email. So that's everybody follow how I got the yes. Right now, that's a great way to lean on the coaches because we're looking at deals for students all the time. I would say right now start at 65% leverage with an interest rate 6.5 to 6 3/4, about 2 years interest only is a good starting point until you have a term sheet. And that changes every few months, changes weekly. If we got a new term sheet today, I bet it would be a little bit lower interest rate, maybe a little higher loan dollars just because the rates came down last week some. But this is from, I think, the second, third week of October is when it may have a date on it. So that's how I came up with the loan. The rest of this, like I said earlier, I did my CapEx. I'm just making a guesstimate right now at 10,000 units, just knowing the age of the property. Like Brad said, if they're saying we're going to do a $250 bump per unit, and I saw through the OM that they're talking granite or some type of hard surface, then we're going to have to spend on the higher end per unit. And now that that 10,000 per unit is not going into every single interior. That also is some money to, if the roof, the HVAC systems, hot water heaters, parking, any of that stuff needs to be, have anything done to it. So, and once we tour, we will be able to dial that in. And another thing Brad was saying, the more of these you go on, I feel like now I can walk a property and get a pretty good idea. Like if it's asphalt, we need about 70,000. I carry my pad, 70,000 in asphalt. We need this much in deferred maintenance. So you get an idea, a ballpark of what you're going to need after you tour. That's when you start dialing it in a little more. So that's everything on the property data tab. So then the next tab I'd go to is a 5-year cash flow model. And I'm going to close this term sheet. And so let's do it like this. I'm going to try to split this where everybody can see. Oop. Give me just a second. I need a double screen. So, yes, sir. I think this is more just showing how we go through it. Is it? No, don't plug anything. I think paying attention now is learning. This is more just how we do it. Yeah. But, well, I think let's go like this because it gets too compact. Thank you. So what?
But what we will do is after Nick walks you through it, then we're going to go to the unit mix, the first page, the property data page, and I want you guys to start filling that in. Okay, but I don't want you to do it now while he's talking because then we'll, I know when I'm there, I'm filling stuff in and then I'm not listening to what he's doing.
Awesome. So this is kind of almost like a financial breakdown. It's a T12 compressed. Again, I'm not looking at the T12 until after I've gone through this first pass. And that's when I'll start digging in more, making sure that these numbers are accurate. But if you look here on Brad's analyzer, we have the T12, T3, and then year one. So T12, line 15 is net rental income. If you come up to here, see that $1,000,029. I took that net rental income, $1,000,029 right there. And then not messing with the T6, and then T3 is $1,081,000. So that's this number right here. Is everybody following? We got right here. Oop. And then also other income, 113,000. They have 113,000. See, these guys, it's a little ambitious. Yeah, I think Brad said this. Just like your expenses, other income can be seasonal. So we just do that off the T12. And Brad's analyzer automatically moves the T12 other income to we don't do a T3, use the same number. But because look, these guys on their T1 are at 180,000 on other income. So if you use that, you'd be really inflated. And so then.
Yeah, remember I said we never ever use the T1. And if the T1 looks good, meaning like the most recent month's collections look good, they're going to put it in there. And they're going to make the case that, hey, let's just take 1 month and then annualize it. And that's how you should buy the property. And it's like, no. Like even lenders won't lend on a T1. They're always going to look at a T3.
All right. So then we'll go to, we'll go to come back to expenses in a little bit. Now since we're on this, we have year one pro forma income over here in this column. And what we do on this is we're actually going to adjust the economic vacancy cell to get this net rental income for year one to match. So that's 1,190,000, 1,190,000. So I just adjusted this economic vacancy of year one to get the net rental income. And just if everybody understand what economic vacancy is, I'll do a quick, just think of physical vacancy as your actual number of units that are occupied. Then you usually have 2 or 3%, potentially more economic vacancy. Economic vacancy is a combination of your loss to lease. And loss to lease is, say you want $1,000 for a unit, but it's not moving for a couple of weeks. So you take $900. Your leasing agent leases it for $900. Well, that's $100 a month that you're losing, or $1,200 for the year. So you have $100 per month lost to lease on that unit, or 1,200 for the year. And then you may throw some concessions in there. If maybe they do a half month off 4 units, so that goes into your economic vacancy, and then bad debt can come in there. So that's where your economic vacancy, your physical is actually number of people in, your number of units leased. Economics a little portion on top of that.
Yeah, and I didn't use the term economic vacancy yesterday, but if you remember, I showed you like concessions, loss to lease, physical vacancy, unpaid, like, uncollected, like delinquency, right? Remember, it was on that profit and loss statement. And I think there was an example. I mean, we're looking at one here, but there was an example somewhere in here. 54. Yeah, so that's where it says vacancy, that's physical vacancy. But all those other items are, is this the one that we're actually looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the one?
Yes.
Yeah, so all those other sources, collection loss, concessions, delinquents, those are all other sources of what we would refer to as economic loss, but it's not physical vacancy. It's just uncollected from what is potentially could be collected. And so the industry term there would be economic vacancy. Okay, but it's different than physical vacancy.
That sells, it's total vacancy is really what that cell.
Yeah. Yeah, so our analyzer
14.
is physical vacancy. So maybe we'll do this, Nick. Let's have everybody go to the property data page, because I want to make sure you're getting used to filling this out. So go to that first tab at the bottom. And if you need to cheat, Nick will have his sheet up on the slides, but try to do it on your own. And just look in the offering package and see the unit mix and type in, right there in rows H and I and K and L and O, type in, the number of units of each floor plan and the current rents and the pro forma rents. And I know it might seem elementary for some of us, but let's go ahead and type that in. And then in row C, go ahead and fill out the whisper price and the purchase price and the financing piece. And Nick already showed you where those came from. So let's go ahead and fill those in and work as a team. And all we're doing right now is showing you exactly what to do, and the answers are up there. And the next one, we're going to let you guys work on it. We're just going to show you a deal, and we're going to let you guys do it on your own. So go ahead and work on that, Nick. And then if you and Tom want to go around and see if anyone needs help, and then we'll go to the next page. Yes. Yeah, that's page 52. And the pro forma rent is going to be on Nick's page here. Nick has the pro forma rents in column O, by the way. So use those on column O. That's up on the slide deck.
Yeah, I just added $250 to the current rent for what the broker was saying. Central Park townhomes. If it's the Is that the Marcus Millichap or the Newmark? Newmark. Can I see that real quick?
Does anyone else have something different?
Because this is what.
Yeah, I didn't scan the QR code, so I don't know what's in that folder. But this should be a 72 unit deal with 28 units.
Yeah, I don't know where.
And 44 units, the way Nick has indicated here. So the whisper price is not going to be in the offering package. You remember where you get it from? Yeah, you ask the broker and you say, hey, what's this trading at, or what's the whisper price? And then they tell you, but they make you ask. So we know what it is because we've had those conversations.
Well, had this for sale a while back ago. When I was getting ready, I pulled up the wrong OM. I'm like, the numbers don't match what I did the other day. So that's Newmarket selling it now, but Fuellen had it earlier in the summer.
So is there a different package?
No, I think they have the right one. But when I was kind of looking over before I came up, I pulled up Fuellen's version. I'm like,
oh,
what did I do? My numbers don't match.
Okay.
Slight panic. No, this should match what they have. You good?
I'm looking for the OM, is that it?
That's the
is the slides back up here?
Yeah, it should be. If you don't have a Newmark OM, let us know because I did find another one accidentally.
So wait, that helped me understand. So is
Everything's correct. I just had an old one that I accidentally opened
okay.
in my personal folder. And I had a slight panic that I had the wrong numbers. Did I die?
Right. I know you're saying in this period, right, people might be selling these.
Hey, so everyone, just to level the playing field, what we're going to do is I'm still confused if the QR code is bringing you to the right offering thing or not. But what I'd like for everybody to do is just let's replicate what Nick has here up on the screen and just
I'll
make
zoom it
sure
in.
you know how to put that in. Okay. And then the next one, we're going to have you guys build it on your own. But the goal here is to get familiar with the tool. And so go ahead and put in, you don't have to put in, what Nick has here in row 11 with
better?
like the description of the property. But I want you to fill in like everything in row C, everything in column C with the whisper price, everything in column C with the price and the financing, and then everything in these boxes here in the unit mix boxes. And let's get the property data page filled out.
Oh. Real quick on your closing cost, that'll dial in more once we put expenses in. It's because expenses aren't in there and your closing costs are based. You have to escrow taxes and insurance, and we don't have that entered yet. So the closing costs will auto calculate for you. That the closing cost. Yes, I just added 250 to the current. Yeah.
250% return.
Returns are going to look very good because you have zero expense. We haven't got to the expense tab yet.
So everybody should be going through column H and putting in the 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Go to column I, put in 28 units and then 44 units. Go to column K and put in the current rents of 1445 and 1495. Put in the current square footage of 1024 and 1200. And then put in the pro forma rents of 1695 and 1745. So go ahead and do that and then start working on column C. So by the way, I see a question online. I'm going to answer it because some of you may have the same question. If you have more than 15 different unit types, how do you do that? Well, I was sarcastic and say that's just too many unit types. Don't do that deal, but I don't really mean that because sometimes you'll see like look, let me just tell you this. What do you think would be easier to come up with a standardized approach to your apartment building? So you have 100 units and you have 30 of one type, 30 of another type, and 40 of another type, and that's it. And now when you go and do your business plan, you know that you only have 3 unit types. You know everything is going to have the same square footage of carpet, paint, the same sizes of stuff. And now you have the same 100 units and you have 17 different floor plans because part of this business is about standardization. You could still do it with 17 floor plans, but you need to spec out and map out 17 different units and know like when, hey, this unit vacates, we have to come in with this, square footage of materials and paint and all that type of stuff. So if you have more than 15 types of floor plans, which is rare, but sometimes what I tend to do then is I just try to look at the bottom and come up with an average. Like usually they'll calculate, okay, there's, 100 units and the average size is this and the average rent is this. And I'll just come up literally with one line. Or I'll try to combine some of the floor plans together so that it's 15 or less. Okay. So I answered that question, Sharif. So let's make sure everything in blue is filled out on the property data page. So once you do the unit mix, I want you to fill out everything in blue on column C. So we're going to put in 11 million for the whisper price, 11 million for the purchase price. I want you to put in new financing. I want you to put in fixed rate financing, 66% loan to cost, 2 years interest only, 30 years amortization, 6.75% interest rate. Term sheet, yes. Term sheet means we had a lender look at the deal and they gave us a loan term sheet, and then put in 720,000 for unfinanced rehab. And the other stuff that's pink, just let it be for now. So once you're there, we're going to go over to the second page and we're going to work on building the 5-year cash flow page. Okay. There's another question online. I like some of these questions. Sharif online asked, what if we only have 10 months in our trailing 12? Well, then you use 10 months and you can annualize it, or you could take the trailing 3. So sometimes, what if I only had a deal for 10 months? I can't show you 12 months of trailing financials because I've only owned it for 10. Or sometimes you'll change property management companies, and the way the new company does their bookkeeping and financial statements is totally different than the other company. So sometimes you'll see, information like this, and then you'll see 1 month where there's nothing, and then you'll see the next 6 months presented completely differently. And that's a sign that maybe they changed over, property management companies or accounting companies. Could I just check in with you? Does everyone have the first page filled out with the unit mix in column C? All right, let's go to the property data page. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Hey, and everyone just know your numbers aren't going to match yet because you don't have any of your expenses in. So some of that stuff will not line up because right now it's showing your taxes are probably calculated, but all the other expenses are not entered yet.
So here's what I want to do on the property data page. We're just going to do this together. And so if you look at row 10, everybody go to the property, I'm sorry, the 5-year cash flow page. Okay, everyone go to the 5-year cash flow page. and look at row 10. Row 10 says annual rent increase. So we need to come up with what is the annual rent increase per year. And what we do here is we do market data and we try to find out like what's the historical rent increases. Okay, we don't look at what happened in 2022 and put in 16%, right? We try to find a historical number because a historical number is more safe and more conservative than like a 1-year number. Okay, so if we could find out like, hey, historically the rent growth in Dallas is 3.1%, then we might use 3.1%. So in this case, I'm not sure why we put in 2%, but let's just say we put in 2%. And
We have a code so I can pull it, but
Yeah.
we do look at industry data. And I usually start at 2 or 3, and then we can adjust it up or down one or either direction.
Yeah, and here's the rule of thumb. If you don't know what the rent growth per year is in the beginning, I would say put in like 3% a year for years 1 through 6 and just go with that, but take a note and say, hey, I need to verify this. And how do you verify it is like you got to drill down and do some market research. Yes. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes we have. Like the question was, do you ever not put in rent increases? But usually I'll tell you how I do it. I put the rent increase in there, and then I change the rental collections by changing the economic vacancy number, because there's different ways you could model that. So you could put in 0 rent increases, or you could put in a 3% rent increase. But do you see how Nick has in year 1, he has a 20% economic vacancy number. And what that's doing is it's modeling like the fact that we're probably going to have to turn over some units. Okay. So again, people in our mentoring program, we're going to help you with this. People that's not, I want to point it out to you so that you know, how do you come up with these numbers? But here's what I want to do. I want to have everybody fill in rows 10, 11, and 12 the way it's filled in here on the sheet. And the only reason is I want you to be able to walk home. Here's what's going to happen when you walk home. You will at least be able to scan the QR code and see the OM, and then you'll be able to see how we analyze the deal in class, and you'll be able to study it and, let it marinate in. And so I want you to put the rent increases of 2% a year, the other income increases of 2% a year, the expense increases of 3% a year, and then go to row 14 and put in the economic vacancy numbers that we have in there. Okay, and where we're getting that from is we're getting that from the broker offering package in the beginning. We put in the T12 and the T3, and we are putting the pieces of the puzzle together, taking the property from where it is when we bought it to where we're going to take it. And so for this exercise, I just want you to put in those numbers that we have in row 14. And then I want you to go ahead and fill out, all the blue columns. And so if you see all the blue columns on this 5-year analysis, just go ahead and fill it out the way we have it here. And then what I'll do is I'll walk through each of those blue, not blue columns, but the blue cells. You know what I mean by now, right? I'm speaking imprecisely. So everything that is a blue cell, go ahead and just enter in the data the way we have it here. And I'm going to walk through what each of these means. Okay. And then we'll do the expense tab and the sponsor compensation tab. And this will be like the case that we, kind of you just do it the way we did it. And then the next one, we're going to have you work on it on your own. So go ahead and enter in everything in blue. And I'll give you like five minutes to do that. All right, how's everybody doing on getting the 5-year page filled out? Does anyone need more time? Has everyone got it? If you got it done, kind of give me a thumbs up and let me see where you're at. You have everything filled out? Who needs more time filling out the 5-year page? All right, I'll give you a couple more minutes. Let's get it done. Okay, who needs more time on this page? Anybody need more time? Okay, we'll do another minute. Just go ahead and take a screenshot of that too, and go ahead and try to fill out everything that's in blue. Okay, I'm gonna explain what all these cells mean. Okay, we got a question? Nick, do you want to ask out loud? The numbers are not working. Okay, see what? Yeah, so we're going to go to the expense tab here in a minute because it's not working. We probably should have started with the expense tab. So things probably look a little crazy right now.
Your closing costs are off because there's no expenses also.
There's no what?
The expenses aren't in there yet.
Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go to the expense tab. We'll go to the expense tab and just fill out these expenses the way it is here on the screen. And I'm going to explain to you where we got all these as you're filling it out. So if you look in column B, near underneath the column B, in the state of Texas, a lot of the property taxes are based on a percentage. It's not always, it's usually done this way in most states. Okay, so we're not like a Texas program. Most states, the property taxes is a percentage of the, like in Texas, it might be like 2.85% would be a tax rate. So some states might be 1.4%, some might be 3%. And so when you're putting in the tax number, you'll want to know like how taxes are calculated on in that area. So it's going to be different for Phoenix and Dallas and Nashville and Florida. And so that B8, where it says enter property real estate rates for your area, that's going to be specific to your area. And B9 is an estimate of like what percentage of the purchase price is your property tax. And so again, that's going to be unique to your area. And this is something that you'll need to research, or our coaches will help you figure out if you're in our program. So for now, just go ahead and put those numbers in. And then if you look continuing down column B, you'll see a lot of the expenses that need to be in an underwriting model. So you'll see contract services. In this case, there isn't any. You know, this is only 72 units, and they're probably doing a lot of the things in-house. And so you don't have contract services, but on bigger deals, there might be contract services that you'll have in there. Then we have utilities, and you can see that number. Repairs, maintenance, and make ready. This is for ongoing repairs, maintenance, and make readies or getting units ready to rent. We see payroll. So we see, isn't this interesting? A 72 unit property, we're spending $85,000 a year on payroll. That's for manager, maintenance people. Then we have general and admin, and that's 17,000. We have marketing, 19,204. We have insurance, property insurance, 48,857. Property taxes, 193,804. Property management fee, 50,409. And other. So where are we getting these numbers? You know where we're getting them from? The trailing 12 that the broker gives us. Okay, so they're going to give us a trailing 12-month statement or a trailing 12-month recap. And one example of that was on page 54. I think it's page 54. So they already gave us that. Okay, so on page 54 in the workbook, we could see that we have some of these numbers, and some of these numbers look similar, to what is in there. Now they may not be exactly the same. So but payroll is the same, admin is the same, marketing is the same, utilities are the same, taxes are the same. So I'm looking at page 54, and then I'm looking at the property analyzer. And so we generally speaking, we're going to get the trailing 12-month financial statement, and we're going to merely take those numbers and we're going to put them in to column B. And then column G, we're going to build in our pro forma. And the starting point for your pro forma is typically the seller's numbers. But then we got to make an assessment. Do we adjust the seller's numbers? And that's a hard assessment to make when you're new. And that's why coaching and mentoring matters. And so, again, I'm not pitching our program, but if you're new and doing this on your own, you're going to want to have a second set of eyes and somebody that, could look at this for you, because if you just take the seller's numbers and you don't know if it is how you're going to run the property, then it's going to be wrong. Okay. So for example, what we did here is our utility number is the same as the sellers, or pretty much the same. We increased our repairs and maintenance number to 50,400. Why did we do that? We did it based on experience and looking at similarly sized properties in this area that we're familiar with. We increased payroll from 85,000 to 90,000. We increased general and administration. And sometimes if you see it says matched OM, the broker will give you a pro forma for expenses. And so that's another hint. So there's a T12 and then there's a broker pro forma. So sometimes we'll put in the broker's numbers, and then sometimes we'll adjust these numbers. And ultimately, before we buy a deal, we're never just going to use the broker's numbers. We're going to adjust them and come up with our own numbers. Okay, and this analysis process could take several iterations. Like the first one is we're just taking the numbers from the T12 and the broker pro forma, and we put it into the property analyzer. Then we might go tour the property. We might get an insurance quote. We might get a loan quote, right? We might get a tax consultant to help us and figure out what our taxes are going to be. And so it's like peeling back the layer of an onion, right? And so sometimes we'll have multiple iterations of this property analyzer the closer we get to signing the contract and negotiating a deal. So, what we did here, this is a much more thorough analysis than the quick analysis when you just get unit mix times, number of units times 12 times 93%, take a 50% expense ratio and divide it by a cap rate. Now we're putting together, detailed income based on trailing 3, trailing 12. We're putting in actual expenses. We're putting in rent growth. We're putting in expense growth. But there's still a first pass scenario. And then as you get more into the deal and turn over more rocks, you're going to be updating this as you get more information. Does that make sense, everybody? Just kind of give me a yes or a thumbs up that you get the gist of what I'm saying. So what I want to ask you to do now is go ahead and fill this out, but I want you to know where we're getting it from. We're getting it from page 54, and we're basically matching, these numbers. And so in the next few minutes, what we should have completed is the expense tab, the 5-year property cash flow tab, and the property data tab. And then we're going to go to the sponsor compensation tab, and then all your numbers should basically fill in. Okay.
Hey, Brad, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So something else that, not to get too far into the weeds, but something that very often comes into play on whether you're going to adjust your expenses or not is knowing the seller, which again, being part of the community is kind of huge on that. And your coaches are tied into a lot of these guys. We do know the seller on this one, and we know that he's cheap, just to to be nice about it. And that's often a very big part of how you're coming up with your numbers.
Yes. Why is what? Why is it 0? Because right now we're just taking these numbers from the seller, and they are not having any contract services that they're employing. So what that means is they're doing it with their in-house maintenance team, or, sometimes we'll see bigger properties where you might have like landscaping contractors that will come in and do that. But here they might be doing it in-house because it's only 72 units. That's an example. I'm not sure. I don't know. Nick, could you?
Yeah, I
see what
put that
she's
in there.
referring
So
to?
I just made a note that on the T12, when I dug a little deeper, that they had 13,000 for contract services that they didn't have in the offering memorandum.
Yeah. So what that means is, okay, I see what you're saying here. So if you look at the notes section up on the slide, and Nick, maybe help explain this.
So I made a note to myself as I was going through, because once I went through this, then I went and kind of compared the numbers to the T12, which is the next step. And I saw that there was that 13,000. What caught my eye was the total expenses didn't match the total expenses that they had on the OM. May have been an error. If I was really going after this deal, I would reach out and either call or email the broker and say, why didn't you guys, was this an oversight, or, is there a reason?
Okay, wait. So let me explain this. So what I hear Nick saying is, in the broker offering package, Nick, tell me if this is what you're saying, but let me recap this. So what the broker did is he got the seller's actual financial reports, the 12-month P&L, but then he summarized it in a format like this. Okay. And it sounds like that there was 13,000 in contract services that Nick saw in the actual financial reports that conveniently didn't show up on the broker presentation, right? So what the broker did is there's a trailing 12 financial statement that's produced by the property management company or by the owner himself or herself. And then the broker summarizes it and puts it in a nice, pretty format like this. And Nick noticed that there was 13,000 of expenses missing. And so the question is, what happened to those 13,000? And what it could be is the broker made a decision and said, well, you don't need to use those contractors. We could just cut that out. Or maybe you do need to use those contractors and not cut it out. And this is part of the detective work and the puzzle piecing that we would need to do as buyers when we're going through our diligence is, some people are going to get offended and be like, oh, they're lying. And it's like, well, maybe they're not lying. Maybe they could cut it out. Maybe it's, they got fat and happy and it's something they could reasonably cut out that we don't need to consider, but maybe it's not. And so that's why we created that note section, is to make a note that says, hey, we need to investigate this. Why is there 13,000 in the seller's financial reports that didn't show up here in the offering package? Is that what I'm-
Exactly. Yeah. And one thing I'd highly recommend you don't do is call the broker and go, "Hey, you SOB, are you trying to hide this from me?" Because you won't get any more deals from them or any more information. Just approach it like, "Hey, I've noticed this difference. Can you help me understand why it's not in there? Was it an oversight, or do you guys think it's not needed?" But don't call them and say you were trying to hide something from us, you idiot. That's
Yeah, and this is what our coaches will do with you in our program is we'll go through this with you and we'll be like, "Hey, look, between us, we need to leave that in there." But you don't call the broker out and like Nick said, you don't say, "Oh, you son of a bitch, fucking liar, what piece of shit." Because you don't want to do that. You just say, "Okay," and then if the numbers don't work for you and the broker's like, "Hey man, why aren't you making an offer?" And you could be like, "Well, we ran the numbers, it don't work." And, "Well, why doesn't it work?" "Well, we did our own diligence and our expenses are higher." "What do you mean they're higher?" "Well, and you could explain to them like what you did, right? But you don't ever want to make them feel like they were doing something wrong, even if they are. Like it's not, we're also, it's a people business, right? So yeah, that's interesting. So, and one of the other things that's important is when you go back to that expense tab, if there's not a dollar number in one of those rows, you should go, how come there aren't any contract services? Where's the pay? Where's the property management? Where's the payroll? Because if there's a zero in any of these line items, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that maybe, like I gave you the example yesterday, maybe the family runs the property. Maybe the son is the maintenance guy and they're not paying him a salary, but it doesn't mean that there's no maintenance expense. It just means they're not showing a maintenance expense. Okay. So does everyone have this done? Let's go to the next page, which is let's go to the sponsor and passive return page. And this is really simple. By the way, if I could get everybody's attention on this, check this out. At the very top, it says, I have disclaimers all over the place here, and unfortunately I need to put these in there, and so you might want to read these. But if you look at column D, this is where we model the simple 80-20 split. 20% goes to the GP team or to the sponsor, which I have here. 80% goes to the passive investors or the equity. And then in column E, I have a 1% asset management fee, and you could change that. And then you could see, row 16 is like the performance of the deal. If there were no GP compensation. And then the next section down, starting with row 22, it starts breaking out like, how are the equity investors or the passive investors going to be paid? And so that's their returns. And then as we go down even further, it shows row 42, shows how the sponsors are going to be paid. So like, here's another example on this little 72 unit deal. You could see in row 42 that the GP team would get 76,000 of cash flow in year one, 92,000 in year two, 89,000 in year three, 99,000 in year four. And then year five at the sale, it's going to be the cash flow and the sales proceeds, which would be 1.344 million. So over 5 years, the GP team would get 1.7 million for doing this 72 unit deal, if things perform the way it's projected. Now, I also have to say, and it's on my sheet, and let me just do this now. Look at this disclaimer at the bottom. This is important, by the way. This tool is being provided for general information purposes only. It does not provide legal or financial advice. The tool does not represent nor guarantee how any particular project will perform. You know why? Because it's a tool for you and you guys got to fill in the data. And then our coaches are helping you with our experience, but we can't guarantee that the rent growth is actually going to be a certain number. Like we're helping you with our experience. Okay. It says users should assume that each project will most likely not perform as modeled. Now, what does that mean? The truth is a lot of deals perform a lot better than modeled and some perform worse. But I could say no deal has ever performed exactly as modeled. It just never does. Okay. And I have to write here, like my attorneys tell me this, there are many risks and variables associated with each particular product, including the loss of investors' money. SMM, my company, and its affiliates, officers, employees, contracts would not be liable, responsible for damage, losses, causes of action, nature, arises from use of this tool. Use of this tool is at your own risk, and each user and investor is responsible for their own independent evaluation of their performance of any particular project. See, the thing is, we have to put this stuff in there because some people think that because our coaches provide mentoring, that somehow like things are going to happen exactly the way that you complete this. Okay. And they don't. But what we are doing is we're providing a second set and the third set of eyes. So every deal that's done within the Sumrok community, we actually want to have two coaches review it, two independent reviews. So we'll get, you know, two different experienced people giving you their set of eyes on your deal. Does that make sense? And that's what we do. But then ultimately it's up to you to hit these numbers. Like you got to, the GP team is responsible for hiring the management company, for overseeing the management company, for implementing the business plan. Like my coaches are not your business partners unless you bring them into the deal as a GP. Like I'm not your business partner. Like I'm the mentor of the company and I'm going to guide you and coach you to the best of my ability, but we're not your business partners in the transactions. Okay. We have a student teacher relationship. Does that make sense? And that's important to clarify. Okay. So what we should have done at this point is let's go back to the expense tab and let's make sure everybody fills this out. And then what we should be, where we should be at this point is we should have the sponsor page filled out, the expense page filled out, the 5-year cash flow page filled out. Then we can fill out the closing costs and then go back to the property data page and everything should be filled out. And so let's make sure that you get all that filled out. And in 10 minutes, we're going to start another deal. And this one is going to be a little bit more you guys doing the work. And my team will be going around, but we're not going to come around to you up front. Like we're going to let you all work as a team at your table for 10, 15 minutes and go through some, you know, call it some head scratching and some struggles or whatever you need to do. But I want you guys to try to complete this for another deal, and then we'll walk around and we'll help you out. Okay. And we're not going to take a formal break, but let me just say, let's just say in like 6 minutes, we'll start another deal. So if anyone does need to stretch or use a restroom or something, that would be a good time, because we're going to start another deal in like 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So I want to make sure everyone has the edge loaded up. Like, are they going to be able to get on the OM and find it? Is it in that thing?
I gave him a OM T12.
Where was this at?
No, I just gave it to him this morning. I don't
Okay.
think it's in there.
So we're going to have to.
This, I'm going to start switching over to the other deal. Everybody have what they need off the screen?
Okay. We're going to move to another deal. Now, by the way, this, I have a question for all of you. Well, let me give you a comment first. When I was at the other organization, the mentoring program I joined, they had a really simple cash flow calculator that they would use for apartment buildings. And they would use the same one for single family and multifamily. And it was like rent, expenses, income, value. And I'm like, this is not robust enough. And then I did something called CCIM. CCIM is Certified Commercial Investment Member. Has anyone heard of the CCIM training? It's like you got to take these courses, and the coursework over a 2-year period costs like $6,000. And each course is a 1-week course, 40 hours. And you got to like do 40 hours of work and pass an exam. And then there's a final exam. And so I did the CCIM training, and they have a 10-year discounted cash flow analysis spreadsheet. Like ours is 5-year. This was 10 years, time value money. They had all these tabs on it, taxes, no taxes. And I was like, oh my God, like this property analyzer literally takes 40 hours of training. And it was really, really, really robust. And I thought there's got to be something out there that's more robust than a simple rent minus expense calculation, that's more robust than that, but is less complicated than a 10-year discounted cash flow analysis template that requires 40 hours of training. And so out of necessity, I came up with this property analyzer literally like a decade ago. And now we're on like version, what is it, like version 7?
I think so. That sounds.
And so it seems like every year or so, me and my team will update it with some new features and functionality. But I just want to share with you that like, this is the exact property analyzer that we use to analyze just about every deal that anyone within our community has ever purchased. And is it perfect? No. I've seen other analyzers that have more bells and whistles, but this could model new debt. It could model loan assumptions. It could model interest only. It could model fully amortized loans. And sometimes you just have to go in, and as you get better and better using it, and our coaches are all experts at it, we sometimes will have to manually override things and enter things in manually. But that being said, we've been able to model preferred equity. We've been able to model refinancing, but it's not like intuitive on the surface to do all those things. So whether you take a simple deal that doesn't have any of those nuances, or like a really advanced situation, like we've been able to figure out a way to model it. Okay, now we're not going to cover any of those today. And so the first deal that we did, I just wanted to make sure everybody's familiar with how to fill in the blanks. And now what we're going to do is the Edge deal in Abilene is the deal that Nick and Tom are doing. And then they asked me to come in as a GP. And so I want you to see, like, here's a real deal that people in our group are doing. It's not available for y'all to invest in, just to be clear, unless we happen to would have had like a 506B relationship before today. So we're not pitching the deal. But I want you, how many people think it would be interesting to see like how a deal might look like that's like currently under contract that's going to close by the end of the year? So that's why I want to show it, because I don't want to show like some sample deal. I want to show like, here's a real actual deal, but it's purely for your information only. And, you know, being fully transparent, if someone thinks they had a 506B relationship, then you could say, hey, Brad, like, let me talk to you if, you know, I might want to invest, but it's not like we're not doing a general pitch, because most of us, we don't have a 506B relationship, just to be clear. Okay. So, Nick, do you want to lead them through? And I think,
So just to be clear, this is the old, and we upgraded the analyze, not upgraded, I guess upgraded in October. So 99% of it's the same, but some of the cells may be a little bit different. I just realized because when we started this back in July. So this is still the older version of the analyzer, but it's pretty much the same.
yeah.
So do you want to go through the OM first? Or
Yeah.
Just, okay.
Here, I'll
Okay.
walk through this. So unfortunately, this offering package is not in your QR code. And so what I want to ask you to do is, if you need to move seats so you can see the screens better, or just take a chair and sit in front of the screen, which is probably something I would do because I can't see that far, then I want to give you guys the space to do that. And then we'll walk through and if you need to, like, bring your laptop on your lap or whatever, or just take pictures of the screenshots. And then we're going to go ahead and try to work on the property analyzer at your table. Okay. So the other thing I want to do is, everybody at your table, most of you have your own machine with the property analyzer. And I want to encourage everybody to try to do it, but it may be useful to have one person nominated at each table that's going to, you know, enter in the data, and have everybody else kind of like coalesce around one person, because it may be useful and educational to kind of work as a team. But I'm going to leave that up to you, or you could try to do it individually and just, you know, ask your team at your table like what they're doing. So before we start filling it in, before we start filling it in, I'm just going to walk you through the OM. Okay. So that's the cover page of the OM. The second page shows, and I want to show you guys OMs too, because I want you to see what an OM looks like. You know, the page 2, it says, hey, we're exclusively been retained to represent the seller. Page 3 talks about, here's what they want in an offer. You remember I said what they want to see in an offer? I said the price, the due diligence, the closing time frame, the earnest money deposit, a description of the debt and equity structure, and qualifications to close. This is exactly what brokers want to see when you submit the offer. Okay, so just take a screenshot of that, and anytime you submit an offer, this is a rule of thumb of this kind of stuff you want to submit. Yep.
Jay did get it in that folder. That they've got
It is in the folder. Oh, okay, good. So I was misinformed. Let's give my team a round of applause. They rock. So if you go to that QR code on page 24, is it 24? 34, this deal, 44, 34, 24, whatever.
44.
Okay. This offering memorandum you should be able to access it, okay, which is even better. But I'm going to walk you through the OM. This page gives you vital statistics, the year built, the number of doors, the average rent. By the way, just from this page, how many people could do the quick back of the napkin analysis? Number of units, average rent, 12 months, 93%. Oh, what's the cap rate in Abilene? 6.5, 6, 7. So you use 6.5. You could do the quick analysis right now. Okay. By the way, and they're going to put nice looking photos of the property. Investment highlights. Again, you could just see some of the languaging and positioning and relevant information that the broker would think would be useful for a borrower or a buyer. Okay. Property overview. Again, this is going to be like, just a lot of information. Property details, number of buildings, school districts, parking spaces, mechanical systems, personnel. When you're new, you can learn a lot from this. Like if you look under that second column where it says personnel, this property employs 6 full-time people. This is all going to show up on payroll. Property manager, assistant manager, leasing consultant. So that's 3 people inside, 3 office people, technical supervisor, that's a lead maintenance person, service technical, that's an assistant maintenance person, housekeeper. Okay, someone that goes around and picks up the grounds and the trash. Okay, so this is typical for like a 288 unit property. You could see tax information, tax rates, what annual taxes are for the property. This is going to show like an aerial of where the property is and where some other relevant things might be located in Abilene. So you see the edge is there, and you can see how close it is to the Abilene Airport, the zoo, Abilene Christian University, a technical college, et cetera, et cetera. Unit mix. We need the unit mix to complete the property analyzer. So hint, in a few minutes, I'm going to shut up and make sure you go to the unit mix because you need this to complete the property data sheet. Okay, you'll need that. Floor plans. This is just nice information that you don't need this to complete the property analyzer. You don't need this, but these are just nice pictures. I mean, by the way, if you're a GP and you're preparing your investor slide deck that you're going to pitch investors, don't you think that you could take some of these pictures and take screenshots and just put them into your slide deck? This is what a lot of us do. Okay.
I've also asked for them once, if we're under contract, if they'll share all their professional pictures, and all of them have. So we get a big Dropbox full of professionally taken pictures.
And check this out, community amenities. Like I was really impressed when I visited this property. Like, and I said this on day one, it seems so long ago, but like a 70 unit property is not going to have a swimming pool, fire pits, a fitness center, a dog park, pickleball courts, so you don't want to compare a 70 unit to a 288 unit when you're doing your market comparison. Okay. But there's a lot of nice amenities here. And part of our business plan, by the way, is to level up these amenities. This actually shows what the current ownership has already spent on the property. Now, it doesn't say over what period of time, but I'm assuming over their ownership period, they already spent $2.6 million, and you can see where they've allocated some of that money. This is what the inside looks like, and you can see they have upgraded units with, appliances, cabinets. Again, these are great photos that you could take and use in your investor slide pitch. Okay. Now, hint, you're going to need this page when you fill out the property analyzer. Okay. What do you need it for? Well, the trailing 12 is on here in column 1. The trailing 12 needs to be completed in the property analyzer. So not only are you going to need the unit mix page, you're going to need this page. You're going to need the trailing 12. You're going to need the trailing 3 because those are in the property analyzer. And there's a year one pro forma. And when you go to the expense tab, you're going to start off using these expenses. Okay, so if you go to the expense tab in the property analyzer, where do you fill out the expenses? You pull them right from here in the beginning. So the clue is when I stop talking, you guys are going to go into your OM and you're basically going to use this page of the pro forma that has the T3 income, the T12 income, the T12 expenses. And you're going to start with, I want you to start with the expense tab, actually. Start with the expense tab, fill in the T12 expenses, fill in the pro forma expenses. And as a first pass, use the broker's numbers. Just as a first pass, use the broker's numbers. So do the expense tab, then go and do the unit mix tab. And go to the first page and do the unit mix. Okay, and then go to the 5-year cash flow analysis tab. And now this, we're not going to use any of this information for our property analysis, but it's useful information when you do your own analysis. And you can see there's rent comparables, you know, Abilene at a glance. There's going to be all these, you know, fancy pictures of people having fun, you know, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, you know, the Buffalo Buffs, you know, the zoo, you know, all the stuff that doesn't really make a rat's ass difference. Like anytime a broker sells a property anywhere near Dallas, you know what they're going to have in the offering package? The Dallas Cowboys Stadium. You could be 76 miles away and they're going to have the Dallas Cowboys Stadium. They're going to have the dart train. They're going to have the Cowboys cheerleaders. They're going to have, you know, Tony Romo or Roger Staubach, a football, you know. It's like, who cares? Okay, go to the unit mix page, go to the demographics page, go to the page with numbers that matter, go to the T12, the T3 page, and the pro forma page. All right. So what I'm going to do here is stop talking, and I want you guys to start. You should be starting, go on your property analyzer, go to the expense tab and start filling out the T12 expenses and the pro forma expenses. And I'm going to leave this screen up here as a hint for you. So what you want to be working on is the expense tab, current and pro forma, and then the unit mix tab, and go to the unit mix page in the OM. And let's go ahead and get those done. And then together, we're going to go to the 5-year cash flow analysis tab. How's everybody doing on the expense tab? Now, look, obviously, like there's whole nother levels. And I, explained, it's like peeling back, one of the questions we get a lot is, well, Brad, like we're just taking the numbers from the broker and putting it in here. Well, yes, this is my approach to doing it. This is exactly how I do deals too. I don't buy the deal based on the broker's numbers, but until I have something else, which comes through my diligence, the market research. The other thing I'll do is I'll probably start working with the management company and I'll send them the numbers and say, hey, could you give me your pro forma for this? So like we're doing multiple layers of analysis, but you got to start somewhere. And so we start somewhere with, if the broker took the time and energy to put together an offering package, that's usually my starting point. Okay. So work together as a team too, if you want, and get your expense tab filled out and the property data filled out. And what I want to do is once your expense tab is filled out and the property data is filled out, I want somebody, at least one person at your table to stand up. And once everybody's standing up, we'll go to the 5-year cash flow tab. Yo. Okay, this is a question I got online, and I'm going to take some questions here, and then we'll move on to the cash flow page. So this is an interesting question. We have an online question that says, is the listing broker legally liable for the accuracy of the numbers they provide? Let me answer that question. No, no, and no. The listing broker is going to have disclaimers everywhere saying that they are merely taking the numbers provided by the seller and showing them as represented by the seller. And so there's no way, shape, or form that any listing broker is going to be liable or accept liability for any of the numbers that are in their packages. Okay, so that's number one. Can you withdraw from the offer if you find the data is significantly not accurate? Well, you can, but I recommend that you do as much analysis as you can before you sign the contract. Okay, so it's going to be up to you. All these things are going to have disclaimers, and it's up to the buyer to do their own analysis. Okay, it's always up to the buyer to do their own analysis. The next question, who underwrites the deal? The GP with the SEC lawyer's help to have the PPM. Yeah, the GP team is going to be working on underwriting the deal. Okay, and just to be clear, for those of you that are new to the mentoring program, our coaches will help you, but we don't take liability either and say, hey, we're going to underwrite your deals. We will help you with our opinions and experience and second and third set of eyes, but it's up to the GP teams to underwrite the deals. Okay, up to the GP teams. What else is here? Any talk on managing the deal? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We have a little bit of time left after this deal. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so in Texas, we have to pay a franchise tax on any business that brings in a certain number of revenue or more, and it's a Texas thing. It's a state tax. Yeah. And it's based on revenue, not profit. So here's a couple other nuances that I've noticed. Let's go through the expense tab together. Repairs and maintenance. How many people got that one? Well, wait. Our analyzer says repairs, maintenance, and make ready. And this one has repairs and maintenance. But then the next line on this pro forma is turnover. Turnover is another word for maintenance. It's another word for make ready. So what you could do is you could add the turnover into repairs and maintenance and put that in the analyzer, or you could put it in other. Okay, at the end of the day, as long as the sum at the bottom is the same, you're on the right track. But it is helpful to try to start understanding how different companies call different things. Remember I said there's a lot of common languaging and vernacular in this industry, but it's not all 100% the same. So trash, sometimes trash will be included in utilities. Security, again, where does security go? You could put it in other, it might find itself in contract services. Like I know our analyzer doesn't have a line item for security. It's probably going to be in contract services. Payroll, we have a line item for that. Admin, that's going to go under G&A, general and admin. Okay. Marketing, we have a line item for that. Utilities, we have a line item for that. I don't know if our analyzer has a line item for trash. And if it does not, then you could put it in utilities or maybe put it in contract services. That's usually where you would find trash. Real estate taxes, we have a line item for that. Franchise taxes, in Texas, there's a law that if a business brings in so much revenue, you have to pay a percentage of it to the government. That's franchise tax. Insurance, we have a line item for that. Property management fees. Now, capital reserves, we're going to put in on the 5-year cash flow sheet. So you don't have to put that in on the expenses. And so go ahead and do that for the T12 and then the pro forma. And let's see, the pro forma is the same for a lot of things. And a lot of times what the brokers do is they will round up or round down. So I noticed that they took payroll from 339,000 to 331,200. And there's no science behind that. Or at least I don't think there is. I think they just rounded it. Okay. Up. The screen just blinked.
Went to sleep. Let me wake it up.
Okay, the main things that I see that are different in this package, there's not a lot different. The repairs and maintenance, the turnover, the trash, the security, the payroll, the admin, the marketing, the utilities. The taxes went up a little bit. They're modeling taxes going up 25,000. They did put in franchise taxes of 10,000, whereas before it was 0. Those are the main differences. Now, I can tell you from experience that some other things that could be substantially different might be insurance, because you're going to have to go out and get your own insurance quote. But again, in the beginning, you could use this number. You know, you're going to probably have a new payroll number. Where do you get payroll? You're going to talk to property management companies, and they're going to tell you what their payroll would be for this. Okay. So as we get further down the line of doing these analysis, you're going to get an insurance quote. You're going to get a property management budget. You know, you're going to get different numbers. So let's go to the unit mix tab and make sure everybody has that filled out. So the unit mix tab is here, and let's make sure we have that filled out.
And this OM doesn't have pro forma rents. So you can just start out with a percentage lift. Now, what we have on our analyzer, we actually have a budget from our property management company, and we got rents from them. Yes.
All right. Who needs more time on Nick? Did you give him a percentage to use for the unit mix?
4 or 5% to start with. It, you know, you can do 3, kind of whatever you're going to get organic. That's if you're doing no upgrades. You should at least get 2 to 3% in most markets. But if you're doing an upgrade, you can do, you know, we will come. We ended up, after working with our property management company, doing the comps and others, we've got a pretty significant bump, but because we have 2 properties across the street and we can see what we know what we're getting there. And we know, knowing the country place down the road, we talked with that owner. And so we used his rents and our rents. And that's where we came up. We think these guys are way under market on rent.
So Nick, could you give us some inside information? So we're on the unit mix tab, and I want everybody to put in these 4 unit types. So we have A1, A2, A3, and B2. And we have the number of each floor plan. So it should come up to 288 units. So put in these 4 unit types, put in the square footage, and put in the rent per month shown here as the current rent. So we have 840, 845, 842, and 1081 as the current rents. And then Nick, now, just so you know, we've done the analysis on it. So what are our pro forma rents looking like? And we could just put those in the
It's
analyzer.
averaging 13%. So if you wanted to come up, but it's it's not across the board. I think we're at 890, 990, 1015. I don't remember what the fourth one is. Tom, do you remember what the number 4? I can pull it up real quick.
So we're gonna give you the cheat sheet. So we've done the analysis, and the A1s are going from 840 to 890. And then the A2s are going from 825 to 990. And then the A3s are at 1015. And the B2s are at 1065.
So we determined these we did comps on our own, and then I got with our regional and our on-site managers at the other properties, and that's how we came up with these rents. They actually gave us a range for classic and upgraded, and we're kind of in the middle of those. We didn't hit all the way up. And just to build in some cushion, well, we'll show that in a minute. On our net rental income, we're over 100,000 less on our net rental income in year one, just to build in cushion to their to what their what their budget was. Yeah. So yeah, Country Place, with our relationship with Nick Fwellen, who owns Country Place, who is a broker here in DFW, but he owns just up the road too. He gave Tom the rent roll from last month. So we actually see the rents that Country Place is paying. You usually don't get access to a competitor's actual rent roll. And I'd gone in there and shopped already. I went in, talked to the manager. Shopping comps is easier than you would think. I've always been surprised at how much information they give us when we go in. A little over 1.8, just start at 1.8 million, 1.85. Yes, sir. Can you, B1 is what? Oh, 65, 1065. Yeah, we're not showing much of a bump on, 1,050 on that one on current. Because that says market rent on the OM. This is actually, once I decide we decide we want to dig into the deal, I'll take the rent roll and just start really spending digging into it, looking and seeing what their actual rents are. Oh, it didn't match. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even look to catch that, but I'll look, and we want to look at units that have moved in the last, say, 2 to 4 months. Those are your actual current rents. If you notice on Brad's spreadsheet there, it says current rent, not market rent. Column K is current rent. So we're going to look at last 2 to 4 month move-ins. Not lease start, because it could be somebody that renewed, but your best data is going to be recent move-ins. Correct. I love digging into the rent roll. I'll make a tab for every square footage and then sort it by move-in date, by rent, highest rent to lowest rent, and really tease that out. But that's after doing the initial run through. You don't want to put all that time in on a deal that's not going to work. Working with our property, I'm doing comps, visiting other. Oh, if you're doing it, you didn't have that information, I would just add 4% to all the current rents. No, that's saying if you're just looking at the OM, I would just go, we should be able to do upgrades and get a 3 to 4% rent bump.
Well,
or even in Dallas, you're probably going to get a 2 to 3% organic rent growth if you don't do anything to the units.
Well, here's another guideline. So this is a really good topic. So what I want to impress upon you is how simple this could be, but also how nuanced it could be. Okay. So there's some questions around like, hey, Nick, how come you didn't use the rents that are on the unit mix? How come your rents are different? And his answer was, well, I dove into the rent roll and I looked at what people are actually paying as opposed to what they showed on the unit mix. We're assuming that everybody everybody in A1 was paying the same amount, which they're really not, right? So the unit mix is like a snapshot summary of what the current rents might be today, but the rent roll is going to show exactly what everybody is paying in all 288 units. Okay, so that's going to be a nuance. The pro forma rents, a lot of times the broker will show in the unit mix current rents and pro forma rents, and we saw that when we did the quick analysis yesterday. And in this offering package, they don't even show pro forma rents, but let me show you what they do show. Go back to this page and let me get your attention up here. They do show a year one pro forma, right? And so if you look at this, if it just look at the trailing 12 where it says gross scheduled rent, and that number on an annual basis is 2.7 million. Does everybody see that number? And now look at the pro forma rent is 3,025,000. And so again, I mean, I'm just sharing with you like things that I've learned over the years, and you start training your eye on how to look at this stuff. So the question is, well, hey, how do I come up with a pro forma rent? And then knowing that I haven't like toured the property, done rental comps, engaged the management company, like how do I even come up with it? The broker didn't put the pro forma rent in the OM. Well, they kind of did. So somebody take 3,025,000 and divide by 2.7 million. Could somebody do that right now on a calculator? What's 3,025,000 divided by 2.7 million? 1.12. So I would say, oh, okay. They're modeling a 12% rent increase going from where they're at today to where they expect to be in a year from now. Did you see how I just came up with that? Now, Nick and his team, which is now my team on this deal, they dug deep and they did a detailed market survey and they got a budget from the management company. And Nick, after all that work, what is your pro forma rent increase that you came up with?
13%.
13%. And it's fucking 12 right here. But I mean, well, yes and no, but the point is, in 3 minutes, I could come up with 12%. Okay, but I'll tell you how people F themselves up is they won't do that. And they'll be like, oh, I need to talk to a management company. I need a budget. You know, I need this information. I need to do all these reports. I need to knock on 17 doors. And by the way, maybe you do before you buy the property, and you probably should. But you don't have to go through the lengths of doing all that stuff up front. Just look for clues in the offering package. And I just showed you one, like, you know, hey, they don't show the pro forma rent, but they show the annual pro forma income and the trailing 12 income. It's a 12% uplift. Let me just put the unit mix in, the current rents, and put every, you know, there's 4 floor plans, and let me just raise the rent of all 4 of these floor plans by 12%. And now I'm going to be close to the way the broker set up the deal, which is the first pass. I always try to model the deal the way the broker set up the deal. Because think about this. Who does the broker represent? The seller. The broker sets up the deal so that the numbers should work. If I can't model the deal, if I model the deal the same way the broker modeled the deal, and I can't get the numbers to work, that should be a clue that I don't need to go any further and get a lender involved and a management company involved. But what so many people do is the opposite. They don't think that way. And they waste all this time and they get attorneys and lenders and management companies, and then they never buy anything. And then they wonder, Brad, these management companies don't want to talk to me anymore. And I'm like, yeah, because you've had them evaluate 100 deals and you didn't buy anything. Like, they don't work for free. You're wearing out people. And so I'm trying to give you like the hacks, the shortcuts of like, that's why we did the quick analysis yesterday. And that's why I'm trying to show you how to decipher some of these things. So like, you know, what I meant, Pavla, is like Nick and his team probably spent 40 hours coming up with a detailed pro forma analysis, and they decided that rents could be raised 13%. But in 3 minutes, I decided it could be 12. So I'm going to use 12 and do my initial analysis. And then I'm still going to do all the work that he did. because it might not be 12. It might only be 8. It might be 14. It might be 18. So we still got to do it. But in this case, like the broker did a pretty good job sizing up the deal because we still went out and verified everything. Does that make sense? Now, the question that you asked is that a lot? Well, I mean, maybe, but it's like, it is what it is. It's like if the other properties are comparable and they're getting substantially higher rents, then it is what it is.
So this is this owner only has one property and the management company only has one property in Abilene. So I don't think they're pushing the rents. We have 4. The management company we use has 4 others. So they have 8 total properties. Plus we looked at Country Place. So we really leaning on 13 other properties to come up with our pro forma rents. So I think these guys, they've owned this property for a long time. I just think they've been kind of lax on pushing their rents.
So now what I want to challenge everybody to do is, how many people completed the expense tab? Every table? How many people did the unit mix tab and just add 12%, take their current rents and add 12% and do the pro forma rents? And I'll go to the 5-year cash flow. No, go to the property data page and let's do the loan. Let's do the loan. Now, Nick, explain the type of loan we have and try to walk them through how to do the loan here.
So this one's a little different than the other ones, but it's similar. We're assuming.
And tell them the price too.
Yeah, 19.5 is what our final offer was going to be. You know, they were whispering 20 to 21. We got it for 19.5, but we're assuming an existing Freddie Mac loan that's about 13.6 million. So that's going to be your loan dollars. You try to dial in, use your percent or your loan to value, your loan to cost to get the loan amount to be 13.6. And that, unlike the earlier deal where we wanted to build in cushion, we know what our loan amount's going to be. We're assuming that 13.6 million, and it started amortizing last month. I think so. We're actually, our loan, we're going to get a little less loan, but it's going to balance out with what we're raising. But just try to do the percent to get to 13.6. And what's great, it's a 4.22 interest rate. So we're assuming an existing loan with over 10 years of term left on it with a 4.22 interest rate, which if we were getting new debt today, it'd be 200 basis points or more above that, probably 250 basis points above on a new loan.
Yeah. So when you're getting new debt, you might put in a loan like a percentage, like 60%. So like if I'm modeling a deal and I'm going to go get new debt, eventually you're going to get a loan quote. And then if the lender tells you they're going to loan you, $14 million, then you want to adjust the percentage on the calculator to match the loan quote. But until you get a loan quote, this is where our coaching will help, is like before you get a loan quote, you're probably going to put in a percentage. And I would say in today's market, put in 65% loan. Put in, whatever's on that loan matrix that I showed you in the workbook. Put in 6.75%. Maybe 60% loan, 65% loan, put in 2 years interest only, put in 30-year amortization. Okay. And that's how you size up the new debt. Now, if you're assuming a loan, we already know the loan balance and we know the interest rate. So we're assuming a loan at 4.2% and we have the loan balance. And so what we have to do there again is the way our analyzer works is you have to modify the percentage to match the known loan balance. Okay. So do you want to show them how we did that?
Now, I think the new model, I think you put in the loan dollars. I think we flipped that on the new model.
Okay. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The analyzer that I have, this is the older version, and you do put in the loan amount. So it's 69.74% to get the just under 13.6 million that were on our loan assumption.
So Nick, what you're telling me is the existing loan balance is $13.6 million.
Correct.
Okay. And we have no interest only, but it's 30 years amortized at 4.22%.
Correct. And I think that's what's beautiful about this. We're still getting over 7% cash flow with no interest only on this loan.
Yeah. So now what we've done is we've completed the expense tab. We've completed the unit mix, and we've put in the price, and we've put in the loan. And now I want you to go to the 5-year cash flow tab and see what else needs to be filled out.
And your numbers may be different because our expenses too are off our property management company's budget. With us having over 500 units in a 1 block area, where a lot of our expenses are going to be a little lower than what might be on the OM. I haven't even compared it in a while, but we are everything. All of our expenses except taxes and insurance are directly from our property management budget. Who we've been using for about 2 years on all our other properties. Yes. Each property is a separate entity, but we are leveraging that that we're able to get a lower management fee because we're going to have over 700 units under management with them in the area, but it's a different contract with each property. Does that make sense? But we will be able to share employees, like the 2 properties across the street. Right now we have at Riata Ranch, which is right across the street. The manager there works 2 days a week for 5 hours at Sunscape, the property that's behind it. That's we only have a manager there 10 hours a week just because it's a very easy property. So we will be able to share, and all they do is they just clock in at each property. We're going to share maintenance, so that's going to allow us, whereas they're running 3 in and 3 out now at the property, we're going to do 2.5 and 2.5, but because we're going to be sharing across the street. Some weeks we may have 3 full-time, some weeks we may have 2 full-time each direction, just because with 3 properties literally across the street from one another, we'll be able to share that workload. And it lets us leverage our contracts too. So for our landscaping, we can say, look, you just got the guys that are doing landscaping, you just come park once, you get all these properties done. So we will get a better deal on our landscaping too.
So Nick, what I want to ask you to do, I'm going to step out and get some coffee, as if that's what my throat needs right now. Actually, I'm going to get some tea. Yeah, tea is better. We'll do some Q&A, but I want to transition over to the 5-year page and fill out the rest of the information, starting with their annual rent growth, expense growth, vacancy, complete the T12 and the T3 numbers, the replacement reserve number. Everything in blue is going to need to be filled in. And Nick will kind of guide you through that, but I want you to kind of look at it and remember everything I told you. I gave you most of the answers already on some of these things. You may not remember them all, and try to fill it in, and then we'll kind of come around and at your table and from the stage, we'll kind of guide you on how to fill this out. Okay?
Awesome. Quick, I want to show you something that on the CoStar is how we got our annual rent growth in a couple of places. So, So this is a CoStar report. There's a ton of data that there's probably 100 and something pages in here, but I'm going to show you where we got. This is some industry data of how one of 2 places that we got our rent growth. So this is a 3-star property. We're looking at vacancy and rent see right here, 3-star. And we come right over here. It's showing for 2024 next year, 4.6, 4.2, 3.8, and 2.9. So think of that's showing projected rent growth going forward. And so you come to the analyzer on the 5-year tab. Remember that was 4 something for the next couple of years, and then all the way out to 2.9. So here across line 6, we use 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, and then 3.0, 3.0. So we wanted to come in a little less, to be more conservative than what CoStar was showing. Now, we took another data point on that. We feel we could push this number, but we want to be conservative, owning properties across the street. Let me find. We have, you know what? Here it is. No, that's occupancy. You know what? I did not put my slide deck in here. Let me, well, just knowing, and I've showed Tom that we've pulled our lease trade outs going back to last year. And on all the 2 properties across the street and the 2 across town, we've had 4 to 6% rent growth without doing upgrades. So we're showing, if we really feel like we'd have a decent case to show we can put 4 to 6, somewhere between 4, 5, 6% on our average annual rent growth across the top of that line. But we didn't want to push that hard. So that's why we're in that 3.5 to 3 number in there. But we've consistently done that. And then, so that I thought I had the slide deck in there, but it's we can pull that in our property management software, but I've pulled the lease trade out, and even on our renewals and our new leases, we were getting 4, 5, 6% rent growth over the last year plus. Yes, sir.
When you're doing rent growth, is that new tenants coming in?
It shows new and renews.
So when they renew, their rent's going up 13%?
No, well, that's new people. If we're going to come in and do an upgrade, they're going to go up 13%. Now, if it's just a renewal, we may just push them up 5, 6% because we don't have to put any money into it. If we can get you to renew at a strong rent increase, we'll take that because we're putting $0 back into that unit. Because even a basic turn is going to cost you maybe a couple $1,000 plus several days of vacancy. So there's expense on top of that. So one other thing, and then I'll let y'all work on this, is the economic vacancy. See the 10, 9, 9. We have good support, actual numbers. This is our property, 2 properties across the street. And this goes back to May, but you can see our average occupancy for the 2 properties across the street. Physical occupancy has been 95.8 and 97.8. So, but we're still using 9% stabilized economic vacancy, which is about 7 physical plus 2% economic. And we have another slide. This is one thing we love about Abilene is our collections are great. We close out our delinquency under $1,000 on most properties almost every month. We have a couple of months that blip, but it's compared to my DFW properties and Houston properties at Abilene, our collections are we just off the charts good. All right, I'm going to blow this up and let y'all kind of work on it, and we can answer any questions. Is that anywhere near big enough for everybody to see? Does that work? I can probably click it one more time if you. Oop, whoa. Too much. Good. And again, these won't line up right with the OM because this is off our budget, off our PM property management budget. Yes, sir.
Incredibly precise, right? Like the 8.66 expense increase first 2 years,
right? You have an accounting team, but we're putting the numbers together. Yes, it's precise. It's just give us a number of what we want our income to grow. What we can see what's growing in the first year, second year, and you notice we kept our other income flat. Part of this because we're enacting some things that are going to raise other income, but we're also implementing water savings, which is going to reduce our water by about 20%. So our water income will reduce by 20%. So it ends up being a wash, which we really think, I believe our property management company had us higher on our other income. So that's another little bit of conservative section that we built in. Yes, sir. So the question is, Sumo loans that blended? If we were doing a supplemental, we would blend an interest rate, but we are doing a straight assumption. We are taking over the seller's existing loan. Their current loan is 422. We'll take over their principal. And I need to go, I believe either this month or next month, they start amortizing. So that it will have at least 1 to 2 payments on it before we close. So the question is, if the loan we were assuming had a blended interest rate, yeah, we would just take over what if I understand your question right, we would take over whatever the seller has. It would not change from whatever the seller currently has. I think somebody had a,
Yeah, just a real simple question. So when you did your comps or your rent comparables or whatever, sounds like a huge labor undertaking. You literally would go to the property. If we just had a property in Orlando.
you need boots on the ground, and the lender's going to want you to have boots on the ground to do the comps and then to do your CapEx stuff. You know, the first year you're going to need somebody out there weekly to every other week, checking on, especially if you're doing a big CapEx project. You're going to need somebody looking over, making sure they're doing it. Hey, Tom, I think Ball might have a. You can do your initial online, but nothing beats going in and walk. Like when we got to a point where I knew we were going to make an offer, I cleared my schedule, drove out to Abilene for the day and visited properties, even though we had a pretty good idea, but I'm like, I don't feel comfortable making this final offer till I go. And we had our property management company gave us rent. They'll do it, but they do it by phone. I'm like, I want to go walk in myself and talk to somebody. So I cleared out half a day and drove out to Abilene, went into properties and visited. Yes, sir. Say that. Speak. So correct. So on the question is on the exit cap rate. See that 7.0 on the reversion cap rate? That is, we generally want to model the cap rate going up, even though most people would say cap rates are going to trend down going forward. And we, on our presentation, we did a sensitivity of what happens if the cap rate goes up by 25 basis points up or down. You know, we're buying this at a 6.5 on the T3. Well, it's right here. And a 6.2 on the T12. And, you know, if we could sell it at 6.5, our returns go over 100% to our investors. But it's just we want to be conservative on it. You know, I think there's a good chance it sells at a 6.5 because, you know, as rates come down, lending's more favorable. Let's go what we're going to pay when we sell the property. So pay the broker, correct?
Yeah.
Our exit fees.
Let me just walk through a couple of these. So we covered rent increases per year. We get that from doing our research. Other income increases. Usually we get that at around 2%, but you can see the first few years we've modeled it based on implementation of like, you know, just implementing other
taxes and our R&M going up.
Yeah, that was expense increases, but the other income is increases.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The other income is as we start implementing carports. Right now they have a CoinMac laundry contract. We're going to clean it. We're putting all our own washer and dryers in. And so we'll be capturing all the laundry income. So that's modeling that. We actually locked in with the laundry machines are on sale for $900 off per unit. And I have a relationship with a lady. She's like, if y'all sign before December, we'll get you this price. You don't have to take delivery until after close. So we're saving about $20,000 on washer and dryers.
Yeah. And then this row 28, where we have reversion cap rate, this is where we're trying to forecast in the future what the cap rate would be 5 years from now when we sell it. And the truth is, we don't know what it is. But what we know is, like right now, we're buying inside Abilene, and that's probably like a 6 or a 6.5 cap market right now. And so we always model the exit cap rate higher than what we buy it at. And that has saved us a lot of times. Okay. Now, in reality, there have been times where, you know, we bought something at a 6 cap and sold it at a 4 cap, and everybody made gazillions of dollars. And then there was a trend where my coaches became very unpopular with our students because we would say, they were like, yeah, but cap rates are going down. And I'm like, yeah, but they don't always go down. Let's model the exit cap rate higher than the acquisition cap rate. And some of our students were having shit fits. Oh, you're killing our deals. Seriously. Yeah. And now I'm looking back and saying, we saved you asses so many times, but some of the people didn't listen to us. And one guy, you know, is famous for being in the Wall Street Journal about it. Like he just didn't listen. Okay. So the bottom line is, like, we're not here to kill deals, but we're here to give you our perspectives and experience on, like, hey, cap rates don't always go down, and it's safer to model an increase. Like, no matter where you're buying at, it's always safer to model the cap rate being higher in the future. And if we could still make money with the cap rate being higher, you know, we're not always, you know, we don't have a crystal ball. The cap rate could go up higher than what we modeled. But, you know, again, we've been doing this for a long time, and most of the deals that we have done with students that are committed and diligent in their operations have done really well. Okay, and that's what we want to do. We want to equip you with the best tools and the best knowledge and the best market data and the best teams and the best service providers, so that regular people like us could come into this business and do really well. Yes. Well, not really, because remember yesterday I talked about like acquisition cap rate. Let me show you what I mean. Nick, go back to that 5-year page. See, that's another thing. Like, somebody might say, well, hey, we're buying at a 6.2 cap, so let's exit out of a 6.7 cap and mark it up 50 basis points. But here's the thing. Based on the trailing 12 income and expenses, we're buying at a 6.2. Based on trailing 3, we're buying at a 6.5. But this is seller's expenses. We're not using our pro forma expenses. So the way I would do the acquisition cap rate is my T3 income over the pro forma expenses, and I would come up with yet another different cap rate. So I want to show you how acquisition cap rate could be completely different depending on whether you use T12, T3, or T12 over pro forma expenses. And everybody out there ain't doing it the same way. And so if someone says, well, what's the acquisition cap rate? I'd say, well, based on T3 income and pro forma expenses, my acquisition cap rate is this. But unfortunately, if you talk to 50 different investors, they calculate it 50 different ways. And that's why I don't like to use that number, because it's not a number that everybody calculates consistently. And so, you know, what I tell my students, and those of you that came into the program, welcome. What I tell my students is that, you know, again, yesterday I talked about people that are like, well, I don't want to do a deal with negative leverage. Why would I borrow money at 6.75% and the cap rate's only 5%? Like, that doesn't make sense. But at the end of the day, what I do on every deal is we just drop it into this analyzer. And at the end of the day, Nick, go to the property setup page again. So once we have a few coaches review these deals, I'll just tell you what I look at. I look at that yellow number. Is that number good? Can we get investors interested? Can we go out to the investors and say, hey, this deal is projected to earn a 7.8% cash return and a total return, which includes appreciation of 90%. And the taxes aren't even baked in there, by the way. The depreciation isn't even baked in there. You know, and then if we want to know how much we make as a sponsorship team, Nick, go to the sponsorship tab, and we're doing the 80-20 split. And over 5 years, the sponsorship team will make $3.2 million. And for example, I came in and say I'm getting 25% of that to do what I do. So I know that over 5 years, I'm going to make on this deal $725,000. And that's where I talked about, you know, asymmetrical risk and return. I'm going to put in $500,000 into the deal of my own money, and that could potentially be a risk. But my upside is, you know, I'm going to get the same returns as the passive investors on my money, which is 7.86% and a 90% total return. Plus, I'm going to get my split of this. And so I'm going to get that asymmetrical reward for the risk that I take. And for all those of you that are GPs, now you have that same opportunity where you'll have a disproportionate reward a positively disproportionate reward based on the risk that you take. Does that make sense? And if you do this consistently over the next decade, your net worth is going to grow, exponentially. And I'm going to need to take a few more questions, and then we're going to need to wrap up. I saw 2 people already had to leave because I said we'll be done at 5 o'clock. And this is what happens when I get into my passion, is I just lose track of time. Yeah.
Yes, so your 25% that you're gonna get for this, is that like your 25% for like operations companies, like VAs and other people that are managing business, or is that 25% just?
Well, so I have a company that does this business, and it's a completely separate company that does investments. Yeah, so like I don't mix my event company and my mentorship company. I don't mix it with my apartment investing company. It's 2 separate ventures. So my apartment investing company, I have a different entity. And honestly, right now, it's just me. I have no employees, no VAs, no managers, no acquisitions people. I never wanted to build that out. I want to build out this event and mentorship company. And then I want to partner up with people that have those things, and that's what their passions are. So my partners are generally my students and my mentors that are out in the business that have built out their own acquisitions team, their asset management team, their construction team, their management teams, and I leverage them. Yeah, it's I'm not saying that's what everybody else should do, but it's a nice way to go, But how many people saw value in doing these deals? Now your homework, because we're out of time, is you have the workbook, you have the QR code, you have the property analyzer, and go in and see how far you could get on these other deals. Okay. And those of you that are in the mentorship program that came in with the red lanyards, we could set up calls with Nick or Tom or whatever, and we could help you, we could help you practice. We're not just here to help you in a real live deal. We're here to help you bone up on your skill sets. So I want to, could I have a few more minutes so we could wrap this up properly? Okay.
You'll switch to your slide.
Yeah.
Jay, what do I need to do to switch to Brad's?
Well, I don't really have any more slides. I guess what I want to say is, what do I want to say? Well, first, I want to thank you all for coming. Okay. What I'm about to ask you is not meant to be I'm not looking for a compliment, but I'm looking for true feedback. And let's do this. Go to page 4 before we leave. And I want you to take a look at your assessment that you did at 9:30 in the morning yesterday. And now I would like for you to write a new number next to your old number. And I'd like for you to spend 5 minutes reassessing yourself. So my first question is, how much did you improve? How many numbers did you improve in terms of understanding the deal? Understanding the deal is understanding NOI, cap rate, the business model, the ways we make money, cash flow, appreciation, tax savings. So give yourself a new number, if there is a new number. The next one is finding the deal. Finding the deal is where do we find deals? Do we send letters? Do we go to brokers? Do we join communities? How do we find deals? And is it important to know what you're looking for? Or do you just buy anything out there? You want to look for a good deal, or do you want to be specific about what it is that you're looking for? And then what do we learn about how to work with brokers and how to not waste their time? And then once you find a deal, how do you analyze it? Do you know how to do a quick and easy back of the napkin analysis? And then once you get that done and you say, hey, send me the package or send me the OM, do you at least have a functional head start using a property analyzer where you can take the OM and start figuring out how to make heads or tails of that deal? So that's step 2, finding the deal. It's finding and analyzing. So give yourself a new number. The next one is funding the deal. Funding the deal consists of debt. We talked about the types of debt. I showed you a matrix that had 5 different common types of debt, including bank loans, Freddie Mac small balance sheet loans, Freddie Mac conventional, Fannie Mae, bridge debt. We talked about various prepayment penalties. We really honed in on the importance of the debt service coverage ratio. And we talked about equity. We talked about securities law. Why does the SEC involved in this? What is a security? It's an investment of money with a common enterprise with the expectation of profit. And the expectation of profit depends on the effort of the GP team or the sponsor. We talked about registering your security or exemption from registration with the 506B and 506C. And the differences where you could advertise a 506C, but you cannot advertise a 506B. And then we talked about some of the best places to find investors, including this community at the Sumrok Group. You know, real estate investor conferences, trade shows, business owners, entrepreneurs. So we talked about raising money, rules of raising money. So give yourself a new number on funding the deal, debt and equity. And then lastly, we got so carried away with everything else, we probably spent a little bit less time on this one. But I did show you some slides showing you all the nuances of closing the deal, you know, forming the entity, you know, having a property management company, getting an insurance quote, getting a loan quote, doing the due diligence. I did mention management companies. I said, do you want to have a management company that if you're buying a 120 unit C-class property, you don't want to hire the management company that manages 400 unit A-class properties. So just like we do comparative market analysis, where you're trying to find comparable properties and look at the rents and the occupancies, just real quick, because I didn't cover this that much. How do we vet management companies? Well, you know, we're buying 288 units in Abilene. We want to go to other management companies in Abilene that run between 200 to 400 unit properties. You know, and we're not looking for the ones that run the Section 8 properties or the A-class properties. We're looking for management companies that run like size and like vintage properties because they have direct experience. So one of the best ways to vet management companies, truthfully, and this is a real short crash course on it, and I wish we had more time, but you find other properties that are similar to yours, and you find out who's managing them. And usually there's only a handful of appropriate candidates. And then you interview them, you know, and you talk to them and you talk about how we're going to work together. Like some ownership GP teams, they want to have somebody, you know, coming to the property every week. You know, some property management companies are like, we don't want anyone from the ownership group coming every week. And so you'll need to work out those nuances. Okay, well, what is the level of communication we're going to have? What KPIs are we going to track? As a GP team, you might want to be tracking, you know, on a weekly basis, occupancy, you know, move-ins, move-outs, traffic, conversions, you know, evictions. And some management companies will give the GP team direct login access to their, you know, property management software where you have view-only access. And you could go in there at any point and see how things are going. And as long as things are going well, you don't have to have, you know, frequent meetings. But when things aren't going well, you might want to talk about, well, what's the protocol for communication? Some ownership groups are going to want to go to the property and deal directly with the property manager. To me, that's a bad, imagine you're an owner and you go to the property and the property manager is making $50,000 a year and you show up is an owner, do you think they're going to be a little intimidated? Do you think they're going to be nervous? Do you think if you bring them donuts, that's really going to make a big difference in their day? They're going to thank God when you get in the car and drive away. Like, oh my God, the owner left. They didn't fire me today. Like, so what I always try to do is I try to work through the chain of command, and I would ask my management company, hey, if I got a question or a problem or a concern, who do I go to? And like the property management company that I work with, they want me to go to somebody at like the regional director level. They don't want me going to the maintenance person or they'll get freaked out. They'll get freaked out. Okay. So, this is probably one where maybe, we didn't move the needle as much today, but I do think in some of the stories and anecdotes and examples that I used, I do think we covered some of that material, in step 4. And I talked about holding properties for 3 to 7 years. I talked about how I've never, held a property for 30 years and did the infinite returns thing and just refinanced it. So I know I shared some insights into that. So go ahead and rank yourself on step 4 of the framework and give yourself another number. And then I'd just like to hear from some of you where we're at. So how many people moved up in step 1? How many people moved up more than one number in step 1? Okay, how about step 2, finding and analyzing deals? How many people moved up? How many people moved up more than one number? Yeah, and that's where most of the emphasis was on this workshop. How about step 3 and funding deals? How many people moved up more than one number? I mean, guys, listen, and guys and gals, listen. We spent a weekend together. And if you can move up like even 2 points in a weekend, imagine what you could do. And for those in the mentoring program, congratulations, because imagine what we're going to be able to do together in the next year, where you have access to all the trainings and the in-person events and the unlimited coaching. And for those of you not in the program, keep going. And I know some of you are going to do our AIM Accelerator program, and that's a great program as well. And for all of you in the mentoring program, it's included. Okay. So just to wrap up, here's what I believe. Here's where I believe everybody in this room is. I'm going to ask you to make a decision to help you move forward with your life. You have enough information after this weekend to decide if multifamily syndication is a business that you want to be in. I'm not saying to do it with me or not. I mean, many of you will. But if after this weekend, you're not convinced that you should be in this business, then I would say free yourself up and pursue something else, because you don't need to keep coming back here to say hey, do I need to do this or not? Now, for some of you, it might be a matter of timing. For some of you, it might be a matter of I'm either going to do this or that or the other thing, but you don't need more education to decide if the multifamily syndication business is for you. You could decide do I want to do this or don't I want to do this? And then the next thing is am I going to do this on my own, or am I going to work with a mentor, or am I going to join a community? But there's a lot of support out there. Okay. And obviously we have, I believe, the best program for people that want to be GPs. But if you haven't come to that conclusion on your own, and I know I've talked to some of you that want to come back and do it later. But whatever you do, if you're committed to this business, I would say you're going to have better success if you align yourself with somebody or some community, or some mentor or coaching organization, because you'll go further, if you make that decision. And outside of that, I would just, I'd just like to hear from some of you, how your experience was this weekend. Would anyone like to contribute? How many people are glad they're here? Obviously, you're still here. If you weren't getting value, you probably would have fucking left by now and said this was a waste of time. So anyone like to share? Let's hear from some of the folks in the back that are not coming into the program. I'd love to hear from you. Like, was it valuable? Did you get value? Would you recommend this to somebody? Like, what were some of your aha moments? Anybody? Okay, someone over here. We got there and here. Yeah.
My name is Jordan from Los Angeles. Thank you very much for this weekend. I thought it was very informative and way overvalued.
Thank you.
It exceeded my expectations, so I'm grateful for that. And I appreciate your vulnerability and your honesty and your enthusiasm. It shows that how much you love teaching. So thank you. I would definitely recommend this.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, Landon from Dallas. So I went to the Real Estate Guys events recently, just maybe a couple months ago, syndication event. That's how I heard about this. I think the value here was going into all the like fine-tuned specific details and kind of seeing how the deal came together on some of those finer details. I work in real estate also and do some development for a really big company. Being able to pull in some of those skills, but see how I could turn this into my own thing, I think is where a lot of this value came from. So there's a lot of conferences that are very like inspirational and cheerful and rah. And this was much more detailed. And that's exactly what I was looking for. How does this actually work? Be real with me and give me all the details. So high value in that category.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Could I put my New Orleans friends on the spot here? You all came in, ma'am. Y'all came in and you told me yesterday what a great experience you were
Adelaide
having.
from New Orleans. Like it was a great experience for us. New time, first time trying to get involved in this, and I couldn't be happier. I think we learned a lot of detailed information, and it was very valuable. Something we're gonna continue to consider and move forward with.
Nice. I really enjoyed hearing from your wife. Really enjoyed you sharing with me yesterday, and really glad that you all both came here. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, what are you guys excited about? How about some of the folks that are coming into the program? Tell me what you're excited about. Y'all are making a big investment, a big commitment. We're excited. By the way, I always tell people, like, in between these events, I don't do lunch, dinner, cocktails, brain picking sessions. Like me and my team are focused on the people that have committed to us. And that's why we do events like this, so we could work with, people and give them a lot of value over a 2 or 3 day period of time. But in between these events, like I'm not being rude. People call me all the time and want to sit with me at Starbucks and all that kind of stuff and pick my brain. And I just don't do it. Like, I just don't do it because I'm committed to my own deals and the people that invest in our program. Yeah. What was I doing? How about from some of you in the front? What are you all excited about? All right, Colonel Mike.
I'm ready for you to aim me and then I'm going to fire. So.
All right, let's go. All right. Rick. Dennis.
I just want to say that the caliber of people that attended this, I've been to several of these types of events before, and this was a professional group of people that showed up to this meeting, in my opinion.
I love it.
That's a compliment to
You're
you. You're
talking about everybody here in the room, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room, everybody that I met, just are a higher level of people than I am typically meeting at some of these larger events where they want to have somebody solve their life problems by showing me how to get rich. And the people here are professionals, engineers, dentists, Army retired, Navy retired. I'm just really impressed. And I thought that was just an interesting component that I picked up on this week.
Thank you. I love it. Anyone else? Yes.
I'm looking forward. I'm excited because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm part of Grant Cardone's mentorship as well, or previously involved. And it's interesting that I had the inspiration, but I didn't have the mechanics to do it. And
think ironically you had the mechanics and you got extra inspiration from him. So I think the balance of both is exciting. And I tried to, since being in his program, I tried to do a syndication by myself, or not by myself, but leading one. And I couldn't get it started. So I'm excited to get this first GP under my belt.
Nice. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Yes, we'll do a few more, and then I'm going to have a request for everybody in the room. I'm going to ask something of you.
I'm super excited to learn and grow exponentially, finally putting all of what I've been learning, culminating to now into practice. I'm excited to get to know other students and the team. I don't even know how else to express it. And I also love that Grant Cardone learned something from you. I like Grant.
Thank you.
But we can learn something from everybody, and
Yeah,
just goes to show it.
I want
did
to
he
be
give you
eloquent.
half of
I
the
want to
money
be
back?
accurate with my
Did he
language.
pay you?
This was my version of the story. I'm not sure Grant would admit that he learned
I
anything
won't say
from
anything.
me. But I know that he did. So
I love
know
it.
that he did. All right. Anyone else? Yeah. So, okay, one more, and then I'm going to have a humble request.
My name is Loy, and I have many colleagues in your mentorships program, and they have been doing amazing things, and I want to be a part of it.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah. How many of you were referred here by somebody that you know that's already in my program? Anybody? Yeah. So, hey, I have a very humble ask. And I know some of you may be time constrained, but I'm going to make the ask based on the presupposition that the fact that you're still here means that you got some value from being here. Because if you didn't, you probably would have already been out of the room by now. And one of the things that I'm going to ask from you, and it doesn't have to be everybody, but I hope it's a few of you, and is we would like to get some direct, specific, positive feedback about your experience at this event. Other people might say it's a testimonial, but I don't like that word. I just would like a direct, feedback to say, hey, I came in expecting this, and potentially like, what I can't remember what's your name, but hey, it exceeded my expectations, and here's why. Or Dennis, like, wow, I came here and I've been to a lot of events and I was really impressed with the quality of the people, or, whatever it is that you got out of it. I would love for you to, 60 seconds. How many people are willing to do that is a request for me. So if you have your hand up, my team over here, Jay, just spend 1 or 2 minutes with him. If you could please form a line, if you're not in a hurry. If you are, ask him to go first. And I would just love to get from 10 or so of you, like some specific positive feedback. But here's not what I'm looking for. Man, it was really great, man. It was a really great event, man. Cool people and shit like that. Like, and how this is going to be used. It's actually potentially going to be used to share your experience with other people and say, hey, we just did an event and here's some of the feedback we got. So again, my ask is that it's specific. Like, I had high expectations and they were exceeded, and here's why, or whatever it is that you feel like you could share that was a specific value that you got from being here. And that would mean a lot to me from the bottom of my heart. So I don't like goodbyes because I love doing these events. I would keep going for the next couple of days if you all had stayed in town, but I'm actually leaving Tuesday for a Thanksgiving trip. But I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart from being here and from be opening to learning and being coachable. And my team also, my entire team, I know they thank you. And let's thank them, by the way, and give them a round of applause. So, we have Shania. By the way, everybody here is entitled to a free, implementation call. So if you haven't signed up for it, we will help you, whether you're in the program or not, like how to, move forward, and, answer your questions about moving forward. So you could sign up for that. Krista Lee, many of you may haven't met her, but she was running the virtual room with the people watching at home. Lisa and Tom have been helping all along the way. They're our customer service people and helped you get registered for the event, signed you in, organized all the food and the facility for us. Jay in the back is on my team and does a lot of the email marketing and campaigns and the text messagings that you may have received. And he also works with Showtech, which is our preferred provider for sound and lighting. And they're amazing. They've been with us in Mexico. They come to a lot of our mastermind events that we do all over the country and outside of the country. Ivy's our director of operations. Many of you have interacted with her. And who did I leave out? Anybody? I think that's everybody. So again, guys, thank you very much. And appreciate all of you. And by the way, one last thing, if you still want to come into our programs or have questions or on the fence, me and my team will be here for another 30 minutes or so. So there's no better time than now if you're on the fence to get a question answered, because I'm going to conclude with one of my famous sayings. If you're on the fence, get off the fence, because it hurts. And you know what I mean by that? Like being on the fence, especially for us men, it kind of hurts. So let's help you get off the fence. All right, folks, have a great week.
Tried to just shrug it off when I asked why. Somebody hurt you, but you're here by my side. I knew.
If you're new to the mentoring program, get up on stage and we'll do a photo. All the new people in the mentoring program, come up on stage. All right. And then AIM Accelerator, you'll be getting an email, and that program's going to be starting the first week of December. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Take a vertical one. Thank you, Brad.
Do you have 2 minutes?
I got one.
Come on, mentees.
Only your body trying to keep you tight. Right now, don't get your uncomfortable way. Up on the purple line. Maybe your purpose, never give up when we're on the right track. I can tell yourself. It's being unworthy, but it's hard to love. That's hurting. Dancing, I don't play. try to make you unhappy. Don't let just tell me. I know it's where you don't need I know a place we can go. One gonna lay down the weapon, lay down the weapon. Just give me something can happen, 'cause I know. Lay down the weapon. Prophecy be something great. Legacy, manifest destiny. Back in the days, we wanted everything. Wanted everything. Mama said, biography, rewrite your history. Light up your wildest dreams. Museum victories. Every day, we wanted everything. Wanted everything. Mama said, don't give up. It's a little complicated. All tied up. No more love. And I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to have help. Mama said, be a stranger possessed. Waiting the novelties, don't ever change. We wanted everything, wanted everything. Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise, never come down. Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise, never come down. Mama said, don't give up. It's a little complicated, all tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Say it's all been done, but they had to see the sorry to say. Shooting for the stars, didn't have a doubt. Always had hope. Still living, didn't know. Know it's gonna be. Me under the lights, diamonds under my eyes. Turn the wrist up, don't you wanna just come along for the ride? Oh, my outfit's so tight, you can see my heartbeat tonight. I can take the heat, baby, best believe that's the moment I shine. 'Cause every romance shakes and it bends, don't give a damn. When the night's here, I don't do things, baby, no chance. Dance, dance, I could dance. Watch me dance. Be burning, but you won't see it